Order, honorable senators, welcome back. Clerk, kindly proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, in the morning sitting today, Wednesday, 13th of March, 2024, Senator Miraj, I want to be heard in silence. In the morning sitting today, Wednesday, the 13th of March, 2024, in the course of the opening statements of the parties in the matter of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Robert Onsare Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, a number of preliminary issues arose. For the County Assembly, Council raised the following matters. A request pursuant to Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary as contained in the third schedule to the Senate Standing Orders, that one, Mr. David Hagai Oyagi, the Acting Director, Enforcement and Compliance, County Government of Kisii, be summoned to appear and give evidence before the Senate, and in particular to produce his letter of appointment and confirm if the persons who are said to be working in the Deputy Governor's home are officials in the county. And 2, a preliminary objection to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents submitted by the Deputy Governor and a request that they be expunged from the record on the grounds that they are irrelevant to the current proceedings as they are in an answer to allegations or charges that were not made by the County Assembly. Now, honorable senators, for the Deputy Governor, a preliminary objection was raised on the basis of Rule 20 to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents of the County Assembly on the basis that these paragraphs, among them paragraph 14, 22, 23, 24, and 25, were introducing new evidence and were not permissible. Counsel for the Deputy Governor urged that everything not communicated by the County Assembly in its transmittal letter dated the 1st of March 2024 be expunged from the record. Counsel for the Deputy Governor also objected to the summoning of Mr. Hagai Oyagi, as this would violate the Deputy Governor's right to a fair hearing as enshrined in Article 50 of the Constitution. Now, the defense of the Deputy Governor also raised a preliminary objection to the effect that the impeachment proceedings at the County Assembly were conducted outside the timelines provided for in the County Governments Act and in standing orders of Kisii County Assembly, and were therefore fatally incompetent. Honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, the final matter which arose and which this ruling will address was the matter of the appearance in the defense team of the Deputy Governor of one Sylvanus Osoro, a member of Parliament serving in the National Assembly, who is also the Majority Whip in the National Assembly. Honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary, as contained in the third schedule to the Senate Standing Orders, provide as follows. Where a particular question or matter, including but not limited to questions of evidence, materiality, relevance, competence, or admissibility of evidence, and any questions consequential or incidental thereto, no provision has been made in the Standing Orders or in these rules, the Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the question or matter, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. As rightfully pointed out by Senator Sifuna, Rule 30 applies in circumstances where no provision has been made in the Standing Orders or in these rules. Where the Standing Orders and the rules make provision, naturally those provisions apply. Honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, as you will be aware, the timelines provided for the disposal of these impeachment proceedings are quite tight. As you're also aware, the Senate, when conducting the impeachment process, is sitting as a tribunal in a quasi-judicial capacity. Article 159(2) of the Constitution requires that in exercising judicial authority, courts, tribunals be guided by certain principles, among them that justice be administered without undue delay or undue regard to procedural technicalities. It also requires that the purposes and principles of the Constitution be protected and promoted. Additionally, the Constitution and Article 259 requires interpretation of the Constitution that promotes its purpose, values, and principles, and advances the rule of law and contributes to good governance. Honorable Senators, applying the Constitution, the County Government Act, the Senate Standing Orders, and the applicable rules, I rule as follows on the matters raised. 1. Firstly, on the request for summoning of Mr. David Hagai Oyagi, the Acting Director, Enforcement and Compliance, County Government of Kisii, pursuant to Rule 10, the same is permissible under the rules and is hereby allowed, with the caveat under Rule 20 that his evidence can only relate to the charges that were the basis of the impeachment as read to the Deputy Governor. This is in recognition of the right to a fair trial that the Governor enjoys under Article 50 of the Constitution. Directions are hereby given to the Office of the Clerk to immediately issue summons and facilitate the appearance of Mr. Oyagi in the Senate tomorrow, Thursday, 14th of March, 2024 at 2 p.m. The necessary adjustment to the proceeding shall be made to facilitate this. Secondly, on the preliminary objection to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents submitted by the Deputy Governor and the request that they be expunged from the record on the grounds that they are irrelevant to the current proceedings as they are in answer to allegations or charges that were not made by the County Assembly, the same is disallowed, as no prejudice to the County Assembly has been shown. The Senate is competent enough and will make a determination on the relevance of any evidence adduced before it. Thirdly, for the similar reasons, the preliminary objection raised on behalf of the Deputy Governor that certain paragraphs in the bundle of the documents of the County Assembly be expunged on the grounds that they introduce new evidence is disallowed, on the basis that the objection of necessity requires evidence to be adduced and its support or rebutted, and this can best be achieved in the course of the hearing. I therefore rule that this objection be subsumed and taken up by the defense in the course of the presentation of the case of the Deputy Governor. On the objection of counsel of the Deputy Governor that the proceedings of the County Assembly were conducted outside of the timelines provided for in the County Government Act and in the standing orders of Kisii County Assembly and were therefore fatally incompetent, I also rule that this is a matter of fact requiring adducing of evidence and will best be determined by hearing both parties and entertaining evidence that they have in respect thereof. This preliminary objection is accordingly also disallowed at this stage. Finally, Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, is the matter of appearance of the Deputy Governor by Honorable Sylvanus Osoro, a Member of Parliament serving in the National Assembly, who is also the Majority Whip in the National Assembly. It recognized and is provided for in Standing Order 83 of the Senate Standing Orders that the Governor has the right to appear and be represented before the Senate or a special committee. This is a right recognized in Article 50 of the Constitution. It is not in dispute that Honorable Osoro is a Member of Parliament and a state officer in terms of Article 260 of the Constitution. Pursuant to Article 75(1) of the Constitution, a state officer is required to behave, whether in public or official life, in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties, compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest, or demeaning the office that the officer holds. In this respect, therefore, it is also useful to cite the well-known principle that justice must not only be done, but should also be seen to be done. The attention of the Senate was drawn to the Senate, can properly take judicial notice of the fact that the Honorable Osoro is a Member of Parliament representing a constituency in Kisii County and a leader both in the county and the national level, holding a senior leadership position in Parliament in the Parliament of Kenya. And Article 93 of the Constitution, Parliament consists of the National Assembly and the Senate. And although the National Assembly and the Senate are required to perform their respective functions in accordance with the Constitution, it is the role of Parliament to protect the Constitution and promote democratic governance of the Republic. The roles of legislation
Channel 1 2 yes, microphone test. Microphone test for now. Microphone test. Ni hamu.
Bosh, sidhani kuna shida sana. Zile za nini?
Ni zile zingine.
Hizo zingine.
Bosh. Lakini naona
Bush kachini ndo ongea.
Feedback. Iko namna gani sasa?
Order, honorable senators, welcome back. Clerk, kindly proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, in the morning sitting today, Wednesday, 13th of March, 2024, Senator Miraj, I want to be heard in silence. In the morning sitting today, Wednesday, the 13th of March, 2024, in the course of the opening statements of the parties in the matter of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Robert Onsare Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, a number of preliminary issues arose. For the County Assembly, Council raised the following matters. A request pursuant to Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary as contained in the third schedule to the Senate standing orders. That one, Mr. David Hagai Oyagi, the Acting Director, Enforcement and Compliance, County Government of Kisii, be summoned to appear and give evidence before the Senate, and in particular to produce his letter of appointment and confirm if the persons who are said to be working in the Deputy Governor's home are officials in the county. And 2, a preliminary objection to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents submitted by the Deputy Governor and a request that they be expunged from the record on the grounds that they are irrelevant to the current proceedings as they are in an answer to allegations or charges that were not made by the County Assembly. Now, honorable senators, for the Deputy Governor, a preliminary objection was raised on the basis of Rule 20 to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents of the County Assembly on the basis that these paragraphs, among them paragraph 14, 22, 23, 24, and 25, were introducing new evidence and were not permissible. Counsel for the Deputy Governor urged that everything not communicated by the County Assembly in its transmittal letter dated the 1st of March 2024 be expunged from the record. Counsel for the Deputy Governor also objected to the summoning of Mr. Hagai Oyagi, as this would violate the Deputy Governor's right to a fair hearing as enshrined in Article 50 of the Constitution. Now, the defense of the Deputy Governor also raised a preliminary objection to the effect that the impeachment proceedings at the County Assembly were conducted outside the timelines provided for in the County Governments Act and in standing orders of Kisii County Assembly, and were therefore fatally incompetent. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, the final matter which arose and which this ruling will address was the matter of the appearance in the defense team of the Deputy Governor of one Sylvanus Osoro, a Member of Parliament serving in the National Assembly, who is also the Majority Whip in the National Assembly. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure, when considering the proposed removal of a governor in plenary, as contained in the third schedule to the Senate standing orders, provide as follows. Where a particular question or matter, including but not limited to questions of evidence, materiality, relevance, competence, or admissibility of evidence, and any questions consequential or incidental thereto, no provision has been made in the standing orders or in these rules. The Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the question or matter, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. As rightfully pointed out by Senator Sifuna, Rule 30 applies in circumstances where no provision has been made in the standing orders or in these rules. Where the standing orders and the rules make provision, naturally those provisions apply. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, as you will be aware, the timelines provided for the disposal of these impeachment proceedings are quite tight. As you're also aware, the Senate, when conducting the impeachment process, is sitting as a tribunal in a quasi-judicial capacity. Article 159(2) of the Constitution requires that in exercising judicial authority, courts, tribunals be guided by certain principles, among them that justice be administered without undue delay or undue regard to procedural technicalities. It also requires that the purposes and principles of the Constitution be protected and promoted. Additionally, the Constitution and Article 259 requires interpretation of the Constitution that promotes its purpose, values, and principles, and advances the rule of law and contributes to good governance. Honorable Senators, applying the Constitution, the County Government Act, the Senate Standing Orders, and the applicable rules, I rule as follows on the matters raised. 1. Firstly, on the request for summoning of Mr. David Hagai Oyagi, the Acting Director, Enforcement and Compliance, County Government of Kisii, pursuant to Rule 10, the same is permissible under the rules and is hereby allowed, with the caveat under Rule 20 that his evidence can only relate to the charges that were the basis of the impeachment as read to the Deputy Governor. This is in recognition of the right to a fair trial that the Governor enjoys under Article 50 of the Constitution. Directions are hereby given to the Office of the Clerk to immediately issue summons and facilitate the appearance of Mr. Oyagi in the Senate tomorrow, Thursday, 14th of March, 2024 at 2 p.m. The necessary adjustment to the proceeding shall be made to facilitate this. Secondly, on the preliminary objection to certain paragraphs contained in the bundle of documents submitted by the Deputy Governor and the request that they be expunged from the record on the grounds that they are.
You made certain allegations against the Deputy Governor of Kisii that led to his impeachment. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I want to refer you to a letter that appears at page 1 of the bundle of documents of the County Assembly of Kisii, kindly. Can you confirm whether
Clerk, can you power the microphones a bit more so that we can hear counsel and the witness? Proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Kindly confirm that there is a letter appearing at page 1.
And counsel, as
Yes.
you lead your witness in evidence, through evidence in chief, if you're referring to any document, be specific which volume and contained in which page,
Thank you, Mr.
so that
Speaker,
the
sir.
senators can follow.
Thank you. I am making reference to volume 1 of the County Assembly's documents at page 1. Mr. Dennis Mokaya, is that your statement?
Yes, it is.
Does it bear your signature at the end at page 5?
Yes.
Do you wish again to abide by the contents of that statement?
Yes, I will.
Now, very briefly, your allegation touches on the issue of bribery directed to the Deputy Governor of Kisii, whereby you allege that you issued some money to him with a promise to get a job position. Is that your evidence before the Senate?
Yes.
Mr. Mokaya, tell us, what position were you interested in at the county government of Kisii?
I applied for the position of the commercial manager.
Commercial manager?
Yes.
Did you have the qualifications for that position?
Yes, I did.
What is your professional background?
I am a graduate with Bachelor's of Commerce, accounting major.
You're an accountant by profession?
Yeah.
How did you come to know about that position that was being advertised?
The position was brought to my attention by my father, who told me there's an advertisement. I go by and I do an application.
What is the name of your father?
Joseph Doyle Misati.
Joseph
Doyle Misati.
Joseph Misati.
Misati, yes.
You're aware that your father is a witness appearing for the deputy governor, correct?
Yes.
So your father brought to your attention of the vacancy at Guasco's authority, right?
Yes.
What did your father tell you?
He told me to look at the website and I do an application.
When was that?
It was around mid-April.
Mid-April.
Yeah.
And did you apply for that vacancy?
Yes, I went to the website. I did the application, I attached all the documents, waiting for any communication.
Are you able to point the honorable senators to the advertisement that was done by Guasco? At what page? Can you look at page 266 and confirm whether that is the advert you are talking about? Honorable senators, I'm referring again to volume 1 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents at page 266. Can you confirm that that was the advert?
Yes, on page 266.
Page 266?
Yes.
Thank you. So when your father approached you and advised you to apply for that vacancy, did he tell you that he had made any arrangements, or what was his advice to you in respect to that position?
So he told me to make an application for the job. He will follow it up with the deputy governor he will make an application. I do the application. He will follow it up with the deputy governor.
When you say follow up, what do you mean? What kind of follow up did he talk to you about? Was that conversation candid? And if it was, kindly tell the House specifically what your father told you the nature of the follow up would be.
By the time I was doing the application, I was still in Nairobi doing my business. Now, when I applied the interview, when I was called for an interview, when I went home, is when I got to know the whole deal, that the deputy governor will just help us secure the vacancy.
Okay. How was the deputy governor supposed to help in securing the job vacancy?
I was informed that the deputy governor is in good terms with the management and the CEO of the Kisii Water and Sanitation Company, so it will be easier for any assistance.
For any assistance?
Yes.
Thank you. You have intimated that you were at the time working at your business in Nairobi. Kindly tell us what kind of business you were doing in Nairobi.
Personally, I was working with a company called Together as One as a marketer, and I had a joint business with my wife, which was a salon, stroke kinyozi. We were also selling this refilling gas cylinders.
Okay. Where was that business situated in Nairobi?
Our business was located in Ruai town, which was opposite Naivas supermarket.
Who was running that business?
My wife.
What is the name of your wife?
Evelyn Yaboke.
Evelyn Yaboke.
Yes.
Thank you. So subsequently to that, you did apply for the position?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what date you applied for the position?
It was around mid-April.
Mid-April?
Yes.
And were you shortlisted as an applicant?
Yes, I was shortlisted and I was invited for an interview.
You were invited for an interview?
Yes.
Confirm that what appears at page 267 is a schedule of appearances of shortlisted candidates. Page 35, sorry. Page 35 of the Deputy Governor's response. The document Honorable Senators labeled as DG at page 35.
Yes, these were the shortlisted candidates.
Confirm that that is the schedule of appearances for interviewees?
Yes.
Does your name appear in that schedule of appearance?
Yes, my name's at number 4.
Number 4?
Yes.
And what date was that when you're scheduled to appear?
It was the date. We did an interview on the 25th.
25th of which month?
May.
25th of May.
Yes.
Now, prior to the shortlisting and subsequent interview, Did you make any other arrangements to secure the opportunity, the job opportunity?
So after, yes.
Proceed. What kind of arrangements did you make?
So after the interview, I was at home with my parents. So the DG called my dad and I told him that he will help him secure the position. He called us to his residence to make those arrangements.
When you talk about his residence, where is that residence?
Around Keumbu.
One in?
Keumbu.
Keumbu is in Kisii County?
Yes.
So were you part of that meeting?
Yes, I was.
Between your dad and the deputy governor?
Yes, I was.
Were you privy to the conversation between the deputy governor and your father?
No, we sat at a distance.
Yes.
While the deputy governor and my dad had a talk.
Yes.
Yes.
And what did you understand was the outcome between the discussion between the deputy governor and your father?
It was an agreement that we pay the sum of 800,000 shillings for him to enable secure the vacancy.
What was the 800,000 supposed to do? And who were the beneficiaries of the 800,000 as per the conversation between your father and the deputy governor?
Initially, as I said, he said he was in touch with the CEO of Kisii Water and Sanitation Company. So he was the one who will enable us get the vacancy.
Are you referring to the CEO or the MD of the company?
Yes, the CEO or the managing director, the same.
The MD?
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you. Did you have the money at the time? Or if you had, how had you raised that money?
At the time of visiting, we were aware it will demand some amount. So on agreeing on the amount that we will submit, we had raised the money earlier before. I was operating a salon at Ruai. So after the interview, we were sure it was a guarantee that the deputy governor, being in his position, he was able to get us the job. So I and my wife, we sold the salon, which we are operating at Ruai. We sold the salon to Peter Mungai, the sum of 500,000 shillings, which is an agreement that we had sold the salon.
Is that the agreement appearing at page 256 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents? Honorable Senators, I'm referring to, again, the bundle of documents from the County Assembly, Volume 1 at page 256. Confirm indeed that that is the agreement between you, your wife on the one hand, and the purchaser of the salon?
Yes, this is the agreement.
Now, Dennis, tell us, was your wife part of this agreement? Did she concur with your sentiments and plan to sell the business so that you can secure a job opportunity?
At first, my wife was not in agreement because now this was our lifetime savings for a period of 13 years. We had been in Nairobi for the period of 13 years. So this was our lifetime savings. So she was not of the idea that we sell the salon.
Yes.
But since this was an opportunity for us to shape our life, I had to beg with her, to plead with her, so that he agrees to use their money for the occasion.
So subsequently, she agreed for you to sell the salon?
Yes.
And when you sold the salon, do you remember what dates that was?
Yes, the agreement we wrote on the 25th. He paid us in 2 installments. The first installment was 200,000 shillings.
Kindly look at the agreement and confirm the actual dates. Was
Yes.
it 25th or 20th? Confirm from
It
the
is
agreement.
25th.
Confirm from the agreement. There is a date written beneath?
The agreement was done on 20th, but the first payment was made on 25th.
Correct.
Yes.
So the agreement was done on 20th.
Yes.
And the first installment was to be paid on 25th of April.
Yes.
Was that before or after the shortlisting?
This was after the shortlisting.
After the shortlisting?
Yes.
Thank you. And what did you do with the money immediately you got it from the buyer of the salon?
The money he gave us, it was in cash. We carried the money home. We gave it to our parents to keep it safe for us.
Mr. Dennis
Yes.
Mukaya,
Yeah.
you are an accountant,
Yes.
and you are saying that you gave your parents money to keep for you.
Yes.
That does not sound very credible. Why would you feel the need to give your parents money to keep for you?
You know, at that time we were doing a clearance. I could say we were selling all our items from Nairobi to relocate to our rural home. At that time, we even went to an extent of borrowing from this mobile banking, from our bank accounts, because now my wife was the one operating the business. We were doing most of the transactions through my wife's phone number. So we even went to an extent of borrowing money from KCB account, from Mshwari, so that we can raise the full amount. So we felt it better. It should be kept by our parents, because if we kept it, again, we could have gone to an extent of using the money. So it would not do the right purpose.
So you gave it to your parents because you felt you would have utilized the amount.
Yeah.
Thank you. What business do your parents do? What do they do for a living? When you talk about your parents, kindly talk about your father and your mother. What do they do for a living?
Okay, my father is a retired civil servant. He was working in the veterinary. He retired, but he has some business at home. He's operating an M-Pesa shop with a small retail shop at home.
He's operating an M-Pesa shop.
Yeah.
Thank you. So was the money subsequently given to the deputy governor?
Yes, when the deputy governor requested the 800 Kenyan shillings, we were able to give him on the date of 28th. We gave him 500,000.
The 28th of which month?
28th of May.
28th of May?
Yes.
That was the year 2023?
Yeah, last year.
Where was that money handed over at? What venue was that?
My dad did a transaction of 250 from his account. Actually, it was 251,000 from his account to the DG's M-Pesa. And then my mother sent me 250,000 to my account, M-Pesa account, so that I could transfer the same to the deputy governor. So I transferred the sum of 249,000 Kenya shillings because of some transaction costs.
Kindly go to page 255 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents. Honorable Senators, I'm referring to volume 1 again at page 255. Honorable Senators, I'm looking at the second last transaction contained at page 255. Mr. Dennis, tell us about that transaction. Where was that money being sent to and from who, and what was the time? And which number was used to send that money to?
So this is my M-Pesa.
What is your M-Pesa number?
Statement.
Kindly read it out.
My M-Pesa number is 0725 487 300. So I did, after receiving a transaction of 250,000 from my mom, Anna Misati.
Do you have proof that you first received money from your mom?
Yes.
Kindly take us there. Look at the next page. The next page, Honorable Senators, is not paginated, but it's, if you flip, you will go to the next page. There is a page after 255. So, the very first transaction, or rather, Mr. Dennis,
Yes.
point at the Honorable Senators to that transaction where money was sent to your phone from your mom's account.
The second page of my M-Pesa transaction is the first transaction which happened at 8 p.m. My mom sent me 50,000 Kenyan shillings. And again, he had in 7:51, he had sent the same amount of 50,000 to make it 100. And then the first, which was the first transaction at 7:44, he had sent
Just a little bit
yes.
slowly. Honorable Senators, I'm referring to the 4th, 5th, and 6th transactions appearing on that page. So you received first 150,000
Yes.
at what time?
The first transaction I received at 7:44
744 from who?
from my mom, which is 150,000.
Is the name of your mom?
Anna Misati.
Anna Misati.
Yes.
The second transaction?
Was at 7:51,
Yes.
50,000. And then the last transaction that my mom sent was at 7:51,
Again of how much?
50,000 shillings.
And immediately after that, where do you transfer the money to?
So after I received the full 250,000 Kenya shillings, I transferred the amount from my M-Pesa's mobile number to the deputy governor's phone number.
How much money did you send to the deputy
So-
governor's number?
The first amount that I sent to him was at 8:33, which is 150,000.
150,000. Confirm the number that you used to send the deputy governor through his mobile number, kindly.
It's not clearly indicated, but it ends with 700.
Do you know his number? You have
Yes, I had it in my phone.
quoted that number in your affidavit. Kindly, we can refresh your memory by looking at the affidavit. It is important for that number to be captured.
Let's see. Yeah, the mobile money that I used to send the DG, the amount is 0711860700.
Can you repeat that?
0711860700.
What was the name that came out after you sent the money?
The name that came out is Robert Monda.
Robert Monda.
Yes.
All this time, were you in the presence of the deputy governor,
Yes.
or you are away from him?
We were away from him, but in the same premise.
The same premise?
Yes.
And that premises is where?
His home.
His home.
Yes.
So how many transactions did you make to the deputy governor in total from your M-Pesa?
It's totaling to 249,000.
149,000.
Yes.
So the last transaction is the one appearing at page 255. Confirm that. The second last transaction,
Yes.
that again is from your M-Pesa
Yes.
to his M-Pesa.
Yeah.
Thank you. How did he receive the remainder of the amount, if any?
After leaving his residence, we had given him a sum of 500,000 Kenyan shillings. So the initial agreement that was we had to pay the 500, the 800,000 Kenyan shillings. So after leaving the place, we made an agreement that we shall deliver the amount the following day, which was on a Monday. Actually, we went in his place on a Sunday. So the following Monday, we could deliver the balance, which was 300,000, at his office.
His office.
Yeah.
But on that very day, did he receive any other amounts of money from any of the persons you were in the company of?
He only received the amount from my father.
From your father?
Yes.
Are you able to point us to that transaction where your father sent money to the deputy governor on the same day?
Second, yes.
We are getting there, Honorable Senator. Just at page 64, 65 of the Deputy Governor's response, Volume 2.
Volume 2.
Volume 2 of the DG's response.
Our response. Volume 2, our response.
Kindly show us the transaction where your father sent money to the deputy governor, appearing at page 65.
It is on page 65, on the same night of date 28th. My dad made actually 4 transactions. The first one was from this is a joint account, cooperative account between my dad and my mom. So the first transaction was 70,000. The second one was 70, and again he did a transaction of 70, and then later there's another transaction of 41. So it's totaling to 251,000 Kenya shilling.
What was the nature of this transaction? It reflects that it's from a bank. How was that payment done? From the bank to?
It was done from the bank to the M-Pesa account of the deputy governor.
Deputy governor?
Yes. But this now a different number than the one I used.
What number is that?
Yeah, this number is 0702 00220.
Repeat that again.
It is 0702 00220.
Who is the registered owner of that number?
It's registered to the deputy governor.
Deputy governor?
Yes.
That would total to how much? What you had given him and what your parents sent to the deputy governor?
It's totaling to 500,000 Kenyan shillings.
500,000?
Yes.
Your allegation was that the ask was for 800,000.
Yes.
What happened to the balance?
We agreed on the following day, which was on a Monday, we bring the balance of the 300,000 Kenyan shillings to his office, which is to the stadium, Kisii Stadium.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, you have had the occasion to look at the response of the deputy governor in defense to that specific allegation?
Not yet.
You have not looked at it?
Yes.
I want to refer you to the deputy governor's response. What he said about why he had received money from you and from your father and what he did to it. I want you to look at that response. Paragraph 16. The deputy governor alleges that your father owed the deputy governor some money and that money sent from you and from your father and from your mother were towards repayment of that loan. What do you have to say to that line of defense?
Honorable Speaker, I can say that this is a lie, because if we look at the whole thing, I am included in this sending of the amount to His Excellency the Deputy Governor. And if at all this was a debt that my dad was paying to His Excellency the Deputy Governor, then if we look at his account, cooperative account, joint account, the account holds more than what I sent.
Let's go back to that account now that you've raised the issue.
Yes.
How much did your mother and father jointly have at the time they were sending money to the deputy governor? And what was the balance after they sent money to the deputy governor? Honorable Senators, we are again making
After-
reference to the Deputy Governor's response.
So after
And
my
page
dad
66.
sent the last amount, which was 41,000, in his account balance, it was a balance of 1.3 million.
So your father still had some balance in his account.
It was a balance of 1.3 million. Indeed, if he was paying a debt, and this is a family, you could have done the whole transaction at a go.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So I want to again to look at that response, and Dr. Honorable His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Kisii alleges that he had loaned your father the amount of 600,000, some of which money had gone to pay fees for your child. I'm referring, Honorable Senators, at page 51 of the Deputy Governor's response. Page 61 all the way, page 5.
Which 5?
E5, it's E5. Had you received any money from your father that, to your knowledge, was an advance from the Deputy Governor that you paid school fees for your child with, that now that day you're refunding?
No.
Have you ever sought any assistance from your parents towards the education of your child?
Yes. This was after we had given the money to the Deputy Governor. We had sold everything we owed. Then we had gone back home. I was not in any financial position thereafter to take my daughter to school.
Mr. Dennis, I have perused through the statements and I have seen a number of transactions between your father and the Deputy Governor as late as January 2024. Money flowing from your father to the Deputy Governor and vice versa. Are you aware why your father would occasionally send money to the Deputy Governor and vice versa? Because his defense is that they are long-term friends and they used to loan each other money, and this was not an isolated case. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I cannot deny that they are long-term friends for a long period of time. Actually, it exceeds 30 years. The main transaction between my father and the DG is that my father is one of the officials of a circle that he leads at our
And
home.
what is the name of that circle?
It is called Kebobora Women Group.
Ebobora.
Yes.
Yes.
That's now our locality, is the treasurer. In many cases, in many occasions, the Deputy Governor borrows money from the circle through my daddy's name, then he refunds with an interest. That's generally the business they're doing.
Have been doing.
Yes.
But on this day, could it be one of such instances where the Deputy Governor had borrowed money and was being refunded to by your father?
No, it's not one of the days. As I stated earlier, if actually this was the borrowing and lending business, I am not an official of the circle. Then I was not entitled to make a transaction to the Deputy Governor through my mobile phone.
Did you have any other reason to visit the Deputy Governor's home on 28th of May? Apart from the business of giving him money for securing the job vacancy, did you have any other business?
No.
Have you ever been to the Deputy Governor's home at any other time?
No.
What then does your presence mean against the defense of the Deputy Governor that it was a repayment of the loan?
I was the owner of this whole initiative. I was the one who was looking for employment, so I was to be there to witness what was going on.
Thank you.
Because this was my money.
Are you aware if the deputy governor ever transmitted any money to the target of the bribe?
Yes.
And who was that target?
The director of Kisii Water, after sending him the full amount.
What is the name of the managing director of Guasco?
Her name is Lucy Wahito.
Lucy Wahito.
Yes.
And a look at the document before you. Yes. Honorable Senators, I'm looking at page 99 of the DG's response. Page 99 of the Deputy Governor's response. Is there any money sent to that very person, Lucy Wahito, the MD of Guasco, on that very day?
Yes, it's a sum of 100,000 Kenya shillings.
100,000?
Yes.
What time was that money sent?
It was sent on date 28th May 2023 at 9:24 p.m.
9:24
p.m. Yes.
And what time had you sent the money to the Deputy Governor?
The last transaction I made at the first transaction I made at 8:33 p.m. 8.
Then an hour later he sent money to the same Lucy, that is the MD of Guasco.
Yes.
The very company where you had applied and were shortlisted. Yes. For a position.
Yes.
Now, the Deputy Governor says that that money was sent erroneously, but interestingly to the same person that he was meant to bribe. What do you say about that?
I don't know what to say, but this was that transactions, but I actually believe this was a bribe so that he could.
In your previous discussions with the Deputy Governor and your father,
yes,
were you aware if Lucy Wahito was the person who was meant to be bribed by the amount of money you were giving?
Actually, I did not know the name, but I know it was going to be given to the managing director.
Yes.
Now, who happens to be Lucy Wahito.
And to be Lucy.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever secure that employment at the Guasco company?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
Did you make follow-ups with the Deputy Governor or your father, making an inquiry over the same?
Yes, I did. We made constant follow-up through my dad, the Deputy Governor, but we did not receive any confusing communication.
Now, Dennis Mukaya Misati,
yes,
your own father, biological father, your mother will tomorrow appear before Senate and they will label you as a liar. Why would you want to go against the statements of your own father? Why would your father be lying about the purpose of the money sent to the Deputy Governor?
Actually, this is my life. That was my money. This was my lifetime savings. If my dad chooses to choose friendship over the truth, then let it be so.
Thank you. As
are you done with the witness? Because it's breaking down.
we can pause for just 30 seconds. I'm sure he can recollect himself.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly take care of the situation in the public gallery.
Can we proceed, Mr. Dennis? Kindly tell the honorable senators what is the current relationship you have with your parents as a result of this.
Actually, I don't have anything against my parents. The fact is that this was our lifetime savings with my family. We have built this, we had built this business for the last 13 years. Now, this was our opportunity to sell the business and get something that we could help the family. But we lost everything. After I lost everything, the parents at home became unsupportive. So we had to leave our home so that we can find somewhere where we can start all over again.
And how did that affect you as a couple, between you and your wife?
Just hold, Council. Senator Bondi, what is your intervention? And just to remind
Mr.
all
Speaker,
senators, you'll have an opportunity to engage the witness. So I hope whatever you want to raise has got nothing to do with seeking clarification or asking questions.
Mr. Speaker, purely on humanitarian grounds, I was requesting that you use standing order number 1 to allow the young witness probably 5, max 10 minutes for him to recompose himself. You can see, Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness is completely emotionally eroded.
From the council, the witness is doing pretty well. That's why they're proceeding. Otherwise, that application can only come from the council, not from you, Honorable Senator. Proceed, council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I urge the witness to gather courage and proceed. Mr. Dennis.
Yes.
How has this ordeal affected your family life between you and your wife?
Initially, my wife was not in agreement that we sell our family business to relocate. So I had to persuade that she agrees with me. We shall get better after we secure that job. So we agreed, we relocated to our home. So after we were disappointed, after we had not secure the opportunity, recruitment was done, people reported. So it was so stressful. My wife did not take it easy because he branded me a liar because now we have lost the family business. At that time, my wife was expecting. This was after 12 years of trial. My firstborn is 3 years old now. We had tried for all that period, but now she was expectant. Actually, during those hard times, my wife miscarried. Just miscarried our baby.
I can stop at that.
So the whole blame came back to me because initially she was not in agreement to sell the business. We got into much stress and depression. I had to look for a way to sort out this issue. We had to leave home. We had to look for elsewhere so that we can start over again, as I said.
Thank you. You have also made allegations against threat to your life. Kindly tell us how that is the case.
So after I knew appointments were done, and actually there's no job, there's no vacancy, our savings are all gone. So I actually, this one of my friend I've been following on social media, called, by that time it was 2020, I was been following him since 2020, 2022. Now he was now the elected MCA of Ichuni Ward. I actually approached him. I inquired if he could help for me to secure the money that I did what I gave to the deputy governor.
And that is the move of this motion?
Yes.
What did the move of the motion advise you to do after you brought this to his attention?
So when I reported this to him, he took it as a joke until I provided the documents. He requested for the M-Pesa statement showing the transaction. Actually, I did. Then he advised me to make a formal complaint so that he can follow up with the deputy governor for my refund. Actually, I knew he was doing it so that I can get my refund. I never knew he could just reach this far.
So it was not your intention for you to find yourself at the Senate?
Yes.
On the impeachment charges. Have you ever received your money back?
No.
Have you made any follow-ups in any government agency to recover your money?
So after I left home, I relocated to Nairobi, I made a complaint to EICC of the same.
Have EICC summoned anyone in respect to this issue?
After making the complaint, they summoned the CEO of Kisii Water.
Who is that?
Lucy Waito.
So Lucy was summoned by EICC?
Yes.
Pursuant to your complaint?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I want to stop at that and yield the witness to my learned friend for cross-examination. Thank you.
Counsel for the Deputy Governor, it's your turn now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Misati. I said good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Okay. Now, I want to start with a few preliminary issues. From the cross-examination, you say you've seen the response by your father and your mother.
Yes.
Yes. And you see that their position is that they were refunding money they had borrowed from the deputy governor.
Yes.
And what did you say is your position about that position of your parents?
Sorry?
What is your reaction to the point made by your parents that the money was a refund of a loan that had been given to them?
Actually, it's a lie.
You are telling this and
yes,
it's a lie.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your affidavit, you admit readily that your father and the deputy governor have been friends for many years.
Yes.
That's a fact.
It's a fact.
Okay. Do you know whether they were borrowing each other money over the years?
Yes, they have been borrowing money.
They have been borrowing.
But I can actually say the deputy governor has been the one who's been borrowing money.
Listen to my question.
Yes.
You admit that indeed over the years they have been borrowing each other money?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now, it is also true your father and the deputy governor have aggregate business in Kisii, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have aggregate businesses?
Yeah.
Both of them,
Yeah.
separately? It's not a joint business, it's each of them is running their own business, isn't it?
To date, no.
Sorry?
To date, there's no business.
Okay, they used to run?
Yeah, they used it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. And it is also true that they used to borrow each other's stocks?
Yes.
Okay. And so your position is that in respect to this specific point that Mr. and Mrs. Misati had borrowed money in November, October 2022 is a lie. Why do you having admitted that they borrow each other money, what makes you distinguish this one of this refund of money borrowed in November, October 2022? What distinguishes this exchange?
So my reason is that I was, as he said, we were giving a refund.
Yes.
I was not involved in their transactions at first.
Okay.
I have come from Nairobi.
Yes.
To Kisii.
Yes.
For my first time over a period of a long period of time.
Okay.
So here
that's okay for me.
Yeah.
So you admit that you do not know what their transactions were?
The one I sent to the deputy?
Yes.
I know.
Yeah, so let's go back again to my question.
Yes.
My question is, what is the basis, having admitted that they borrowed each other's stock, they borrowed each other money, what is it that distinguishes the case of this 500,000 that Mr. and Mrs. Misati are saying we borrowed from Monda in November and we are refunding him in May 2023?
All along on their borrowing business,
Yes.
I have never been included.
You don't
But in this case,
Okay.
I am.
So could the record of the Senate then reflect that your point is that you're asking for your money, but you wouldn't know whether or not they had borrowed each other in November 2022?
Actually, what
Do you know whether or not they borrowed each other in November?
that was not a borrowing.
Sorry?
It was not a borrowing that we are not refunding.
Your position is that they didn't borrow each other in November?
I don't know.
You
but
don't know?
At that time.
Okay, then let's leave it there because that's what I wanted you to confirm.
Yes.
Whether you can say for a fact they didn't borrow each other or you don't know. Now, you say also that in your affidavit, I've seen quite a number of paragraphs where the communication was between your father on your behalf and the deputy governor, isn't it?
Yes.
You have your affidavit there? Honorable members, I am referring to page 17 of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Page 17, please. You have your affidavit there?
Yes,
Yes. Could you confirm that paragraph 5 is information you received that got to you through your father, and it was not a conversation directly with the Deputy Governor? Paragraph 5, you said that in early 2023, my father had learned through Deputy Governor of job vacancies with Quasco. That's what you've said.
Yes.
That information came to you through your father, isn't it?
Yes.
Not a personal conversation with the Deputy
It
Governor.
was through my father.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go to paragraph 6, please. In paragraph 6, you said that on 21st April, while I was working with a company known as Together as One, finance as marketer, my father brought to my attention. That information also came to you through your father. You did not talk with the Deputy Governor.
It came through my father.
Okay. Let's look at paragraph 9. In paragraph 9, you said that the Deputy Governor called us to his home in Kisii within days of being informed by my father about the post and before the interview was carried out. You can see that?
Yes.
That also came through your father, not directly between you and the governor.
It's all the communication was done through my father.
Okay. I would like you to look at paragraph 11D. 11D. At the next page. Are you at D?
Yes.
You said Kenya shillings 250,000 was sent to Dr. Monda through my father's Safaricom line. That is also information in the hands of your father, not you personally, isn't it?
This was the information from my father.
Thank you very much. And lastly, paragraph 17. You said that you informed your father of intention to report the matter to EACC, and your father told Dr. Monda, and Dr. Monda was upset.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, having gone through that, could you confirm that you, in terms of the whole of this transaction, you've not had a direct conversation between yourself and Dr. Monda, and that you would tell your father to communicate with Dr. Monda?
All the communication was done through my dad. I've never
Your
had
father?
any direct communication.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Could we also confirm that apart from not having a personal conversation with Dr. Monda, you did not have a telephone conversation with him?
True.
No telephone conversation?
Yeah.
And no oral conversation. Now, did you say you've been to Dr. Monda's house only once? Did you say that when you are being led in evidence into?
In his office?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I mean his house.
In his house or home?
Let's start with his house.
House we went on the 28th of May.
I understand that.
Yes.
I'm saying that was the only time you've gone there?
That was the first time I went there.
That was the first time?
Yes.
What does it mean to say first time? Have you subsequently gone there?
No.
Okay, so it's the only time,
Yeah, it's the
even
only
as we
time.
stand here today?
Yeah, it's the only time.
Okay. Now, it is also your testimony that on that date of 28th, when you remitted the sum of 249,000, Dr. Monda and your father were seated at a distance talking as friends,
Yes.
and you were separate from them.
Yeah, I was with my other brothers.
You were with your other brothers. How many
Yes.
of them?
We were with my other 3 brothers.
So you are 4 brothers?
We were 4.
Okay.
Yes.
At a distance. Okay. Did you participate in the conversation between Dr. Monda and your father?
No,
did
I
you,
didn't.
for instance, say, no, it was on a Saturday, or did you make any contribution? Did you participate in that conversation at all, one way or the other?
No.
Okay. Okay, now, it is your case that the money belongs to you?
Yes.
Okay. It is also your admission that you do not know whether your father owed Dr. Monda any money.
Sorry?
So, as you stand here before the Senate,
Yes.
your position is that the money belongs to me, Dennis, isn't it?
Yes, that was my money.
Simultaneously, you cannot say for a fact, from where we've just come in cross-examination, that Joseph Misati, your father, did not owe Dr. Monda any money. You cannot say that.
If they had, I didn't know.
Just
about
answer the
it.
question
Yes.
I've just asked you.
Yes.
You cannot say for a fact whether Joseph and your mom or Dr. Monda any money. You cannot confirm that.
I cannot confirm.
Thank you. Now, let's go to paragraph 10. We will come back to the other paragraphs. I heard paragraph 10. Honorable members, I'm referring to page 18 of Deputy Governor's bundle, page 18, paragraph 10. In paragraph 10, you say that I and my father voluntarily gave him Kenya shilling 799,000, an amount meant to secure me a job, believing him as deputy governor with influence over Kwasco, which is an entity of the county government, which he deputizes as head of government. That's what you stand by that statement, isn't it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so if this were a court, you would be ready now to be sentenced, isn't it? You are admitting you're a criminal.
I'm not admitting, I'm not a criminal.
You're saying, I gave out a bribe. Aren't you saying that here? Huh?
Actually, this, I can say that.
Oh, paragraph 10, you're saying you gave out money with the intention of getting a job. Isn't that what you're saying? A bribe with the intention of getting a job?
I only succumbed to pressure from the big office. And
Your state of mind aside, all I'm saying is you are admitting before the Senate that as you stand and as you testify and even as you complain, you are saying I am coming with first of all an admission that I'm a criminal, isn't it?
I'm not.
Haven't you said you're a criminal here, that you are giving out a bribe?
This was,
Or you think giving a bribe is not a crime?
at first they called it a facilitation fee. Others call it T. I don't know, now you are calling it a bribe.
Who complained to Honorable Sioja, who has been peddling this story that I bribed? Isn't it you? Isn't it you who has been saying I bribed and I didn't get a job?
I told Honorable Siocha, I gave.
So then I want to move on from this point then. Are you then now telling this Senate it was not a bribe, it was a facilitation? Are you repurposing the name of this 799?
That's how he called it.
It was a facilitation, not a
That's how he
bribe.
called it, yes.
Not a bribe.
Yes.
Okay. Now, your hope was, and it was somewhat a gamble, was that if I give out 799, I'll get a job. That was the state of your thinking, based on what you brought to the Senate.
Yes.
You are gambling that at least this 799 will fetch me a job, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I said you are gambling with getting a job, isn't it? You are hoping to get a job.
Yes, I was hoping, yeah. Okay.
Now, may I ask you as a general proposition, is it true that you by nature engage in gambling?
What do you mean?
That you are a gambler?
That's not true.
It's not true.
Yes.
Okay. Say that again. Are you saying, you swore to say the truth, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you swearing that by nature you are not a gambler, you don't bet?
Actually, betting is yes, sir.
So you gamble. You gamble on the job and you are a gambler generally in life, isn't it? Okay, I would like to, honorable members, I would like to go to page 22, 21 and 22 of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Do you have your M-Pesa record there? You're relying on your M-Pesa record, isn't it?
Yes.
I would like you to look at the first page. Your M-Pesa was obtained on the 29th of January 2024. You can see that? Your M-Pesa obtained on 29th January 2024. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I would like you to look at the entry of the 28th of May 2023. It should be the fourth last entry from the bottom. Are you there?
Which one?
The fourth last entry. Do you want me to help you?
Right here.
You're there?
Yes.
It's true that in that entry, you had about 400 shillings and you spent about 100 shillings in gambling, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 2. Okay, at page 2, I'd like you to look at the entry at your transaction at on the 28th of May, the same day we are talking about, at 12 o'clock. Are you there?
Yes.
12 o'clock. At that time, you had 300 shillings and you spent 200 in gambling, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And then at 10:21 on the same 28th May, the same day we are talking about money being sent to Dr. Monda, out of a sum of you didn't have any money, you had only 34 shillings, but somehow you spent 100 shillings in gambling, isn't it?
Yes.
Then the day before at 18:51, you spent another amount, isn't it, at another 100 shillings and left a balance of 34 shillings in your account, isn't it? Okay, and I don't want to go through all this because of time, but you agree that generally your statement shows that you engage in gambling?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The same way you are gambling with the governor and the job?
Yes.
By throwing, okay, thank you. Now, I would like to move on then to the big question here. Whose money was it? Your position is it is your money, but you do not know whether Dr. Monda and Mr. and Mrs. Misati owed the money. Now, I would like us to just discuss on the face of what you came with to the Assembly and then subsequently to the Senate. It is true from what my colleague, Mr. Mutuma, took you through, that you confirm money came from your mom's M-Pesa account and Misati to your M-Pesa account, isn't it?
It's true.
And that is the money. So let's start. you received money from honorable members. That M-Pesa statement is at page 75 to 88, but with particular reference to the entries at page 87. 87, honorable members, 87, page 87. Could you, which bundle are you using?
Sorry?
Let me see the bundle you're using. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Are you at page 87?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you confirm that the entry of 28th May at 2001, are you there? Entry at 2001, you must have seen that. 2001? 2001, can I help you? Next to the stamp, you can see it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You confirm that at 2001 on the 28th, you received 50,000 from Mrs. Misati, your mom.
Yes.
And then on at 1951, you received another 50,000 from her.
Yes, I did.
And lastly, at 1944, you received 150,000 from her.
Yes.
Okay. And these are exactly the amounts you remitted to Dr. Monda, less 1,000.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you keep 1,000?
This was for transaction costs.
Okay.
Yes.
So you kept 1,000 for transaction. Now, so your mama sent you 200,000 flat. Sorry.
250.
250.
Yes.
But you remit to Dr. Monda only 149.
Yes.
And you kept 1,000. Sorry, you remitted 249 and kept 1,000, isn't it?
Actually, it was not 1,000 after now the transaction cost.
Yes.
I don't know the much that remained in the account.
Do you know how much
It
you
was
sent?
less. It was less 1,000.
It was less 1,000.
Yeah, because of the
Now, the
transaction.
question I have for you is, did you call your mom and ask her to request her to withhold 1,000 shillings?
Sorry?
You withheld 1,000 from her, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes.
Did you request her to withhold that 1,000? Did she authorize you to keep that 1,000?
No.
And did your father authorize you to keep that 1,000?
My dad told me to send 249.
But it's your father
Yeah,
who told you?
It was my father, because we
Okay.
were there with my father.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it is because you needed to cushion yourself against the expenses of this transaction, isn't it? Isn't it?
That was the...
So you were saying,
Yes.
I don't want you to incur an expense, you can keep 1,000, send 249, isn't it?
But this was...
No, we must go through this. So he told you, because that's my instructions, he told you, I don't want you to spend your money, so send 249, keep 1,000 being the charges that Safaricom that you would incur with Safaricom for passing on this money, isn't it?
That's not true.
What is the truth position?
If my dad, after making the first transactions, actually my dad did the first transactions to the deputy governor. He had done a total of transaction of 100.
Let's just go back so that we don't spend too much time.
Yeah.
Why were you keeping 1,000? Let's just put it like that, then we can.
Because my dad had sent him 251 with an extra 1,000. You get. So I sent 249 to make it a total of 500.
So if this money was yours, why was your father, if this money was yours, why would your father be concerned about whether or not you would spend money to remit the amount? Why would he bother? Isn't it because it was his money and he didn't want you to go at a loss?
It was actually, he wanted to make the full payment of 500,000 Kenya shillings.
The reason is because your father didn't want you to spend money on his business, isn't it?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll move on from there. So now, so let's say, so your position is that this money your mom was sending was your money. Is that your position?
Yes, it was.
Now, without spending so much time on that point then, could you confirm that you have not brought anything to show that you have not given us any paper trail to show that money came from you to your mom's M-Pesa account?
I gave the full amount, 800, to my
No,
parents,
just answer
not
my question.
mom.
My question is,
yes.
we have paper trail. We've traced how
Yes.
money came from your mom and into your account, then to Monda, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've shown us EACC documents and so on and so forth. I'm saying in the same way you are so diligent, you've not given us, with the same diligence, documents showing that on a given date, you remitted the sum of 250,000 to your mom, which is a basis for you to say this money was mine originally and my mom was just a custodian.
There was no documents.
Thank you. You have no document. Now, in your statement, I want you to go to page page 19, paragraph 11D. 11D, are you there?
Yes.
In that one, you say 250,000 through my father Safaricom, 250,000 was remitted, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's start. This is wrong, isn't it? This is mistaken. This is not accurate. Is this correct?
This is not correct.
This is wrong.
Yes.
Okay. When did you realize it is wrong?
Actually, you know, the transaction that my dad did.
No.
Yes.
So,
After
you went to see Honorable Sioch and told him.
That's not true. That's not what. Those are not the allegations. Let me explain.
Okay.
During, you actually said when we were making this transaction.
No. I don't want you to go a long way. I thought you answering my question. My question is simply this: you admit that paragraph 11D, saying that your father remitted 250,000 through Safaricom line of your father is wrong. You admit that, isn't it?
This statement.
Okay. And my question was simply this:
Yes.
when did you realize that was a wrong? That is inaccurate.
When I go to see my father's statement.
So you saw it for the first time when your father explained and said, no, I didn't send M-Pesa to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
You know, the initial case
No,
was...
just limit yourself to my questions. So, when your father responded, then you realized that that 250 was paid to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
Yes.
How?
The transactions was done with secretly between my dad and the DG.
Yes.
The first transaction.
Yes.
Then he came back to me saying...
No, we are talking about a different issue. The question is simply that, was it paid through Safaricom? No. When did I learn it? When my father responded.
Yes.
You realize, let me just put it directly to you then, you realize that the money was pulled out from cooperative bank account directly to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
Sure.
That's the first time you realized.
Yes.
Kumbe, this transaction was not M-Pesa to M-Pesa, it was actually bank to Dr. Monda's account, isn't it? Now, was there any time when you knew your money was at cooperative bank? Yourself? Okay, let's start. Did you put your money at any time at cooperative bank account of your father and your mother?
No, I gave the full amount in cash. I said that.
You gave the two of them in
Yes,
cash?
yes.
No, so you didn't know they were in Safaricom or in M-Pesa?
So wherever they chose to keep it,
Now,
I did not
okay,
know.
thank you very much.
Yes.
I would like to move on.
Yeah.
You also say that your father remitted 250,000. Is that correct? Was it 250?
251.
It was 251.
Yes.
So even in that sense, this statement is also wrong.
Yes, it was 251.
Now, I would like to put it to you that the reason why you don't know that the money was from Cooperative Bank, that the money was 251, is because Dr. Monda and your father were talking at a distance, as you already told this Senate, isn't it?
That's not true.
What's not true?
You know, we live in a world of technology.
Yes.
So if I make any transaction between me and you, it's personal. I cannot tell it.
No, I think that's irrelevant. All I'm asking you, if you were seated with Dr. Monda and your father, you would have heard that your father was saying, I will give you the money from Cooperative Bank, isn't it? You would have heard that. You didn't hear that, did you?
We sat in a distance.
You at a distance?
Yes.
Neither would you have heard about 251.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so let's say, for argument's sake, that they discussed bribe. That story of whether or not this money was for a bribe or a refund would be what your father would tell you when you're leaving the place, isn't it? Because you're not seated together and discussing, please, is this work worth 1 million or 500,000 or 799 or 800? You are not there to listen to that conversation as to whether or not this money was a bribe. It must be what your father told you as you walked out, isn't it? As we've seen in paragraph 5, 6, 9, 11, and 17.
I think, honorable members, I don't see a need why.
Sorry?
I don't see need anywhere why I should go with all my sons to the DG's house or his home to pay a debt. To pay a debt, as he says, of which you could have done it comfortably from our home direct.
But they are friends, isn't it?
They are friends, yes.
And in both your affidavit and your statement, you said they visited each other severally, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And this visit was not exception. The only distinction is that you went there with him for the first time.
It was my first time.
But let's go back to the issue that I would really like the Senate to get. The question of the body of the conversation between the deputy governor and your father is an issue that you could only learn from your father as you're walking out, isn't it? Because you're not seated with them.
Actually, when the deputy governor called us, we knew what we were going to do at his home. We knew.
I will ask you again.
Yes.
You didn't hear what they were discussing?
I did not hear what
You
they were
did not hear
discussing,
what they discussed.
but my dad
and so you
shared.
don't know
Yes.
whether this money was for a job? Would you?
I knew.
How do you know and you couldn't hear?
Because
They are discussed earlier.
my father had updated us before leaving home.
Sorry?
Before leaving our home to Monda's place, yes.
That's still okay with me.
Yes.
So it is your father who is telling you we are going to pay Dr. Monda to help us get a job. Is that your point?
Monda had called him.
Yes.
We visit him. To his
That's
place.
still okay.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, the point I'm just, the real bottom line, Dennis,
Yes.
if you don't mind, is that there is no point at which you and Dr. Monda discussed whether or not he can get you a job. All you know is what your father told you.
Yes, all the
Thank you.
communication was
Okay.
through my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, let's look at paragraph 5 of your affidavit. You say that in early April 2023, my father had learned through deputy governor of a job at Kwasco. You seen that? Paragraph page 17, honorable members, page 17, paragraph 5. Are you there?
Yes.
So in early April 2024, my father had learned through the governor of job vacancies. Your position is that it is governor who told your father there. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's my
The
position.
source of information was the deputy governor telling your father.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at paragraph 9 of your affidavit. The next page, page 18. At page 18, you said that the deputy governor called us to his home in Kisii within days of being informed by my father about the post and before the interview. You can see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, at paragraph 5, you're saying the traffic of information is from the deputy governor to your father.
Yes.
In paragraph 9, you're saying the source of the traffic is your father calling the deputy governor. The Senate is to take who initiated this discussion about the job. Is it as in paragraph 5 that it is the deputy governor who initiated it, or it is your father who initiated it as in paragraph 9?
It is the deputy governor who called my dad.
So paragraph
Yes.
9 is inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Now, I would like us to look at paragraph 6. So, the governor, according to you, governor calls your father, tells him there's a job, and then your father tells you to scout, you use the word scout, you scouted and so on and so forth, isn't it?
Yes.
And then at paragraph 6 then, you say that on Friday, 21st April 2023, while I was working with a company known as Together as One, as a marketeer, my father brought to my attention the advertisement for job vacancies with Kwasco on its website. I downloaded the advert and applied for the post of commercial manager. Is that statement, do you stand by that statement as it is? The information, isn't
Yes.
it? Yes. When was the first time you knew? On the face of that statement? 2021st, isn't it?
From
799 happens after you've made the application, isn't it?
After I did my interview.
After you did your interview?
Yes.
And you did your interview. I know in in evidence in Kir, you say the interview was on 25th of May.
Yes.
The correct position is that it was on 15th of May, isn't it?
It's when we did the interview. So
Sorry?
Interview?
Yes. It was on 15th May, isn't it?
It was around 25th.
No, Lucy says, and even you have said in other places it was 15th.
You can see from the...
Yes, we can see from your letter of invite. At page... I will get the date in a minute and then probably... Okay. If you could go to page... page... 40, if you could go to page 40. You are shortlisted, isn't it? I'm just trying to locate your name. I'm sorry about this.
Check it on
yes, page 35.
39.
Yeah, 35. Huh?
39.
39.
Yeah, that's the list of the short list.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So when was it? When is the interview?
26th May.
That's when the interview is.
Yes.
See, 39.
Page 39.
This is a short list of human resource manager. Why are you applying for human resource manager?
We did the same.
Could you look at page 35, please?
Page 35, yes.
Anyway, let me do this. I don't see the date.
25th May.
Yeah, sorry?
It's on 25th May.
If you look at the bottom of page 36. Page 36, are you at page 36?
Yes.
Does it show the date at the bottom there?
Yes. Sure.
Of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. So when was your interview again, my friend?
This shows when the shortlisting was done, date 15.
Okay, 15.
But the interviews were held on 25th.
Okay.
Yes.
We will come back to that. Yes. But you are telling this Senate, you learned of the adverts on 21st, you made the application, you are shortlisted, and you went for the interview. Before you discussed about the bribe, that's really what I want. I want the point that in time at which the issue of bribe was discussed. You're saying it was after the interview or before the interview?
After.
After the interview?
Yes.
Okay. So the interview could have been 25th May?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before that date, when the interview was done, you had not discussed raising money to pay Dr. Monda?
We had, my dad told me that it will be required,
yes.
But at that time the deputy had not communicated.
Okay.
Yes.
And he told you around when, and I'm okay if you can't remember, just give us
After,
a general timeline.
That's around after that was around April, towards the end of April now.
Around?
April.
Around April?
Yeah, towards the end.
Sorry?
Towards the end of April.
You made your application on 21st April, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said towards the end of April, so we are looking at around 25th to 23 is when your father tells you it's likely some amount will be required to get the job, isn't
this it? April, we are talking about May. May is when we gave the amount, yes.
Yeah, what I'm asking you, Dennis, is when did the subject of being bribed come up?
After my interview.
After your interview?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling this Senate the interview was on 25th?
Yes.
25th May. And before that, the issue of bribe had not been discussed?
It was not been discussed, but we had an idea after my interview that something will be required.
Okay.
Yes.
So tell the Senate again. So you're saying before you did your interview on 25th, Dr. Monda had not asked for anything, but you, in your place, you suspected he might need.
I cannot tell the communication which took place between my father and the deputy governor.
So the first time you had communication from Dr. Monda was post-interview on 25th of May. That's the first time Dr. Monda spoke and said, please bring me 800,000, according to you, from your father.
I cannot tell because they usually talk.
Okay,
yes.
That's okay if
Yeah.
you don't remember. But your position is that the earliest Dr. Monda spoke to you, asked about any money was after the interview.
Yes.
But before that, you had not asked for any money.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said something I didn't know. You said before he asked you for the money after the interview on the 25th May, you suspected he might need some money.
You know, I told you all communication was done.
Just answer the question.
Yes.
You had said that earlier,
Yes.
or you're retracting it. Did you suspect that he will need some money?
To get some money, what do you mean? To give some money or to get some money?
To give him some money for the job?
Yes.
From where you sit that you knew he might need,
Yes.
but he had not told you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so we are looking at the date of application of 25th. We are looking at an interview done on we are looking at an application made on 21st of April and an interview done on 25th May. Now, I'd like us to go to the Deputy Governor's bundle, page 256. Honorable members, I'm looking at volume 1 of the County Assembly bundle, page 256. Are you there, my friend? Are you at page 256? No, I'm looking at this, your bundle, this one.
That's volume?
Page 256, but this bundle here. Page 256, please. The sale agreement, basically. Are you there? 256. It is after something like this, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, am I allowed to go next to him and so that we move on as they look for the page?
Please, if you can assist, that will be appreciated.
Okay, therefore. Now, Mr. Dennis, I would like you to see the bottom of that agreement. In evidence in chief, you admit that you made that agreement on the 20th of April 2023, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, keeping in mind the timelines we've said, you applied on 21st of April, you went for interview on 25th of May, and then the request for a bribe was raised by Dr. Monda, according to you. By 20th of April 2023, when you're selling your saloon for 500,000, Dr. Monda had not told you anything about a bribe, isn't it? You are only suspecting that he will ask for a bribe.
I did not know any communication.
Sorry?
I did not know any communication from Monda to my dad at that time.
Okay, so when you're selling it...
At this time, I was not even at home, I was in Nairobi.
Yes, I know you are in Nairobi.
Yes.
And so at that time, when you are selling it, you had no communication about any bribe being required.
My dad told me we will shift from Nairobi to Kisii.
Okay.
It was necessary to make the job arrangements.
Okay.
So I had to...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Dr. Monda, if you say your interview was on 25th of May, the issue of the need to use the money you had, the 500,000 and whatever else, came a month later, on 25th of May. This is 20th of April.
Yes.
And Dr. Monda is asking for money in, and I'm not saying he did, I'm saying according to your case, he asked for it a month later on 25th of May, isn't it?
Yeah.
All this time you're holding the money.
I was not holding the money. The whole amount I gave it to my dad. I told you they operate a business.
Yes.
So I gave them the whole amount.
Okay.
To keep safe.
So, I have the greatest respect for you, greatest possible respect for you, Mr. Dennis. But when you cry and say, I sold my saloon, you are selling saloon from your own mind that a bribe might be required. Dr. Monda is not the one who told you, I need money, and when you are selling it, it was not because Monda told you to sell your saloon.
As I stated earlier, I do not know any communication between my dad.
So why are you crying?
Where's
Why are
my-
you crying
okay.
and it's not Dr. Monda who told you to sell your saloon or
Okay.
forced you to sell your saloon?
Where-
He had not told you to give him any bribe.
So where is my business? Where did it go to?
Yeah, that. When you sold it on 20th, Dr. Monda had not spoken to you, had he?
Okay, where are the proceedings? from
Okay,
the
anyway,
sale of
I
my
think I've
salon?
made my point to the Senate.
Yes.
I'd like to move on to a different issue. And I probably just want to finish because I know you need, your colleagues need time. So you said Dr. Monda also threatened you, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the other count against Dr. Monda. Now, we are agreed, you never spoke with Dr. Monda at any point on phone, isn't it?
Every communication was done through my dad.
Your father.
Yes.
And so even the threat came through your father.
No, this was, it came through now, it's Honorable Siocha, whom had reported the issue to,
Yes.
and told me to write a formal statement.
No, I don't know if you are mixing the issues.
Yes.
We are talking about being threatened.
Yes.
We are in agreement this far that there was no communication between you and Dr. Monda. Every time you needed to communicate with Dr. Monda, you do it through your father, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the question is, you, at a certain point, labor under the feeling that you have been threatened. That feeling was communicated to you by your father, or by who, or by what?
You know, when I told my dad I want to make a formal complaint, he was not of the idea.
Please just answer the question
Yes.
directly. It is your father who told you.
Yeah,
Dr. Monda is very upset and has threatened your life.
He did not say, okay, I got the information from my dad,
Yes.
and also got
So
some
the
information.
Senate can then rest and say, knowing that the point that you are threatened was communicated to you by your father, that it came from Dr. Monda, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, now that's good enough. I want to move on from there. Now, look at paragraph 17. I have two last issues I want to discuss. Okay, first of all, paragraph 12. You have nothing to show that any 300,000 was given to Dr. Monda, do you? Other than saying it, other than word of mouth?
No.
You don't have?
Yes.
And your witness for the point that 300,000 was given to Dr. Monda is your father, Mr. Joseph Misat, isn't it?
Yes, I was with my dad.
He was. And he will come and testify and say, I was with my son when we gave Dr. Monda the money.
Yes, I was with him.
Okay. Now, let's move on to paragraph 17. You say, I informed my father and the deputy governor of my intention. No, paragraph 15. You say that I thereafter wrote a demand letter to the deputy governor. Could you confirm that in the totality of the documents you brought, you've not given us a copy of that demand letter?
What I did after the complaint to the Honorable Siocha, Wycliffe Siocha?
No, I'm just asking.
Yes.
We have documents here which the Senate is looking at, as you've seen we've gone through. That letter is not amongst the letters. There is no demand letter, isn't it, that you've brought to this Senate or to the Assembly, isn't it?
I gave the copy to Honorable Siocha.
And so you don't know, it's Mr. Siaja, Honorable Siaja will explain it, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Then you reported to EACC, isn't it?
Yes, I did.
Now, I would like you to, honorable members, I want to refer to our bundle, DG's bundle, page 16, where the letter of EACC is. Now, could you confirm that this is not the letter of complaint? This letter at page 16. Why do they keep taking away the documents from you, Dennis? Okay, you are at page 16. So page 16 is a letter dated 6th of February 2024, delivered to the EACC on 20th of February, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that letter, that's not the letter you used to make your complaint, isn't it? This is a follow-up letter. Let's just go direct like that.
This is a follow-up letter.
Okay. Have you brought this Senate a copy of your letter of complaint tabulating the issues you have complained against Dr.
The complaints were recorded.
Yes.
And there was no end document given.
So you have nothing to show it?
It's only the recording that they did at the ASCC.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have no reference number?
There was no reference number given.
Now, this Senate is investigative in this kind of matters and might want to know whether that report was made. Could you tell this Senate, what day did you make this report to EACC?
It was before this.
No, I'm saying, so you were prepared to make this case. You're saying you reported to EACC. Could you tell us, was it on 14th of February 2023 or 16th or whichever date? Could you give us a specific date? Or you don't have a date?
I cannot remember the specific date.
Now, if this, which place did you report this to?
AICC.
Where?
Integrity.
Integrity House.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your statement is at Integrity House?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if the Senate wants to summon somebody to confirm that, who did you record your statement with? Give us a name.
I don't know the name, but after I made,
the name either.
After I made the complaint,
And just answer the question directly so that we move. You don't have the name. You don't have a name.
I remember she was a lady, but I don't remember the name.
Sorry? You?
She was a lady.
She was a lady?
Yes, but
right-handed or left-handed? Or you don't know?
I cannot tell.
Okay. But you don't know the name, you don't know the date, and you have no copy of any bit of any complaint. Okay. I would like then to move on to a different issue as I close. What is your wish from this Senate? Your wish is that you get back your money. Is that what you want the Senate to say? What is your wish?
You know, my wish as a young graduate,
yes,
is just a representation,
yes,
of the exploits that
you cried about your money. You cried about your money, and so is it your point that you want the DG to be punished? You want him to lose his job, or you want refund of your money? What is it you want this Senate to do?
I complained. I made a complaint to the.
You're not answering my question.
I wanted back my money.
You want back your money?
Yes.
And your expectation is that this Senate will tell the DG to give you back your money?
So
okay. So let me ask you differently.
Yes.
Have you filed a civil suit?
Sorry?
For refund of your money?
No.
And is it your interest that your father's friend be punished? Is your point that I want punishment for him, or that's not your interest? Your interest is money or punishment?
My interest is not only money.
Yes.
It's my long-term savings that I've made over the period of years.
Yes, that's the same point. You want money. Yes.
Yes, and this is just a representation of the youth.
Yes. So I'm asking you.
The exploits we are going through, these politicians who ask favors in return of jobs. So I'm just a representative of the youth.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you've come to represent the youth in making this complaint?
I actually say yes. And if there are other youths out there who have
So you've come here on behalf of the youth?
Sorry?
You have come on behalf of other youth?
This was on my...
Please answer my question, yes or no. You've come on behalf of other youth?
It's both.
Okay. And your tears this afternoon is also for the rest of the youth?
It was my lifetime savings. It's for the baby I lost.
Now let's look at page 15 of the DG's bundle, which is your letter of complaint. Page 15 of that same bundle. Page 15, honorable members. At page 15, you've said the only are you at page 15?
This one?
Yes, that one, yes. You said, I have written to you because the deputy governor is acting with impunity. I believe as a member of the county assembly, you are in a position to assist me by disciplining him through the county assembly. All you've come is to punish him. You're not even interested in your money and your salon. You're only interested in him being punished, isn't it?
Punishing him means it's a refund. And to see.
Have you asked for any refund in any of either your affidavit or your statement?
I wrote actually to him to get a refund to complain the money he took for me.
Okay. Yes. I will move on because I just want to use the last thing I want to explore before I hand over to my colleague is page 13. If you could go to page 13 kindly, the second paragraph, page 13 of the DG's bundle, honorable members. Are you there at page 13? Paragraph 2, you said, the brief facts are that in April last year, 2023, my father relayed some information he had received from the deputy governor about an advert on Kwasco. You can see that?
It's on page?
Page 13, please. Page 13. Are you at page 13? Your letter of 19th December. Yeah, this one. This one. So I'm inviting you to paragraph 2. Are you at paragraph 2?
Yeah.
The brief facts, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, could you confirm this is what you wrote? The brief facts are that in April last year, 2023, my father relates some information he had received from the deputy governor. You can see?
Yes.
Now, this letter was written when?
The letter I wrote to
You wrote this letter when?
December.
December, 19th December.
Yes.
So taking paragraph 2 for its full meaning, it means you wrote this letter last year, 2022.
Sorry?
Taking this paragraph 2 for its full meaning, it means the brief facts that are that in April last year, which is 2022, isn't it?
I think there was a mistake in typing. It was the same year.
This is a mistake.
Yeah, it was the same year.
And you're telling
Yes.
this assembly,
Yes.
they should have read brief facts of this year, 2023.
Yes.
Who wrote this letter, you or Honorable Sioja?
I'm the one who wrote.
wrote
He
it?
told me to write a formal complaint.
I put it to you that it is true that this letter was backdated to all these events. Is Honorable Sioja came to you and said, we are looking on behalf of the governor for a way to remove the deputy governor. And we know you have an issue with him. Could you please do a complaint? And then the two of you then backdated the letter to 2023 when we were already living in the year 2024.
Actually, honorable members,
Yes.
There was no backdate.
You deny
there was no backdate.
you deny that you're not a weaponized youth.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want us to go then, since you say that, to page 14. Are you at page 14? At page 14. I would like us to look at paragraph C. Are you at paragraph C? Are you at paragraph C, please?
Yes, yes.
At paragraph C, you said 50,000 on 28th May through my M-Pesa, and then after that statement, you said, and next year to unmarked DMM4 is a true copy of my M-Pesa statement, printout reflecting the said transaction. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, I attached my M-Pesa statement.
You attached your M-Pesa statement.
Yes.
You attached it to the letter of 19th December 2023.
Yes.
So you had an M-Pesa statement on 19th of December, which you attached to that letter and sent to Sioja, isn't it?
The one I sent to Sioja.
The one you are relying on in this Senate, isn't it?
This is the one I gave to. I gave this statement.
Okay, so
to
let's
Sioja.
look at the
Yes.
annexure then. I would
Yes.
like you to go to page. I would like us to go to page 22. Page 22 of that same bundle, the deputy governor's bundle. Actually, page 21. Sorry, your honourable members. Are you at page 21? Are you at page 21?
Yes.
Is it true that the date of obtaining this M-Pesa statement was 29th January 2024, as we said a few minutes ago in my cross-examination?
It's true. This
It's
is
true,
when-
29th
yes.
April.
Yes.
So when you are saying you are touching it,
Yeah.
and it is December 2023, this M-Pesa did not exist, did it?
I gave the first I gave the M-Pesa transaction. The first one I made, I printed through Safaricom.
Yes.
Again, he called me, said he had misplaced the statement.
I put it to you that you're
Yes.
lying.
I'm not lying.
You're not lying.
Yes.
Where is that statement you had as of December 2023?
No, that's I gave it to Sioja.
So Sioja has,
Yes.
so Sioja has,
When I made a formal complaint, I attached my M-Pesa statement. I attached my interview application.
so
Yes, all the
you are saying you gave
documents.
Honorable Sioja
Yes.
a statement, an M-Pesa statement
Yes.
that existed as at 19th December 2023.
Yeah.
And it's not this one.
Yeah.
And this is not the annexure you put there.
This is
It's not the annexure you gave Honorable Sioja.
This is another one I printed again.
And that other one that you had is not, you've not presented it anywhere, have you?
The
It's
first
nowhere
one,
in the whole of your case, isn't it?
the first one I gave it to Sioja. I told you. Yeah.
Sioja frustrated your case by doing that. I put it to you again, that the truth of it is that you wrote this letter in post 29th of January 2024. You carelessly said, I am enclosing an M-Pesa statement, which then valid your case by showing that indeed you are deep into the year 2024.
That's not true.
This statement shows that indeed this statement dated 19th December by yourself and stamped by Honorable Sioja on 21st February is backdated.
I'm not getting the whole sense in it because I told you. Yes.
All I'm saying is, you write a letter dated 19th December. You say I'm enclosing an M-Pesa statement.
Yes.
The M-Pesa statement turns out to have been on 29th of January 2024, long after 19th of December, meaning you did not have this M-Pesa statement on 19th of December.
That's what I told you.
Which in effect means you wrote this letter after 29th of January 2024, and both yourself and Honorable Sioja backdated it. You backdated it to 19th of December and prepared a stamp with Honorable Sioja dated 21st of December 2023.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Yes.
Anyway, it is true from where we stand. Honorable Speaker, I would like my colleague, Mr. Kevin Michuki, to ask a few questions, probably about 10 minutes, and then we are done. Thank you.
Senator Gloria Ruobo, what's your intervention on this? Council, just hold.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to intervene when Senior Counsel was there because we are following the proceedings, Mr. Speaker, and I feel that they are not allowing for the witness to answer. So if they can just allow for the witness to answer, because we are also following, we are not getting the...
Very well noted.
Yeah, they are badgering the witness.
That is passed. Senior Counsel has already concluded with the witness. Counsel, proceed and ask your questions.
Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, sir, before Council addresses you, we were cautioned that we have 4 hours. Just for guidance purposes, do our 4 hours include the cross-examination session and time consumed?
Yes, Counsel for the County Assembly. Remember, the directions given was that you've been given 4 hours wholesome, which means it's inclusive of your examination in chief, cross-exam, and re-exam. So you have so far, I believe, we started at 2:30, or rather 3:30. You've done almost 2 hours of your time.
And to that effect, would there be equality of arms? And I'm guided by your directions, Mr. Speaker, so that then the defense does not eat into our time, because that could be their strategy as well. And we still have 5 more witnesses aligned. But we get directions as to how do we get equality of arms in that respect.
Proceed mindful of the time that is provided for the County Assembly as well as the defense, as we will deal with it as we progress. Senator Apoli.
Thank you. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Yangu yalikuwa kwamba lazima nipate mwelekeo Mheshimiwa Speaker. Viongozi senators walio hapa si vyema wao kuchukua nafasi kana kwamba ni mawakili ama wawakilishi wa either washukiwa ama washtakiwa katika mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, wawache kesi endelee jinsi inavyopaswa.
Resume your seat, Senator Apoli. Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Perhaps, Chair, then the indication would be, I don't know if in the program there was specification of the amount of time to be taken in cross-examination, so that we have a fair idea of how much time is left for cross-exam. Even the Council of the DG, I'm sure would want to know how much time he's playing with.
As earlier on indicated, the intervention, or rather the time that was given at the point of starting these proceedings was that 4 hours is availed to the County Assembly. The 4 hours was wholesome. That means you divide that time with regards to re-exam, cross-examination, and examination in chief. However, let's progress. Be mindful of the time. We will appropriately give instructions at that time, but be mindful of that time allocation as you proceed. Council, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, members of the House, for the record, I am Kevin Mishuki, appearing for the Deputy Governor. Good afternoon, Mr. Misati.
Good afternoon to you.
I'll start you off by first inquiring. Are you a resident of Kisii County or Nyamira County?
I'm a resident of Nyamira County. I come from Nyamira County.
So if someone was to tell us you are a resident of Nyaribari, Chache, they would be lying.
It would be a lie.
It would be a lie.
Yes.
If Mr. Siochi, who moved the motion at the County Assembly, was to say you are a member of his ward, that would be a lie.
It will be a lie.
Okay.
Yes.
You've indicated that you are working and running businesses in Nairobi County.
Yes.
When did you move back to Kisii or to Nyamira?
After I did my interview.
No. April, March?
It was April. It was in the month of April, last year.
April 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And then when did you go and meet the DG?
I met him at his home on 28th of May.
Of May?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you met the DG or went to his place?
That was the first time that I went to his place, but I had met him several before.
Okay, at his place, this was the first time you went with your brothers and your father?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been in Nairobi before that?
For a period of 13 years.
13 years?
Yes.
So since the DG came into office, you've been resident in Nairobi?
Yes.
Okay. So you cannot state how often your father visits the DG at his place?
I cannot tell.
Okay. So whether that was a regular occurrence or not, you cannot say?
Yes.
Okay. You've indicated that you were employed by a corporation known as Together as One.
Yes.
Have you provided any proof of this fact?
No.
Okay. Was the money that you utilized to invest in your salon sourced from your employment or from your gambling activities?
It was from my salon business.
Okay. So you moved to, I go back to the issue of moving to Nyamira in April. Yes?
Yeah.
This was before you learned of this job at Guasco?
After learning about the positions, we now relocated to Nyamira.
But when did you apply for this job, this particular job?
It was early April. After I made the application, I did the interview. So I came back to Nairobi and moved back.
Okay, I'll move you to there's your sale agreement of your salon.
Yeah.
You can refer to that.
Yes. I remember.
It's in your bundle. Not that bundle, the other bundle. Yes, when was this agreement made? When was the agreement made?
At Roy.
What page is that? You can, just for the house to be aware.
256. 56.
Okay. The agreement is dated at the bottom.
Yes,
On which date?
28th April.
20th April 2023.
Yes.
Okay. When you sold your salon, had you applied for the job?
There was a communication that the adverts will be out, so I prepare for an interview.
Had you even learned of this job at that time?
At this time, yes.
Okay. I'll take you to your statements.
Sorry?
To your statement. Refer to your statement. It's at page... Still bundle, volume number 1 of the County Assembly's bundle. It's at page 248. Yes, I'd like you to read paragraph number 6 for the House. Mr. Misati.
Sorry?
Just read it out.
Read it out. Number 6.
Yes.
That on Friday, 21st April 2023, while I was working with the company known as Together as One Microfinance as a marketer, my father brought to my attention the advertisement for job vacancies with WASCO on its website. I downloaded the advert and applied for the post of a commercial manager.
Yes, so on the 21st, when your father brings it to your attention, that there's a job at Guasco, you had already made an agreement and sold your salon.
There was an earlier communication that I should prepare.
We go with what is on
Yes,
record.
yes.
According to the record, you had already sold your salon.
We had made an agreement, but I had not sold the salon.
Council Mishuki.
An agreement to do what?
Council
To sell.
Mishuki, just for purposes of housekeeping and for purposes of timekeeping as well, I have indicated that you, both for purposes of the case of the County Assembly, had 4 hours allocated. We have so far done 52 minutes in examination in chief. Cross-examination so far has taken 60 minutes. We are yet to deal with re-examination. Now, going forward, Council Mishuki, remember, if I had Senior Council Katwa indicated that you will take 10 minutes, I believe you will be done hopefully in the next 5 minutes with your cross-examination, so that we embark on re-exam and rework on the timelines going forward with the remainder of the witnesses. So I'm giving you so that you close hopefully in the next 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
That part. Before I give you back the mic, Senator Okongo.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you have dealt with part of the issue that I wanted to draw to your attention. We have done a number of impeachments on plenary. And Mr. Speaker, what normally happens from the chair, you give guidance to the length of time that will be spent for cross-examination. You know, this is a time-bound proceeding. We only have 2 days. If the defense is allowed to cross-examine for the entire of this evening, we will not have the benefit of taking evidence from the other witnesses. Like what is happening, Council Katwa did very well. He took us through the agreement. He made reference to the dates. Council is again taking us back to the same agreement, repeating the same questions. I plead that you give guidance for full compliance on the time that the defense should take for cross-examination so that we make progress.
Point taken, and of course you are aware from the chair, there's definitely no way the chair can intervene as to what you've just said. However, for purposes of proceeding, Councillor Mishuki, you should be closing in the next 5 minutes. We will give directives. I will give directives in your next witness. Of course, this must have been your star witness, and that's why this much time has been taken. Proceed to conclude. That
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are guided and equally guided by Senior Counsel. Mr. Misati.
Yes.
We shall move from that point and move to quite emotive issue, it seemed. In your evidence in chief, you raised an issue that is neither in your statements or in the motion that was moved in the county assembly about your wife who was expectant having a miscarriage.
Yes, I did.
You can confirm to the House that this was not in your complaint to Honorable Siochi.
I had explained to him
The letter that we have, is it in that letter?
In the letter, it was not there.
Okay.
So
Is it in the motion that was moved at the county assembly?
I'm not aware, but I thought this was more our personal family issue.
You have raised it before this tribunal, so we have to go to it.
Yes.
Have you put before this court, this honorable House, any documents to support this fact?
No, I haven't, because it was it took place in Kisii. I was not able to get the documents.
Can you at least give us a timeline? When did it happen?
It was August last year.
August last year.
Yes.
You've indicated that you made a statement to the AACC.
Yes, I did.
Yes. I'll take you to the follow-up that we have, the one you were referred to by Mr. Kato, just for confirmation purposes.
Yes.
There's nothing else you have placed before this tribunal or sent to Siochi with regards to the EACC?
I made the I made a complaint when I came here around January. So I made the complaint to EICC.
But nothing has been placed before this House? Except that follow-up letter?
It was the follow-up letter.
Okay. You also testified that Lucy Waheto was called to record a statement at EACC, according to your knowledge, yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you, on what source did you get this information? Where did you get this information from?
I made a complaint to EICC.
Where did you get the information that Lucy had been called to EACC to record a statement?
Through the communication I got from EICC.
You got a communication from EICC?
Yeah, this lady who called me after I submitted my
What was this lady called? This is another unknown person?
I cannot remember the exact name, but...
So another nameless unknown person from EACC. We move to the money that you paid. The transactions happened on the 28th of May.
Yes.
Was this before or after you were shortlisted?
It was after.
It was after you were shortlisted?
Yeah.
Was this before or after you were interviewed?
It was after I was interviewed.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were making a bribe to engage a process that had already occurred?
Earlier on, I did not call it a bribe.
Or a facilitation to facilitate a process
Yeah.
that had already occurred? Okay. The nod should go on record. You have noted
Means
yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Means yes, yeah.
That must be your conclusion, right?
Mr. Speaker, sir, give me just some leeway, 2 questions.
I'd given you 5 minutes, Council.
They are almost, I can see a few seconds.
Yes, that's why I'm telling you that must be your last question.
Mr. Misati.
Yes, sir.
You explained that the reason you went with your father to this meeting was to act as a witness to the facilitation fee being paid.
Yes.
Okay. Were your brothers, who you say were also there,
Yes.
also witnesses?
This was my money. This was my...
I'm not asking you whose money it was. Were your brother also witnesses to this facilitation fee?
Yes, they were
payment?
present, yeah.
They were?
Yeah.
Have you called any of them as your witnesses to support that fact?
I haven't.
You haven't?
Yes.
Okay. You're afraid they'll say something different?
Sorry?
You're afraid they'll say something different? Or they'll side with your father and say that was his money?
I don't know the communication, but I took it personal, on a personal level.
Last question.
Yeah.
the follow-up that we discussed from the EACC at page 16 of the DG's bundle. Page 16, 16.
Yes.
You can see that letter?
Yes.
When was it received at the EACC?
It was written on 20th February.
20th February of which year?
2024, this year.
Of this year?
Yes.
After the motion had already been moved at the county assembly?
It was before.
A motion was not placed at the county assembly on the 13th?
I cannot tell the
you cannot tell the particulars of
issues, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Misati.
Okay.
Very well. Mr. Ndegwa.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now we need to guide in terms of time. How much time do you need for...
Mr. Speaker, sir, for re-examination, I'll only take about, we'll take cumulatively a total of about 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Proceed, then we'll guide on the subsequent witnesses.
Dennis, you recall being asked a question why your mother was sending the money to you, yes?
Yes, I remember.
And you have had the allegation that this was a debt that was being paid, yes?
Yes.
And you've also confirmed that the Deputy Governor and your father had the traditions of sending money to each other previously, yes?
Yeah.
Were you involved in those transactions before?
No, I wasn't.
You only confirmed that this is the only transaction that you are involved?
Yeah, this was the first and the only one I was involved in.
And confirm that the purpose for which you are involved is because you are so the matter related directly to you in search of a job, yes?
Yes.
Confirm that the facilitation fee was sought by one deputy governor, yes?
Yes.
Further confirm that it is your father who told you that the deputy governor has placed a demand for purposes of securing that job, yes?
Yes.
Further confirm that it is your father who told you to send the 200,000 shillings to Mr. Monda, yes?
Yes, it's the one.
Further confirm that during the time at which you sent or the transaction was commenced, the recruitment for that post had not occurred, yes?
Yes.
You have been asked and taken through the statement about the gambling, yes?
Yes.
Did the gambling come before you sold the salon or after you sold the salon?
It was after.
After you sold the salon?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And that is a confirmation that one Mr. Monda rendered you destitute, yes?
Yes, it's true.
I'll take you, then I yield to Mr. Mutuma. Honorable Senators, I am referring to our bundle of documents, the big book, volume 1, page 189. And as they open page 189, you recall a question was put to you as between the deputy governor and your father, who approached who, yes?
Yes.
Are you there at page 189?
Yes, I'm there.
Can you see where we have Mr. Katwa Kigen asking questions?
Yes.
And where we have the Honorable Deputy Governor answering?
Yes.
I want you to read the paragraph that begins, Mr. Speaker, just as a good friend, Mr. Joseph Misati and I, somewhere in April, I was made to know that there is an advert. Can you read that paragraph?
So it reads, Mr. Speaker, just as good friends.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the Hansons for 29th of February 2023 that took place at the County Assembly of Kisii. What is the Deputy Governor saying in that statement?
Mr. Speaker, Just as good friends, Mr. Joseph Misati and I, somewhere in April, I was made to know that there is an advert that has come up at Wasco, and Misati as a friend could ask me that his son has also tendered his application. Is it possible for him to be assisted to get a good job, to get a job? Yes.
Who is making that averment? Is it your father, is it you, or the deputy governor?
This is the deputy governor.
Is he confirming that he was involved in search of that job in your favor?
Yes.
Is he confirming that Mr. Misati, that your father, is the one who approached him for purpose of that job?
Yes.
The issue of reference of the word son, who is being referred to in these circumstances?
I'm the son.
You are the son.
Yes.
You are put to task to explain why you cried, and you say that you cried because of your money, yes?
Yes.
Is there any other reason that made you cry?
Yes, I lost my baby.
You lost your baby?
Yes.
While you are at that stand, Mr. Dennis, you heard the speaker directing that the sergeant at Hamdas take charge of another cry that came to the gallery, yes? And I'm sorry for that, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, in your directions for re-examination, the direction is that re-examination be targeted at issues that were canvassed in the evidence in chief. We did not make any reference of anybody in the gallery or the sergeant at arms, and I think that issue should not be introduced.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well, Mr. Ndegwa.
With due respect to senior counsel, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you may.
Listen, the chair is on the mic. Guide your witness, do proper exam. You are a practitioner.
Mr. Speaker, but I believe counsel, having practiced for many years, and I have, he knows that facts in issue or facts not in issue can become an issue, and there's a question as why the cry. Dennis, I am sorry for that ordeal. Do you connect the loss of your child by any means to the proceedings or to whatever happened between you and the deputy governor?
Yes, I do.
Finally, Dennis, as I yield, at the time the deputy governor sought for this money, had recruitment been made?
Not yet.
When was the interview?
The interview was 25th May.
When was the recruitment?
It was done later, around August, September.
Around July, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to Mr. Mutuma.
Thank you, my learned friend, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. I have 3 questions. One, Mr. Dennis Misati, during the cross-examination, you were put to task to explain why in your statement you said that money was transacted from your father's M-Pesa to the deputy governor's M-Pesa, yet evidence shows that it came from Cooperative Bank. Can you explain whether this transaction was mobile banking transaction or was it a direct withdrawal from Cooperative Bank? What was the nature of that transaction?
I think it was a mobile banking transaction.
Mobile banking transaction. Yes. So that then, whether it was from M-Pesa or not, it is your father's gadget that was used to transact?
Yes, it was my father's, yes.
Thank you. You've also been accused of being a criminal who bribes.
Yes.
Offering a bribe is a crime.
Yeah.
What motivated you to offer what now you're calling facilitation? Was it because you had a criminal mentality, or what was the motivating factor? What drove you to give the 800,000 shillings?
It was the urgency to get a decent employment. Like any other youth out there, we always hope for the best. And if we get a decent employment, it means the betterment of the family.
Thank you.
Finally, you have been accused of being a gambler, and we have seen occasionally you've gambled and spent a negligible amount of money in gambling. Is it in your nature to gamble?
No.
What led you to begin gambling?
It was due to hard life, hard times. So it was a means of trying another luck.
A source of livelihood?
Yes.
Thank you. And that will be all, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we wish to dispense with this witness at this moment and call our next witness.
Witness, you may, yes, Sifuna.
And unless, of course, the honorable senators have a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Council, before you do, we have a few interventions. Mr. Speaker, I wanted some clarity on two issues, and this concern is addressed to Senior Counsel Katwa Kigen. Katwa, could you tell me what conclusions you wanted me as a senator to draw, this House to draw, from that cross-examination on the witness's gambling history? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to know from the defense whether there was an admission, or there is an admission, or it is the position of the defense that in fact a crime was committed and therefore the witness is a criminal.
Before Senior Counsel Katwa responds to that, if there are any clarifications honorable members would want to get from the respective councils, we will limit per person 2 minutes. So I'll limit any such clarification to 2 minutes so that we keep time and we program as we go ahead. Senior Counsel Katwa.
The two questions that have been put to me is what inference we pray that the Senate draws based on the data on the gambling. All we are asking honorable members is to treat the testimony of the complainant with circumspection. We would want you to take what he says with an amount of caution that is not necessarily saying the truth, and that from where he has come, he is inclined to get things for free and cheaply. On the question of whether the question of him having admitted a crime means we are admitting a crime, we are saying we are not making any admissions. We are merely saying that in the quest that he has put in his letter of complaint, he is so determined to have the deputy governor punished to a point that he is prepared to incriminate himself and make an admission of having committed a crime, provided he is ready to shoot his foot, provided he gets the deputy governor punished. That is the sense in which we are raising the point of his admission of the crime. Of course, we are also saying that you should treat him with circumspection. I hope I have answered the question. Thank you.
Senator Onyonga Eric? Richard, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a question I just wanted to ask the young gentleman. It came to me that all the transactions you were making are all actually done at night. Was there a reason why that was the case?
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Governor called us at his home. It was called around 7, heading to 8. That's when we got from home so that we can go to his home place. We sat there until 9 p.m. That's when we left his home.
All right, Senator John Newt is not in. Senator Halwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to Senior Counsel Katwa. Counsel, the witness has attempted to demonstrate the facilitation of 800,000. and you have challenged the witness and given the impression that he was involved in criminal activity. Counsel, can you help me? If you want me to believe that by dint of that suggestion, the witness was a criminal, are you therefore admitting that the recipient, Deputy Governor, is equally criminally implicated?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that's the question that my learned friend, Honorable Sifuna, had asked, and our answer remains the same. Our position is that the 500,000 was a refund. Our position is that there is no relationship between the payment that was remitted to Dr. Monda and any allegation of bribery. It is our position that there is such a concerted effort to impeach and damage the name of the Deputy Governor that the witness is prepared to incriminate himself if that is the only measure that would need to be taken for the Deputy Governor to be punished. And therefore, the possibility is that he has not committed that crime, that he doesn't believe in the bribery, but because it is the only way that it can achieve the punishment of the Deputy Governor, he is prepared therefore to say that I have actually committed a crime so that it places the matter before you. We are not making any admission of any wrongdoing on our part. I hope I have answered your question, Honorable.
Very well. Take your seat, Senior Counsel Katwa. Senator Wambua.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will stay with that line of questioning. Supposing, Senior Counsel Katwa Keegan, supposing there's an admission on the part of the witness that indeed he actually participated in a criminal activity, would that absolve the Deputy Governor from the liability of a similar crime? And secondly, you said the reason why you're pushing the line of gambling is to demonstrate before this House that the witness cannot be relied on and that he has a history of using easy ways to get money. Is it then your admission, Senior Counsel, that we are not, or we should never expect to hear any truth from a person that does gambling? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senior Counsel Katwa.
Again, honorable members, we make no admission. But for argument's sake, if it were to be the case that the witness were to say, in the state of my mind, I gave out the amount deeming it to be a bribe, there is no corresponding state of mind on the part of the Deputy Governor that he is receiving a bribe, because in the mind of the Deputy Governor, he is receiving a refund of money he had given to the parents of my friend Dennis. So on the part of the governor, his position is that he's receiving an innocent refund of his money. Even on the part of the witness, then, the state of his mind is that I'm giving out a bribe. That has nothing to do with the culpability of the Deputy Governor. On the question of gambling, I did not intend to say that the fact that my friend Mr. Dennis is involved in gambling necessarily makes him completely unbelievable. I was merely saying that that should be treated, his testimony should be treated with circumspection. You should exercise caution in entertaining what he has said and the truth of what he's saying. But I'm not saying that it is utterly and completely nothing.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. Honorable members, I'll only allow one last person to make that inquiry, Senator Karungo Thangwa, so that we progress from there to the next witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have one question for the witness. And the question is, I want to know his feeling that his father is coming to testify against him. We just want to know the feeling. And then, Mr. Speaker, if the witness got the job, could he have complained?
Proceed, Dennis.
Okay,
to
Mr. Speaker, I think on humanitarian grounds, it's very sad, it's very emotional that my dad is against the reality, is against the truth. He's colluding with somebody who took my money. He's calling her fund instead of what they call facilitation. It isn't a good feeling as a son. And the second question you asked, I think if the facilitation that I was asked really was needed and it led me to the job, then why could I be here? I would comfortably work in the office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, my dashboard is full. You're all aware these are time-bound proceedings, and we must progress. How do we progress? I will not allow any additional member to seek any clarification. We will have a period within which to get at our time those confirmations. And I will therefore direct that the witness can step down. Thank you very much, Dennis. And Counsel, proceed to call your next witness. And as you prepare to call the witness, you will indicate the time that you will require for that particular witness, so that we cap the time you will take to take the examination in chief as well as cross-examination, so that for purposes of time, it's now 12 minutes past 6 p.m. You've taken with your first witness over 2 hours, 30 minutes. And what is actually remaining is 1 hour, 20 minutes. I need to know how much time will you require for your next witness.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for that guidance. For purposes of this witness, who was the move of the motion, we'll need approximately 30 minutes for examination.
30 minutes?
For exam in chief.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Senior Counsel Katwa.
May we request for equal time for cross-examination?
I'll give you less. I'll give you 20 minutes.
Okay, we'll try to make do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ndegwa, proceed to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our next witness is Mr. Honorable Wycliffe Siocha. Good evening.
You may proceed to be sworn in.
I, Wycliffe Siocha Kesongori, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Would you kindly praise your names and your qualification and what you do for purpose of record?
My name is Wycliffe Siocha Gesongori. I'm an elected member for the Kisii County Assembly representing the people of Ichuni Ward. I'm a financial manager and a panga by profession. I'm the chair committee on implementation in the Kisii County Assembly, a member to the health committee, a member to the liaison committee. I'm a family man and a father.
Thank you. In respect to this motion, what was your role?
I was the mover.
You're the mover?
Yes.
You have charged the deputy governor with the offenses ranging from gross violation of the constitution, gross violation of misconduct, and violation of the written laws and abuse of office, yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Why have you placed a charge, or why have you preferred the said charges? If we were to begin with the charge, and perhaps before we go to the charges, how are you seized of this matter?
The genesis of the motion that is before you, honorable senators, is as a result of a complaint letter I received from one Dennis Misati.
When is the date of the complaint letter?
The date of the complaint letter was received in my office on 21st of December, and it was addressed to me, and it was written by one Dennis Misati.
Honorable members, I'm referring to the letter at page 1 of the County Assembly's bundle of document, page 1. Is that the letter dated the 19th?
Yeah, that is the letter.
Is that the letter that formed the basis of your impeachment motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is the letter.
Council Ndegwa, just hold. Senator Chetumo, you know how to catch the eye of the chair. What's your point of intervention?
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to interrupt the proceedings, but I thought the witness should be able to rely on his affidavit. He has not been able to confirm to the House that he is relying on the affidavit in his evidence. I think that, Mr. Speaker, is very important.
Chetumo, the witness is led by a counsel. I don't expect you, therefore, to direct on how he wants to do it. Let him proceed in his own case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the protection. Yes?
I had said, Mr. Speaker, that the genesis of the motion before the Senate is as a result of the letter that I received from one Dennis Misati, which is dated 19th, but it was received on my office on 21st December 2023.
Let's go to the first charge that appears at page 15 of the bundle of documents by the County Assembly. That is the motion. Are you there?
Yes.
You've charged him for violating the Constitution, Article 73, 74, and 75, yes?
That is true.
Did you conduct any preliminary investigations before?
Yes, I did.
Yes, in your investigation, what was revealed?
In my investigation, what was revealed is that indeed there was conversing between the deputy governor involving the family of one Joseph Misati and the chief executive officer for the WASCO, that is the water, the company for the Kisii Water and Sanitation Company.
What were the canvassing for?
First, there is a meeting that was initiated by the deputy governor, which took place in his home. And the members who were present in that meeting were the family members of one Joseph Misati. And also present on that meeting was one Dennis Misati.
Yes.
Where they already done an interview with the water, the WASCO, the Kisii Water and Sanitation Company, for the position of the commercial manager.
Did you confirm in your investigation whether that interview or that advertisement or application was actually there?
Yes, I did. I made a follow-up to the office of the director, the managing director, and made inquiries on exactly what transpired. She did a statement to my office, which is annexed here. Also, she provided to me the M-Pesa statements because the allegations were that she also received a portion of the money. So she gave me, or else she provided with me a M-Pesa statement, which indeed I confirmed that there was some money that was sent from the M-Pesa number for one Deputy Governor Robert Onsare Monda to the M-Pesa number for one Rusu Waito.
I don't
but again,
yes.
On the same, I noted that the money was reversed again after two days.
Did you confirm the purpose as to why the Deputy Governor received the money from Dennis Misati and Joseph Misati?
Yeah, from my investigations, I noted that upon when Dennis Misati doing the interview, they went to the home upon the invitation of the Deputy Governor, and the Deputy Governor promised to help them get the job by offering a small fee. They call it a small fee. So, and the small fee in this question is whooping 800,000. But what I know from my investigation, the total amount of money that was given to one Deputy Governor, Monda, was 799,000.
Did you get to know who triggered this action as to who moved the Deputy Governor for this position? And if yes, were you in the County Assembly on the 29th of February 2022? And if yes, did you witness him testifying to that effect of the evidence appearing at page 189 of the bundle by the County Assembly? Page 189. Did you witness the Deputy Governor confirming that there was soliciting for favors?
I was there. I heard him personally say.
Did you witness him confirming that he approached both the CEO, that is of the Guasco?
Yes, I heard him confirm.
And on page 189 of the bundle of documents, what document is that?
That is the answered report for the Kisii County Assembly process.
What is the Deputy Governor saying at the last paragraph, which says, Mr. Speaker, just as a good friend? Yes?
The Deputy Governor, said, and I read, like any other leader, Mr. Speaker, this request came to everyone, to me. Every honorable members know that Lucy in Wasco will work, and like many. Just. Oh, this one. Okay. Mr. Speaker, it reads, Mr. Speaker, just as good friends, Mr. Joseph Misati and I, somewhere in April, was made to know that there is an advert that has come up in Wasco, and Misati as a friend could ask me that his son has also tendered his application. Is it possible for him to be assisted to get a job?
Yes?
Yes.
What is he confirming?
He's confirming that indeed he has canvassed.
And did you confirm that canvassing, and to whom is he referring when he speaks about a son?
He's referring to one Dennis Misati, who had already tendered his application towards the commercial manager position.
In the pursuit of the truth, did you ever meet one Lucy Wehito?
Yes, I met her.
And if yes, what did you confirm that she does at Kisii County?
I confirmed that she is the managing director for the Kisii Water and Sanitation Company.
Did you confirm whether she was involved in this act of briberies?
Yes, I confirmed because she revealed to me that indeed the Deputy Governor summoned her to his office and made it known to her that he has a friend who has a son who is interested for the position of the commercial manager, which had already been put on the dairies, and the application process was ongoing.
Did you confirm whether Lucy, prior to the sending of the money, had met the Deputy Governor?
Yeah, they'd met.
And what circumstances did Lucy disclose to you that they met?
Upon receiving the letter from one Dennis Misati, I started doing my own investigations to ascertain the material factor that had been given to me by Dennis Misati, and that prompted me to visit the office of the managing director in pursuit of getting all the information and exactly the transaction that involved them between the deputy governor and herself, that is Lucy.
So you confirm that the deputy governor did approach one Lucy in favor of a job, yes?
She did, and he did, and he summoned her to our office.
Again, confirm at page 189 of the same bundle of document by the county assembly, the last paragraph where the deputy governor is testifying, yes?
Yes.
Were you at the county assembly at that particular time?
Yes, I was present.
Kindly read out the honorable senators as to what the deputy governor indicated on record.
This is the Hansard report, and this is what the honorable deputy governor had to say before the assembly. Like any other leader, Mr. Speaker, this request came to me. Everyone, honorable members, know that Lucy in Wasco will work under, like many staff work under the governor's office, where I'm also the deputy governor. And so I indicated to Lucy, asking her, it's not clear, asking her if they had such kind of jobs, and she said yes. Her friend is making a request that he gets his son a job, like every one of us here could do, and she told me, let us wait for the process, and if he qualifies, we shall not deny him the job. And the discussions ended there.
Have you confirmed that he did confirm on record that he approached Lucy for that favor?
Yes.
Does it therefore surprise you that 100,000 shillings is sent to Lucy?
It doesn't surprise me at all.
At what period was the 100,000 shillings sent?
It was after the interview. It was sent on 28 May at around, because it went to the statement at around 9.
I want you to have a look at the deputy governor's defense.
The money was sent to Lucy because it's on page 99 on the DG submissions. The money was sent to one Lucy Waito on 2023 May 28th at 21:24:13. It was past some few minutes past 9.
Did she confirm to you what she immediately did after the receipt of the said monies?
Upon receipt of the money, the deputy governor did not call her, but in the morning of 29th, the one Lucy called the deputy governor. And upon calling the deputy governor confirmed to her that the said amount was in reference to the discussions they had with her in her office, in his office, sorry.
Is Lucy one of the witnesses that you have lined up to come and confirm that proposition?
Yes.
Now, allow me to lead you to page 4 of the bundle of the documents by the deputy governor, and most importantly, paragraph 13. Yes, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Does the deputy governor confirm, page 4, honorable members? At page 13, is the deputy governor confirming that they have been friends with one Joseph Misati for over 30 years?
Yes, he is confirming that.
Kindly read the paragraph C.
Paragraph C of
You can begin from B.
Okay, paragraph B of 13 reads, Mr. Joseph Misati and his whole family were there for me when my daughter died around 2018. Clause C says, we asked each other for possible favors, and these include borrowing, number one, borrowing each other and refunding Agrofed stocks, borrowing each other and refunding money, favors like helping each other favors helping each other look out for foods, business opportunities, jobs, education, and other social welfare openings, especially our children.
So he further confirms through his affidavit that he is in the habit of seeking for these favors, yes?
Yes, he does confirm.
Permit me to take you to paragraph paragraph 8 of the said bundle of document by the deputy governor, appearing at page 3.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Are you at paragraph 8?
Yes.
Kindly confirm whether or not you are actuated by malice, ill will, ill feeling at the time you actuated this motion as against the Deputy Governor. And before that, Mr. Speaker, sir, confirm that you are the MCA referred to at paragraph 8, yes?
Mr. Speaker, and for the purpose of record, it's immoral.
Confirm that you're the MCA referred to.
I confirm I'm the MCA referred to.
Have you internalized those allegations contained therein?
I've internalized all of them.
Have you seen that the Deputy Governor indicates and alleges that you are actuated by malice and ill will?
I've seen.
As against him?
I've seen.
Because he labels you as an extortionist?
Yes.
As a person who has insatiable greed for money?
That is how he has labeled me.
And that effect, he sent you approximately 40,000 shillings?
Yes.
And that he could not cope up with your demand for more money?
Yes.
And that when the demand ceased, you then actuated this motion?
That is what is there.
What do you have to say about that?
Mr. Speaker, and for the purpose of record in this honorable house, it's immoral, unethical, and a sin not only before men, but also before God, for the Deputy Governor to try and twist the material fact before
What was transpiring at the time these monies were sent to you?
Actually, on the said month, I had lost my aunt, one of the closest aunt who had left me rehab, and I had a funeral during that period. The first tranche that he sent on 7th, I remember I received a call from the Deputy Governor at around noon. It was few minutes to noon, whereby he called me to pass a condolence message following the sudden death of my aunt.
So you confirm that this money was sent to you by the Deputy Governor?
Yes.
For purposes of facilitating the funeral of your
yes, and
aunt?
Yes. And
did he ever attend that funeral?
He attended in person.
Do you have that evidence?
I have the evidence.
Maybe, Mr. Speaker, ask that the IT department does play for us the video clip. Which is referred to as burial.
Sergeant at Arms, please process that clip. We can allow the clip to be played. So process that clip to be played.
You can play the last 1 minute of that clip, or the first 1 minute and the last 1 minute. Yeah, let them play the first 1 minute and the last 1 minute.
Let's get clarification.
Who is that speaking?
That's myself speaking. Next to me, that's my wife. And those are the children my aunt left.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't know whether all the members of the Assembly are able to follow that language. Or perhaps we need an interpreter.
That speech is in English or Swahili. Mr. Ndegwa.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
What language is that?
That is Kisii. I guess Kisii.
Yes.
The language of this house is English or Kiswahili or sign language.
Mr. Speaker, we brought that to the attention of the clerk, and the clerk said that they shall provide an interpreter.
The last 1 minute. The last 1 minute.
Yeah, we had sought for that, and the clerk indicated we'll get an interpreter for us.
Run the clip to the end. I'll give directions upon its admissibility after.
Or perhaps could we have the witness interpret?
Senator Okongo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, while a few of us have the benefit of following, I'm sure majority of the senators, including Senator Galwale, may not be able to follow. We'll be listening to this clip maybe for 10 minutes, but nobody will be following. Maybe you could give direction that an interpreter be availed to concurrently make an interpretation so that the senators are able to follow. It would also have been nice if we had a written script interpreting what is being said in English so that we are able to follow. But I don't think it will serve any purpose for the clip to be played while more than 3/4 of senators are not following. Mr. Speaker.
Senior Counsel, that is exactly what the chair was doing, and I've been informed that we now have an interpreter who can just be ushered in to run us through the interpretation. Kindly replay the clip, let it start, and let's have the interpreter to...
The first 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, for purpose of expediency, we can play the first 1 minute and the last 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll be okay with that.
All right. Mr. Ndegwa, just hold. What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, my suggestion would be, if, because it allows on the rules of the House and I don't have the standing orders, we could allow the clip that is being played to be taken by the Speaker's office, allow somebody who can interpret it, and then it will be forwarded to us when we are doing the review tomorrow morning as we proceed. Because somebody might actually interpret...
There is already an interpreter.
Thank you.
There is already an interpreter.
Thank you.
Just give us a minute so that we settle on that. Honorable members, order. We now have the interpreter in the House, and for purposes of records and clarity, the interpreter is a Kenya Broadcasting Corporation staff who's been seconded to the Senate and therefore fully entitled to support in interpretation. I will direct therefore that we run the clip so that as the clip runs, we can get the interpretation from the gentleman who has been ushered in. Clerk, let's run the clip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, for expediency, the first 1 minute and the last 1 minute are the ones that are relevant.
Okay, the first 1 minute and the last 1 minute of the clip.
Right promising wetera sabanaba aliya sara ina tara bekwa tumukegaria naja matunda wetera sabanaba. And I promise somo sangere kanovaiga that inga ekeginga kerina rengi korigeri bitutu nindigeri omwana oyo yomumura gorokumishaire nera tuwara sakoroka mwabo na ndatuware asatari komibwa alebia.
You may pause there for the interpreter to run us through that first segment.
Mr. Speaker, on record, I'm Isaac Agwata. I work for Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and Aminto FM. I'm very competent in Kisii. That first, the statement is saying, is grieving or giving his message and saying it is so sorry that death has come at the tertiary stage when the auntie had all the plans to make sure that our children will grow. And so he had a plan to buy for them a piece of land. So those plans have been cut short. maybe they
proceed to run the remainder of version.
Let me be firm and strong. Asenge chama sipanio mwerio ya antiriani. Tigwa ndikukuana mange with AJAABU and to appreciate the entire community ya Nkagaiga, the entire family yetu Nkagaiga, aba mame bane bonspi. Baba Senge, we have coordinated here.
Stop it there as well. Let's run small bites for purposes of interpretation.
Yeah, he has given his message and said sorry and appreciated the community for the effort they have put in making the ceremony a success.
You can go to the last part of it. The last one. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Play the last part.
Abanyagitari bakora imirimo mworanga ogenda mukagire n'ebiriro tatagitinya gitakogera ebiriro bakomwerio iko adansi ora abanyagitari na county commission inje ngarori bali abana kabano kali function yende n'abasoroide akorera abo nyasare mie abana aba bataruchira batibya n'abakebale ebande.
Stop it there.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is the Deputy Governor for Kisii. He's saying he could like to be there the whole session of the funeral, but he's forced to leave because of another ceremony that he's going to attend to represent the governor. So he's giving the message to the MCA, Mbande, that is the name he's referring to. He's telling him to take good care of the children that have remained behind.
Continue.
Gavana nanga mbande yate banga tua musira lakini ndio tua liko banga lero nguri nanyoda tendo nguri bono gavana nantu magucha ndete elietero nguri na ikena imokie chinde ikomina menda igoro ne chifemera ngita tukirega.
Stop it there for interpretation.
The Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Governor is giving out the Erongori, the support that the Governor sent him. He's saying it is 20,000, and he's referring it not Erongori because it is being given to the children, so he doesn't know the name to refer that amount to.
Proceed.
Bueno, inabongo chia, mbadala oerelia nyoko. Kiti kia wana muga kurio le katikati ateba. Mbande kiti kia wana mara una mochi kora. Pole ya ito ya ikire ya saba senya watu wa minto aiga. Yali wali masaba na mwezi asemwaru kusiengema. Na baba kwirwa mole biguna nyasaye pia bana asoga tegera.
Yes, he has asked whom to give the amount to, and finally he has handed it over to the Mbande, and he has told him it is the children's kit. Mbande referring to the area MCA, and he has told him to make the amount to go to the children's kitty. He has said goodbye and God bless you.
I think we can stop at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, is that the funeral that the Deputy Governor...
Mr. Ndegwa, just hold. Senator Okongo. I wanted to reprimand you, but you've done what...
Yeah, sorry, I'm not an expert in translating from Ekegusi to English, but I wanted you to allow me to seek one clarification from my brother. He said it's Isaac Agwata. Yes. I want him to confirm whether in the clip that was played, the deputy governor is saying they had assisted the MCA in preparation of the funeral, which should be distinguished from the erongori that he had brought to the funeral. I just wanted him to confirm whether that was made in the speech of the deputy governor?
Yes. He had indicated that they had given him support, so whatever is giving that day, it was not the support, but Yerongoli.
Very well. Thank you. Isaac, you are released. Mr. Ndegwa, you may proceed with...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
And take note of the time. I'm sure you have been alerted as to the amount of minutes.
I'll be making an application for the restoration of the time we have wasted when looking for the interpreter.
We didn't waste time.
But we
did not waste time.
We proceed.
We will take care of the amount of time that you will...
We are most obliged.
You will be accommodated.
So when was this funeral, Mr. Speaker?
It was in the month of May.
The month of May?
Yes.
Which date exactly?
If
you may remember?
She died at around 5th of May, so the funeral ran until early 20th.
So you received these monies in 3 bunches, yes?
Yes.
The first one was the 7th of May 2023, yes?
Yes.
What was it for?
On his message to me, he said that now that there will be more visitors coming to the family, and they know that money is needed for me to offer even hospitality services.
It was for hospitality, yes?
Yeah.
How about the 28th?
When
and the 29th?
The deputy governor, when I was escorting him out of the funeral, promised to send some money towards the kit for the children, because he told me that the children that have been left are very young.
Is that the money that was being sent?
Yeah, that is the money that he sent.
Is it therefore that the habit of the deputy governor to deny the truth and paint the person speaking the truth as liars?
Yeah.
Mr. Witness, during the proceedings of this impeachment, did you conduct public participation?
Yes, I did conduct. We did conduct as an assembly.
What forms did the public participation take?
They were being conducted at a sub-county level and at the ward level.
And what forms did they take? People submitting memorandums?
There were people submitting memorandums. They were also coming for the fiscal meetings.
Yes.
At the various venues that had been spelled out.
What was the purpose of the public participation?
It was to get the opinion of the electorate of Kisii County on this issue that was before the assembly.
Did you get that feedback?
Yeah, we got that feedback.
What was the nature of the feedback?
The nature of feedback was through written memoranda, through submissions fiscal, while the meetings were being conducted.
During that particular time of the public participation, did you have people speaking to the issues of the motion?
Yeah, we had.
Do you have those clips before the Senate, and would you wish to play them?
The clips are there.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we request that we play clip number 1.
As you do that, just for your comfort, whenever we have such interventions, your time doesn't move. But for guidance sake, you've got, I think, 3 minutes from now. After the clip, you will have 3 minutes to conclude on your examination in chief.
I'm most obliged. Let's go to clip number 2.
Samalieta, Mkurumsha Mombasa. Samalieta, Mkurumsha Mombasa.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we still need the interpreter.
Public participation.
Let's get to know, is there any other clip that we will require interpretation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So then let's have the witness, Isaac, here until such a time we will be done with him.
We are most guided. Then, now that he has come back, let's play clip number 1.
Nikonde no borromo ngasengora Monda twakoire kero kubuno abanyali bali otokorire gasi Monda ni bako otokorire gasi buno abanyali bali wengire county watekira kwa maji asete wanyeke ketogo kina Monda kuna ngengoni omotura izo miabane amalietana.
What is she saying?
I've not gotten the name. Her name.
She's called Irene, Mama Wamutura.
Yes, she has
said she is Irene. She is asking that they have given this position to Honorable Monda, and Monda has started asking for bribes. She, like the others, like she is selling Mutura. Now she is asking if she can take the children to school if Monda is asking for bribes to give bursary.
The next clip.
Mombasa, down for Moticho Ward, around to what public participation. Almost all the office, deputy governor. In a was in a pass at your target. Now, never any Nango to have a pass at Jawa Common at Tiro, who was our English air with him, or Manakoa with pass at wherever in Paka, over the Gusava, Buarengo Mubuko, Hokagan. Bono ngatigara bosa nafasa liina nyakoro Samarieta Mkorushamu.
Yeah, he is Shem Monda from Muticho Ward. He's saying when bursaries are being given out, like he was asked for 20,000 for him to be given a bursary. He was persuaded until 7,000 that he had went. Now, replay it again kindly.
Has he identified the person who is asking for that amount?
Yes.
Who is he?
Dr. Monda.
Can you recap what you've said?
Kindly repeat
I think, Mr. Gregor, that was very clear. He's run the house through what was said.
Next clip.
Kwa majina anaitwa Kid Mevin, mimi ni mkazi kutoka Nakuru Ward, natoka hiyo eneo ya Nakuru Ward. Siku ya leo tumekuwa na public participation. Wenyewe tumeambiwa ama tumesikia kwamba Mheshimiwa Monda kuna pesa alikuwa ameomba 800,000 kutoka kwa ile vijana ili apate kazi. Kusema ukweli, hiyo ofisi yake anaitumia kwa njia mbaya. Mimi mwenyewe nilishuhudia nikaenda kwa ofisi yake, akaniambia kuna scholarship ya governorship ya watoto wanapewa bursary ya 4 years. Mimi mwenyewe nilienda, akaniomba 20,000. Na vile sikuwa na pesa, nikajaribu kulia, tukapagana na yeye hapo. Yenyewe nilikuwa na 12,000 nikampea. Hadi wa leo watoto wangu wanateseka, hawajaenda hata shule. Yaani nashindwa ni nini mbaya, nini inaendelea kwa hiyo ofisi ya deputy governor. Mimi nimesema jina ni James Mwenga, natoka hii ward yetu ya Masimba. Leo nimefurahi tumekuwa na public participation tukiongelea hii maneno ya deputy governor. Tumeshinda kukiambiwa anafanya Kisii County, na hata mimi niko na mtoto. Wakati nilienda kwa ofisi yake kama mtu yetu, nikamwambia nataka usaidizi ndio mtoto aende shule. Aliniambia kuna program ya governor, na hiyo program ya governor ni ya kusponsor watoto wasome, lakini wakati mwingine akaniambia nitafute 20,000. Sikuwa nayo, uchumi zile iko, hakuna pesa sahihi, lakini ile nilipata kidogo 11,000 nilipeleka kwa ofisi yake. Baada nikampea na akaniambia mtoto atasaidiwa, lakini hadi sasa tunaongea mtoto.
Mr. Ndegwa, how many more clips are we still?
We are at the final one.
All right.
Kwa majina naitwa Fred Omega Nyoni. Nashukuru kwa sababu ya siku ya leo tumekuja public participation kwa sababu ya Deputy Governor Monda mwenye amesumbua kaunti yetu kwa sababu tumekasirika sana kama youth kwa ile kitendo alifanya kuomba youth pesa kama ongo ndiye ampe kazi. Hiyo kitu imetukasirisha kama vijana na ni makosa kubwa na ni udu kwa sababu ya vijana wadogo kuombwa pesa na hawana. Personally mimi natoka ward ya Tabaka ward. Mimi niko na mtoto ako form 3 Nduru Darcy. Nilienda kwa ofisi yake nikaomba basari. Akaniambia nikuja kunipea basari atazanipea free scholarship ya miaka yenye imebaki kutoka kwa shule. Lakini akaniambia vitu vyenye naweza fanya nipe hiyo free scholarship ni kumpa pesa shilingi 20,000. Nikaenda kwa ofisi yake nikamwambia nimepata shilingi 8,000. Nikampa shilingi 8,000 na hajawahi nisaidia mpaka leo. Nikienda kwa ofisi yake na kufuzu.
There is a last one, Mr. Speaker. There is a very last one about an old man with issues of land and fraud. It's a very interesting clip. We have many, but for interest of time, we'll run this as the last one.
Naitwa James Karenge. Niko Magenge location. Tuko public participation kuhusiana na malalamishi ya Bwana Deputy Governor. Kwangu mimi malalamishi yangu ni kwamba there is a parcel of land ambayo babangu alikuwa anauzia Dr. Monda na wakaidiana malipo ambayo hadi wa leo hayajatimizwa. Kwa mfano shamba lenyewe ni ekari 14. Baada ya maagano kwamba mzee babangu angeshukisha bei ili kutoka 500,000 per acre to 200,000 per acre ndio aweze kutupatia kazi sisi Daktari Monda mwenyewe kulingana na maidiano ambao waliandikiana na babangu. Hadi leo hii hadi watoto ambao walikuwa wanafaa kwenda shule hawajaweza kwenda kwa sababu Monda mwenyewe hajaweza kufanya malipo vile walikuwa wamesikizana.
Shamba niliushia Mheshimiwa Monda, alisema atanipatia pesa nikisaidie watoto wa yangu school fees, lakini alinitanganya. Hata hao watoto nimesumbuka na hawa hakunisaidia. Sasa hata pesa tuliagana na yeye anilipe, hakulipa hiyo pesa. Amesha kwa milioni, kwa vile niliambia yeye anilipe milioni 7. Sasa akasukisha akasema kwa vile nitakuandikia watoto nitalipa wewe milioni 2.8. Sasa hiyo ndio nilikuwa nang'ang'ana nipate na niandikia hiyo watoto. Hakunifanya hiyo, hakufanya hiyo. Pesa alinilipa cash ni shilingi 350 peke yake. Kwenda kuomba ingine, yeye akaandikia mimi barua atanirudishie yeye pesa. Sasa hataki hiyo shamba. Sasa ndio mimi hata mimi nashughulika na Simba. Sasa nilikuwa nataka pesa na wewe unasema nikurudishie pesa. Nitatoa hiyo pesa wapi?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we can stop at that. And perhaps I finalize with this witness. Did that last witness, that clip, did he swear an affidavit before this assembly?
Yes, he swore an affidavit.
Is that the affidavit appearing at page 283 of the bundle of documents by the county assembly? This volume 1. Page 2.
Yes, that is the one appearing there. This is the one affidavit.
Page 283 of the bundle of documents?
Yes.
Is he confirming those assertions and allegations in his affidavit?
Yes, he's confirming.
Is he confirming that the price of land was 500,000 shillings but was negotiated to 200,000 shillings?
Yes.
Is he confirming that the balance of the 300,000 shillings was to be set off by Mr. Monda through providing employment for his sons?
Yes.
let's go to the clip that came from Masimba Ward. Yes?
Yes.
And we'll go to Masimba Ward. I want to refer you to page 36 of the bundle of documents, the same document, senators, honorable senators, you're holding. It indicates that there was no public participation at the venue. Yes?
Yes, it can so.
Explain the source of the clip that you've played.
The county assembly, it did 2 dailies, that is in the Daily Nation and in the Standard, inviting the members of the public to appear in different venues, in sub-county venues. So the members of the public had the opportunity either to attend at the sub-county level or at the ward level, because the initiative of going to the ward level was an initiative of us as members of the county assembly.
Where was the clip recorded from?
It was recorded from Kisii, where the sub-county venue for this public participation was done for Masaba South.
I'm satisfied with that answer. Let us move to the question of the abuse of office. Yes?
Yes.
You have accused the deputy governor for abuse of office. Yes?
Yes.
And that he deployed 20 county enforcement officers to
Yes.
procure an arrest.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you confirm that?
Yes, I confirmed.
Have you lined up a witness to come and confirm that allegation?
Yes, there is a witness already lined up to come and witness in
What
this.
action has the county assembly, through their oversight mechanism, initiated to confirm the veracity of that position?
It is in one of our departmental committees, and that is the Committee on Labor. So it's an issue that is currently under investigation.
Did you confirm whether or not the 20 officers were appropriately or procedurally deployed by the person in charge of deployment?
They were procedurally and unlawfully deployed.
Did you confirm between the police officers and the county of enforcement officers who arrested Ruben Monda, the brother to the deputy governor?
Actually, it is the county enforcement officers, and they're the ones who even handled the one Ruben Monda into one of the vehicles that was provided there.
Is Mr. Ruben Monda one of your witnesses to
Yes,
confirm
he's
that?
one of my witnesses.
It is your allegation that the deputy governor has deployed unlawfully and unprocedurally 4 enforcement officers.
Yes.
To do manual works.
Yes.
Odd jobs.
Yes.
Like milking and cooking for dogs.
Yes.
Did you confirm that allegation?
I confirmed.
Yes?
Yes.
Is that proper application of his role or functions of the deputy governor?
It's not proper.
Have you lined up a witness to confirm whether or not all these deployments were procedural?
Yes.
Did you summon? How is the witness coming?
The county assembly of Kisii requested through the Senate that one Agayo Yagi, who is the currently acting director of enforcement of Kisii County.
Was he a witness at the county assembly?
He was not a witness.
Finally, what would you want these honorable senators to do in respect to your motion?
Honorable senators, this was indeed one of the hard decisions that I had to make. For one reason, that one deputy governor for Kisii, Robert Monda, is a very close friend of mine. And also on the other side, I had this young man who was miserable and had already been duped, and his money had gone. So I had to make indeed a tough decision. And I was not only doing this for Dennis Misati, but I was doing this for the many jobless, poor youths out there who have found themselves in the hands of unsuspecting civil servants, public officers, and even state officers who solicit funds from them with a promise that they can be given jobs, but at the end of the day, they don't end up having jobs. So I'm requesting and pleading with this House that to set a precedence actually, and give hope to the many youths outside there, not only to Dennis, and ensure that Dennis gets justice at the end of the day. Let the law for its course, and if and my plea is that let the deputy governor for Kisii County carry his course.
Finally, I want to refer you to the bundle of documents by the deputy governor, his defense. The defense appearing as such, and refer you to page E8 to page 16. Which? Page 8, also labeled as E8, all the way to page 16. But you can stop at 15. Have you gone through that defense?
I've gone through the defense.
Are those avowments and allegations related and relevant to these proceedings?
They're absolutely not related to these proceedings.
Finally, the question of harassment and intimidation by the deputy governor towards Dennis Misati. Did you establish those avowments?
When Dennis Misati was approaching me, I think it was early December, he confirmed and told me that indeed his life was in danger, and the communication that he relayed to me was from his father, and it was being relayed on behalf of the deputy governor. When Dennis Misati told the Morales, gave indications that he was going to record a statement with the EACC.
Are you aware where Dennis Misati and his wife are currently living?
No, I don't know currently where they are living.
Did you establish how Dennis Misati raised the 800,000 shillings?
Yes, I spoke with him. He told me he was running a salon in, I think, Ruai, because he had been given instructions by his father that now, by the assurance of the deputy governor, that that job was being given to him and that some money was needed. So he sold the businesses down, equally because he had to relocate. He sold his entire household.
Thank you. Did he confirm to you whether or not that transaction had any effect to his family?
Yes.
Yes? What did he tell you?
Which transaction, sorry?
The sale of the salon, the sale of the household goods.
No, the sale was towards raising money.
Forwarding of the 800,000 shillings to the deputy governor, the failure to secure a job. All those transactions, did they affect Dennis' family in any way?
Yes, they affected his family.
Which way?
He told me that by the time all these things were happening, and by the time, or upon the realization that they had not secured the job, and that they had lost all the entire money that they had committed into this process, he told me that his wife was expectant, and in the process, he lost the pregnancy. And equally, he has also gone through a lot of frustrations, and he is under stress.
Is it as a result of confidentiality of patient doctor that you have not forwarded documents before this assembly?
That is true. And even for purposes, or for record purposes, actually the person who took Dennis's wife to the hospital is the father of Dennis.
Confirm that again?
Mr. Degwa, you have done 14 minutes outside the time you requested.
I'm well guided. I yield the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Katra.
Good evening, Mheshimiwa.
Good evening to you, Mr. Kato.
Proceed and be mindful of the 20 minutes time that I have allocated you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is your testimony that you indeed conducted verification of the allegations that you are bringing against the...
Yes.
And that includes the question of whether or not he received a bribe from Dennis.
Yes.
And whether he sent a bribe to Lucy.
Yes.
Whether he threatened him.
Yes.
Used public Kisii County staff.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's start with the National Assembly.
Yes.
It is true that you issued the notice of intention to move a motion of impeachment on the 13th, at the County Assembly.
Yes.
On 13th.
Yes.
So the Senate can take the date as being 13th.
Yes.
Okay. And you were subsequently there on the 21st when you moved your motion.
Yes, I was there.
And eventually you were there on the 29th when the motion was discussed. The DG was afforded a chance to defend himself.
Yes, I was there.
And a voting was done?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. Now, may I ask you, that occasion of the 29th, did you play these clips of public participation?
No, I didn't play them.
They were not, not only you didn't play them, isn't it?
The report was provided and tabled before the assembly for public participation.
When you're moving your motion, you didn't play them, isn't it?
There was a report.
Answer my question. When you're tabling your motion, you did not play them.
No, me, I did not bring it, but it was there it was to be provided by the county assembly.
Just answer my question. So you did not play them yourself. Do you recall them having been played for the deputy governor to see at that time?
No.
They were not played. Now, I take it that as you stand here, you are familiar with the County Government Act?
Yes.
Standing orders that are relevant?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of how a motion for impeachment is supposed to be moved?
First is by giving a notice to the county assembly, and then subsequently.
Are you aware of the provisions of Section 15 of County Government Act on how to initiate a process of impeachment? Are you aware?
Yes, I'm aware.
And did you comply with that process?
Yes, I complied.
It is your position that you are complied with Section 15?
Yes, I
okay. So we will. And standing orders number 194 and 195 of the Kisii County standing orders?
Yes, I complied.
It's the position that you did?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, because of time, I will deal with that in the legal arguments. Now, I would like you to go to the bundle from the bundle from the county government, and I would like us to go to page 96. You are at page 96?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. So could you confirm at page 96 to page 103, page 96 to page 103 are the proceedings of the 29th at which you moved your motion, voting was done, and the DG was heard in his defense. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
So let's start with page 96. Are you at page 96?
Yes, I'm there.
You confirm the things I've just said, the defense of the DG and the voting, and you're moving your motion was on 29th, isn't it?
Yes.
You confirm that?
Yes.
And that heading saying votes and proceedings is also accurate?
Yes.
Okay. At page Now, what I would like then us to go to is the contents of page 103.
Yes.
Now, at page 103, it says this. The motion, you can see where your name is. Honorable Wycliffe Siocha moved the motion. You can see that.
Yes.
Honorable members, I am referring to page 103. And then it is seconded, the county assembly bundle, the one which has different colors on the edge. And then it is seconded by Honorable Magara. You can see that, Karen Magara. Okay.
Yes, I can see.
And then motion proposed. Now I would like you to read what comes after that. Could you read from where Honorable Henry Marocha is talking?
Leader of Majority Party rose on standing order number 93 on adjournment of debate to allow public participation pursuant to Article 196 of the Constitution of Kenya.
Okay. Now, that preposition that on the 29th, we've already agreed that 96 to 103 are the proceedings of the county assembly on the 29th. Now, at page 103, it is saying a motion was moved to proceed to public participation by Honorable Henry Marocha. Is this correct?
I think there was a mix-up of documents because
Please answer my question.
it's not correct.
It's not correct. Just a minute. This contention that the events of 29 entailed a moving of a motion for adjournment for public participation on 29 is incorrect.
That is what I'm saying, Council. That this is not the true correct, and probably this is a mix-up of documents because.
Okay, I'm asking you questions. So to the extent to which the Hansard brought to this Senate says that on the 29th, proceedings were adjourned for purposes of going to public participation, this Hansard is incorrect.
This is not an answered report. This is just, it's not an answered report.
What is it?
It's part of the motion that I moved, and what I'm saying is just purely mix-up of documents. Because the answered report for 29...
Which question are you answering now? Let me
explaining on the question you asked, Council.
Yes. When we look at page 96, it says House assembled at 9 a.m. Proceedings were opened with a word of prayer. Motion for removal of removal from office by way of impeachment of Deputy Governor and Honorable Wycliffe Sioja Kesongori, MCA. And then you read all that from page, all those pages. And then there are interventions by various people. And then at page 103, you confirmed that you moved the motion as is indicated. Honorable Magara seconded it. So far, that's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
Yes.
To that level.
Okay. And you're saying this is not the answer?
This is not the answer, of course.
Okay.
The answer report is there and it's attached.
The answer report is there and it is attached.
Yes.
So when then the county assembly tells the Senate, this is what happened on 29th. What then they are telling the Senate at page 103 is inaccurate, isn't it?
That is true.
That's true. Now, number two, we have agreed, you and me, that on the same said date, 29th of February 2024, was a Thursday, isn't it?
Yes, it was a Thursday.
On that date, votes were done, isn't it?
Yes.
And 53 of you said the governor should be impeached.
Yes.
And the other said he shouldn't be impeached.
Yes.
Is it captured in, that happened on 29th, isn't it?
Yes.
Page 96 to 103, can you see that report of those events at the county assembly on that date?
On those pages, that's why I'm still insisting that there is a mix-up of...
Please answer my question. Is there a report of the fact that on the 29th, the event of voting happened and a resolution was made to impeach the deputy governor?
No.
It's not there. And on that second basis, this document is inaccurate, isn't it?
It's inaccurate.
Now, I'd like us to move on then to page 137. Now, could I start by asking you, is the contents of honorable members, I'm still referring to the same bundle by the county government, and I'm referring to the contents of page 137. Now, is that unanswered or you still maintain it's not unanswered?
That is the answered report.
That is unanswered, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, may we look at the first page 137? It says County Assembly of Kisii official report, special sitting. The events of 29th was a special sitting. It's true, isn't it?
Yes.
For purposes of discussing the impeachment, isn't it?
Yes.
And then it says it was held on 29th of February. Could you tell this Senate when is it indicated as having that the assembly sat? On which day of the week?
Come up again.
It shows 29th of February 2024, but before giving that date, it has given the day of the week when the sitting was done. What date has it given?
That's given 29th of February 2024.
Could you tell the Senate, is that a correct statement?
It's a correct statement that there is a typo error there.
Are you the one who made the answer? Are you responsible for making the answer?
No, I'm not responsible.
And how do you know it was typographical?
Because I was there, it was on Thursday, so I can remember the accounts and everything and the proceedings that we had
When
before
it
the
says
assembly.
it is Tuesday, that is wrong.
That's a typo error, it's wrong.
Okay. Then you would agree with me that even when the Senate wants to look at what you did in the county assembly, it is true that the Hansards have been manipulated and even the Senate cannot see.
That is not true.
Okay, it's not true. Is it true that 29th was a Tuesday and that you sat on Tuesday?
It wasn't, of course, and that's a typo error.
And the other issues I've raised. Okay, I'll move on to a different issue, but the point I'm making is that because the 53 of you are very determined to remove the deputy governor, you go as far as manipulating the Hansard.
No, we are not manipulating the answer, and we are not that much determined. We are only just following the law.
You are not determined, you are disparate. Now, I would like us to move on to the issues that the motion that you moved. We are in agreement that you moved the motion on the 13th, isn't it?
Yes. I did not move them, but I gave notes of motion. Yes.
Sorry, I apologize. You are right. Thank you. Now, I would like you to be given this bundle, the one for the deputy governor, if my friends can give you. Have you been given?
Yes.
I would like us to start with page, honorable members, the document I'm referring you to is the one by the deputy governor, and I would like you to go to page the motion that you moved, which is at page, my apologies for 1 second. Page 5, are you at page 5, please? Page 5. At page 5, you can see that?
Yes.
At page 5, that is the motion that is the notice you gave of intention to move a motion to impeach the governor. Okay.
That is true.
Now, the first thing I want us to agree is you issued the notice on 13th.
Yes.
And as we've already discussed, you eventually managed to move the motion on 29th and voting was done.
Yes.
Do you agree on the face of it that the 10 days would have expired on 23rd and by 29th, when the motion was being moved and being discussed and being voted upon, was already outside the 10 days?
It was, of course, already outside the 10 days.
Yeah? You used the word
It was
of
already
course.
outside the 10 days.
Did you say of course?
It's
Of course, it was
already,
yeah.
Oh, it's no, sorry, it's outside the 10 days.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I would like you to go to page 2 of that same bundle.
Page 2.
Page 2, yes. Page 3A, my apologies, page 3A, page 3A, honorable members. Can you see these are the standing orders upon which you move the motion, isn't it?
Just a minute.
Page 3A.
Not getting the page 3.
No, you've gone too far. It's a little. Yes, yeah. These are the standing orders under which you move the motion, isn't it? Under standing order number 60 up to 64, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, could we look at 60 sub 4? It is true, or let's start with 3. It says a member who has obtained the approval of the Speaker to move a motion under paragraph 1 shall give 7 days notice calling for impeachment of the governor. Upon expiry of the 7 days and after notice given, the motion shall be placed in order paper and shall be disposed of within 3 days. You agree with me that within the intention of that standing order, you should have disposed of this motion within 10 days?
Yes.
You agree with me?
I agree.
Okay. Now, I want us to look at 61. So that's one issue out of the way. The next one I want us to discuss is, now before we do that, so you eventually agreed on the 21st of February to go for public participation?
Yes.
And when you went for public participation, you scheduled the public participation for the 26th of February, isn't it?
Yes.
And you agree also that that public participation done on the 26th was already outside the 10 days which ended on the 23rd of February, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, standing order number 60, it requires that before giving notice under section 33 of the County Government Act, the member shall deliver to the clerk a copy of the proposed motion in writing stating the grounds and particulars, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you agree that the notice we just looked at, that you moved, the notice that you raised, did not have these grounds and particulars?
It had the grounds and the particulars were there. In reference to the Kisii County standing orders.
Yes.
Yes.
And we are looking at the document at page 5, isn't it? Page 5. Honorable members, page 5 of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Page 5, are you there?
Yes.
Yes. That is the notice you issued on 13, the the notice you issued on 13, isn't it?
Yes.
And it is your contention that when you say cross violation of the Constitution, abuse of office, gross misconduct, and crimes under national law, you have complied with the need for grounds and particulars. Is that your position?
All the documentation, including the signature.
Question. Apart from this document dated 13, did you issue anything else?
Yes, I issued.
And where is it? Is it attached to this?
Yes, they are there. Because I remember I gave a copy of the notice, the particulars of, on the grounds on which I was given the notes of motion.
Okay.
I gave the signatures of the members who were in support because I was required.
My apologies because of time, but let's turn from page 5 to page 6. Can you see an attachment of grounds and particulars?
Unfortunately, I'm not seeing.
And have you seen it anywhere else?
Yeah, it has been indicated.
Is it the one which is attached to the document at page 6?
No, they are not the ones.
So there's another set that the County Assembly has not brought here?
All particulars have been provided for.
Yeah, I know. They have been provided for in the motion of 21st. But what I'm saying is, if you are saying there were attachments to the notice of 13th, then the County Assembly has chosen to keep them away.
Maybe.
Maybe, okay. Now, I would like us then to move to the public participation report that you then came up with, and which is in the County Government Bundle Volume 1. Starting from page 24 to page 41, to page 50, to page 51. Are you there?
Yes.
Now, could you confirm to this Senate that the public participation is the document at page 24 to page 51?
Yes, I confirm.
And could you confirm that the entirety of that public participation report is not signed by anybody? Nobody has taken possession of it.
Nobody.
It hasn't been signed, isn't it? Now, you said you were present throughout the prosecution of this motion, right from the notice on 13th, 21st, 28th.
Council Katswa,
yes.
Your time is up. You should be winding up on your question to the witness.
Mr. Speaker, considering the volume of the material they brought, they had said 30 minutes and they took about 1 hour. I very much pray for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, sir. Kindly. This witness makes all the difference and we really pray for your accommodation. Kindly.
How much time are you requesting?
Can I have the same time as they spend, which is about 1 hour?
No, you can't. I'm giving you an extra 5 minutes from now.
Sorry?
I'm giving you an additional 5 minutes.
Could I very kindly request for 20? Kindly, please.
Not 20.
Sorry?
Not 20. I'm giving you 10. Council Carter, I'm giving you 10 minutes.
Then just 10
minutes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, when you are in the assembly, it is true that indeed the DG complained that he hasn't been given a copy of the public participation report.
Yes.
He complained.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. And he defended himself before he saw that report, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want you to look at page 103. You sympathize with me, isn't it? They have been treated on time.
On which grounds?
Page 103. Are you at page 103? The county assembly report, please. At page 103, it is much as we have agreed that it was misplaced in terms of the date. It was true that Honorable Henry Moraja moved a motion for public participation.
That is not true. This was actually the leader of majority moved a motion on 21st. So as to allow public participation.
And is this the name of the
to take place? A minute, please.
Is this the name of the leader of?
Excuse me, Council.
Yes.
I'm making a statement because you have asked a question. This motion was moved on 21st by the majority leader of the Kisii County Assembly to allow for members to adjourn so that they can go for public participation, which is not provided for in our standing orders. But remember, the Constitution of Kenya...
Okay, now you're going too far. It's okay. So, is this, other than that the date is wrong, is this the correct state of the moving of motion for public participation? Was the public participation motion, in the words used by the leader of majority, rose on standing order number 93 for adjournment to allow for public participation? Is this correct?
Yes.
When the date is corrected?
When the date is corrected.
Yes, okay. You see, we don't have a fight, we are in agreement.
Yes.
Now, the first thing I want you to agree is, when you agreed to proceed on adjournment, you did not agree on how that public participation would be funded, did you?
Yes.
You did not. You did not agree on who would collect the views of the public.
It was the counter clerk.
Yes, it is not in the resolution.
The answer and communication department.
But you didn't do that, isn't it? And it is true that eventually it was the governor who financed the public participation and used ward administrators, isn't it?
No.
Okay.
The governor did
May
not.
I ask you, did ward administrators play a role in this public participation?
They did not play a role.
Now, I would like to show you I would like you to go to page 41 of that, the same county assembly report, which is the public participation process, page 41. I would like you to look at the last paragraph, Moticho Ward. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Does it say that the exercise was headed by the ward administrator and ward manager?
That is what the statement reads.
That's what it says. So indeed, the governor and the executive participated in this public participation, isn't it?
They did not participate.
Doesn't it? Are you saying this report is inaccurate also?
When public participations were being conducted.
Is this report correct?
It's not correct.
So So you are now saying the county assembly's public participation report is not correct?
No, I'm not denouncing, but particularly on that aspect or else on that.
This is the only one which is not correct. Okay, I would move on to another question because of pressure of time. It is true that you played about 7 clips of public participation, isn't it, today?
I did not make any clip of any public participation.
Okay,
all these clips were provided by the Answer and Communication Department of the Kisii County Assembly.
Now, my question is, in all of them, they are standing behind flowers and trees, isn't it?
Not all of them.
How many are in places other than flowers and trees?
Council, when this interview...
Answer my question. Out of the 7 clips you played, is it true that 5 of them were individuals standing against a tree and a flower?
Not true.
Did you see in any of the clips public behind those people? Was there any that you could see a crowd?
Individual public...
My question.
No.
Was any of the clips with members of public behind it?
There were some had and some didn't have, because some of these interviews, individual interviews, were being recorded aside, not amongst the crowd.
Please listen to me. In the clips you played today, is there any that has members of public in its background?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. We will look at them again when we come to our defense. And now, Mr. Dennis says that you lied that he is a photo in your ward. Is he a photo in your ward?
Nowhere on record am I saying that Dennis comes from my ward. Nowhere.
You said that in the Hansard. In your submissions when you're moving a motion?
Nowhere.
And saying
I remember very well, I said that Dennis, by the time he was doing a complaint to me, he was staying at Gethare, which is in
the
Nyaribari.
last question I want to ask you, then my colleague will just ask you a few questions. It is true from what Ms. Lucy Waito, you said you spoke with her and
yes.
She gave you information.
Yes.
It is true at page 26 to 27 of her statement. If you could look at the bundle from the DG, page 26 to 27. Are you there?
Yes.
At the top of that page, it says, after the first paragraph,
yes.
After receiving applications from interested persons, the board shortlisted 7 candidates for the post of commercial manager and invited them for interviews on 15th May. So, yes. According to Lucy, the interviews were done on 15th May, isn't it?
According to that statement.
According to that statement. Now, the sale agreement that you said you saw was done on the 20th of April, isn't it?
Yes.
Of a month earlier, isn't it?
Yes.
And notwithstanding that, it is your position that that money from that sale was for purposes of a bribe?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, did Dennis tell you that there was no time when he had a conversation between himself and Dr. Monda?
Yes.
He told you he had no conversation?
Yes.
Now, did it occur to you to talk to the father of Dennis, or it would not be convenient to the case you had been told to move?
No, I did not reach out to
you did not talk to him?
Because all the material that I needed to prosecute the motion was provided to me by one Dennis Misati, so I saw no need at all to reach out to the
instructions I have, this is the last question, is that the funeral of your auntie was on the 12th of May 2023. Do you contest that?
I may not be able to contest that.
You wouldn't be able to contest that. Yeah. Now, having done the funeral on 12th of May, what business did you have receiving money from Dr. Monda on the 29th of May, 28th May, and 7th of May?
This was a commitment from the Deputy Governor when I was escorting to the car, and he said that he was to send something in regard to...
Thank you. I had to say that.
Nowhere I called, nowhere I did a message soliciting for any money from him.
Yes.
It was for that purpose.
So you played a clip to show us how Dr. Monda attended the funeral, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that story of him intending to send you money afterwards for the children in that clip?
It was not in the public domain, but it was a part of the conversation we had as I was escorting to the car.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just give me 2-3 minutes with for
I think you still have got 2 minutes or so you can conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've been unlucky. I haven't had enough good time. I'll try to limit, but I'll beg that you possibly just give me 5. I'll be very specific.
Your time is 2 minutes.
Thank you.
So
Thank
use the
you.
2 minutes.
The Honorable Siocha, there are a lot of governance issues in Kisii County. Is that correct? There are a lot of disputes, a lot of fights, and you heard Honorable Cherargei talk of fights in funerals. Are there a lot of governance issues in Kisii? Kuna vita Kisii kwetu. Is that correct? My time is running. Is that correct?
It's not correct.
Is it true that the dispute and this motion is in this Senate because there are disputes about governance in Kisii between the DG and the governor?
I'm the mover. I'm the one
aware that it's because of the governance issues?
Not at all, and it nowhere does that find its way into this motion. Nowhere.
Are you aware that the DG has been uncomfortable with the governor conducting government business in his house? Yes or no?
I'm not aware because I don't work in the executive.
You're not aware? Are you aware that the absorption of the Kisii budget is at 2%, number 47 or 47 in Kenya?
On that one, not unless you have questions you want me to expound on that.
Are you aware? Yes or no? I don't have time.
As the chair of implementation, that is not a position.
Which office does the governor operate from?
He operates from the stadium.
Okay, from the stadium. Okay. Are you aware that he meets even central government delegations from his house at Motonto, called Shakahola also?
That is not unique because all of us will receive visitors and delegations to our home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you aware that the budget that was passed by the Kisii County government was altered somewhere, and these are complaints?
There is no material fact on that, so I cannot be able to confirm. I participated in the process, and I stand at a better position to give you information on that, but let us not diverse into that because
now, these are the disputes. Is it true? And the deputy governor's case is that these small disputes are the ones that have caused this motion to be here today.
Are you trying to inform the Senate that it is those disputes that made one deputy governor, Monda, to want to solicit a pipe from one Dennis Misat? No, because
I don't have time, and I don't want to be called for time. Let me ask my last question.
Your time is up.
If you can allow me, Honorable Speaker, just ask one last question on the public participation and the bursaries. And let me ask you whether you are aware of the County Bursary Fund Committee, the Ward Bursary Fund Committee, and whether you are aware that in Kisii, because you are an MCA, that no one has ever been able to get more than 5,000 from the county bursaries. Should someone bribe 8,000 to get 5,000?
As you end. Your time is up. Mr. Witness,
if you can answer
that question as you go.
We have, Mr. Speaker, we have grounds, especially from those students who are coming from poor backgrounds. There are those, who come from extremely needy backgrounds. They usually get more than the 5,000.
Very well.
So the others equally on full scholarship.
Mr. Ndegwa, you have
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the moment for your examination. I don't want to shoot in the dark as it has been and experienced. Mr. Witness, what has brought us here is it the issues of the governor and the wrangles they could be having or not having, or the question of the conduct of the deputy governor?
It's the question about the conduct of the deputy governor.
Is it befitting a governor?
It's not befitting a governor.
Does it befit a public officer or a state officer?
It does not befit a public officer.
Allow me to take you to page 123 of the bundle of documents by the County Assembly. Page 123.
Mr. Ndegwa, I need to know the time you will take to do your re-exam.
I'm actually almost done.
Very well.
5 minutes will suffice. And we begin at page 122, Honorable Senators. You see where we have one Honorable Henry Muracha moving a motion for adjournment, yes?
Yes.
And he subsequently makes submissions and guidance on how, at page 123, the last paragraph, which begins by, I hereby beg to move the motion of adjournment to allow the people of Kisii County give their views by way of public participation, either by way of memoranda, questionnaires, or any other manner suitable to the clerk. Yes?
Yes.
Are the clips that you played there contemplated as one of the manners of giving evidence?
Yes.
Who conducts public participation? Is it the county assembly or the office of the governor?
It is the county assembly.
Is the office of the governor involved in the oversight works of the county assembly?
Absolutely no.
Was the governor involved in these processes?
He was not involved.
Will I therefore be right to say that the defense has formulated their own case to which they are answering to, and hence the question on the issues of the budget?
Yes.
Are those issues on trial before the Senate?
They are not in trial before the Senate.
Was this defense served with the public participation report?
It was served upon request by the Deputy Governor.
Would you therefore request the members of the Senate to look at page 179 of the bundle of document, volume 1? Page 179, which bears the handsigns for the 29th.
Yes.
Are you seeing where the speaker is saying, so I have ordered the clerk, we are going to give him all the evidence of public participation?
Yes.
Did you witness this service at the county assembly?
Yes.
Finally, have you looked at the defense that has been brought forth by the deputy governor?
Yes.
Has he answered in his affidavit? Has he refuted the clips that you have played?
He has not.
Has he answered to them?
He has not.
Has he disputed those allegations?
He has not.
Has he brought his clips to countenance what we have brought forth?
He has not.
It has been put to you that there is no members of the public who participated. Finally, would you want to play clip number 1?
I will wish and I seek the indulgence of the speaker that clip number 1 be played.
Council, you have got, I gave you 5 minutes, you've got 2 minutes. That
I am done.
It into your time.
I am most obliged.
Play the clip.
Clip number 1 and I'm off. Honorable Speaker. And as we proceed, where is the office of the Deputy Governor situated?
It is stood at the Kisii Stadium.
So they share the Kisii Stadium?
Yeah, they share. It's the office of the governor and the office of the...
What is the reason?
Currently, the official office of the governor is under renovation.
Clip number 1. The only thing...
Clip number 1.
Nikonde no borobonga sengora Monda tuakoire kero kubuno abanyali bali otokorire gasi Monda riba kutokorire gasi buno abanyali bali wikire county wakatira kwa maji.
The only thing I want you to identify in that clip is where is the venue?
That is at the Kiamakama office of the MCA.
Did you have any role to play in the production of those clips?
I did not have any role to play.
Who produced those clips?
It's the answer in the communication department for the Kisii County Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I yield the witness to the honorable senators.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are also in the interest of time. I'm going to limit also the number of members that we're going to allow for clarification. to fall. I'll ask with Senator Joe Nyutu. And the time with which you can take is 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will actually spend less than even the 2 minutes that you have given me. I may need a clarification, Mr. Speaker, from the witness. And he said, who commands the county enforcement officers in Kisii County? Because, Mr. Speaker, I ask that because there is an allegation that the Deputy Governor has been misusing these particular officers. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Governor has been accused, and we have seen, we have viewed several videos, Mr. Speaker, of soliciting for bribes in order for him to influence the issuance of bursaries in the county, Mr. Speaker. So would the witness tell us, or tell this House, what role the Deputy Governor plays in the giving of bursaries in Kisii County, Mr. Speaker? And finally, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether this will be appropriate, but let me, finally, Mr. Speaker, apart from the video that has been replayed for the second time, Mr. Speaker, we observed that the other clips that were played showed people, did not show other attendees of the public participation functions, Mr. Speaker, and I think that is one thing that we would also want the witness to clarify. If you allow me to ask...
Senator Nyutu, you have asked 3 questions.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kindly respond to those questions.
The person who commands the enforcement officers at the Kisii County government is the director in charge of enforcement. The second question was about the issue about surrounding the county, the bursary. Actually, for the information, for purposes of record, and to inform this Honorable House, we have a special kitty for scholarship, whereby the needy, especially those who come from challenged financial backgrounds, are identified and then forwarded for purposes of being given these scholarships. So in the process, these scholarships are being offered by the office of the governor, and in the process, the deputy governor is involved. And the last one is the question that most of the clips that have been played are just not showing the backgrounds. And actually that one, I think those who were the answer and department communication of the Kisii County Assembly was maybe mainly focusing on the speakers and forgot also to focus on the background.
Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to get some clarity from Counsel for the Defense. Other than the date on page 137, which is the Hansard report, is it the contention of the defense, the Council for Governor, that this document is not a true reflection of what happened in the Assembly on the 29th of February 2024? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the same document I can see references at page 211 and 217 to Katwa Kigen, the same lawyer appearing before us. If he was present in the House, then he can clear one thing that I want to ask him. Mr. Speaker, he has told us here that the evidence of a non-gambler, somebody who participates in sports betting, is something to be taken with some circumspection. Let me put the question. Yes, at page 217 of the Hansard, I want to know if it is true this is what Katwa Kigen said. There's a paragraph at the top there where he says, or is reported to have been saying, Honorable members, I pray that you do take this view that a question of bribery is a question of choosing who to believe. Do you want to believe a 68-year-old retired man who has been friends with Dr. Monda for 32 years and saying this is not a bribe, or a young gentleman who is saying it is a bribe? I want Katwa Kigen to clarify whether indeed the evidence of a young man should also be taken with the same circumspection that he claims evidence from a gambler should be taken. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senior Counsel Captain Keegan, respond to those questions by Senator Sifuna.
My point, Honorable Senate, is that the Hansard has been manipulated. It is not an accurate representation of what happened in terms of if the events resulting in the adjournment were events of 21st, and I think it's actually supposed to have been 21st. Why would the report be headed the date of the argument, the defense, and the voting, when indeed it didn't happen on that day? All I'm saying is that when you look at that Hansard, it should enrich our argument that there is a certain strong force within the assembly incorporating my good friend Honorable Siocha, who are very determined to have the Deputy Governor impeached and are prepared to manage the answer, because the answer is supposed to speak for itself. It's not supposed to be a document that you would come and say it has typographical errors. All I'm saying is that we have concerns about the way the answer was reported, and that is part of the malice against the Deputy Governor. On the issue of the arguments I made at page 217, I stand by them, and I intend to make the same arguments at the end of these proceedings. To say here is Mr. and Mrs. Misati. Mr. Misati is 68-year-old, and his son who is 37 years old. This is not a case where anybody is coming to say there was a money, there was a forgery of a document. This is not a documentary evidence. This is a question of one word against the other. And what I was trying to tell the Assembly, and I'll be requesting this Senate to do, is to say to the extent to which this case entirely rests on whom to believe, we will pray that you choose to believe the father who is 68-year-old together with his wife, vis-a-vis what the son is saying. More so when it is aggravated by the point that the son says he was not present when the discussions were had and cannot say for a fact whether or not the money was discussed as being a bribe or it was a refund.
Very well. You've answered the question. Thank you. Senior Counsel Carter. Senator Gloria Roba.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I need a clarification from Senior Counsel. You have spoken about manipulation of the Hansard, and on separate references, you are also putting out a case that a procedure that should have been followed in the county assembly was not followed. The clarification I'm seeking, Speaker, is, as senators today, are we here to listen to the technicalities that were not followed in the county assembly, or to execute the charges? Because why I'm asking this, Mr. Speaker, is if you go to the rules that you have given us, that we have in our standing orders of impeachment.
Senator Gloria.
On Rule 12.
Senator Gloria.
Yes.
Ask your question.
So my question is, and in respect that we are according to the institutions, maybe what I'm asking is for Senior Counsel to clarify that if indeed the argument of the process that was or was not followed in the county assembly, if that is the argument, what does he expect the Senate, what is he expecting with that argument from the Senate? That we stop prosecuting the matter based on a technicality that he wants to highlight? Because for me, Mr. Speaker, I'm starting, we spent quite a long time on that issue, and I'm wondering whether he is arguing on the process so that we can stop the impeachment. Otherwise, I don't see it relevant.
The question is made.
Yes.
Mr. Carter.
It is our case for the Deputy Governor that the procedures set in and put in place were intended to safeguard the rights of especially the subject of impeachment. And the law having set it like that, and to the extent to which the county assembly has no explanation for why they were operating out of time, why they did not serve him on time, why the notice did not have particulars, to the extent to which they have no reason that this impeachment should be deemed by this Senate to be invalid and to be disallowed. It is my view that in previous writings, it has been stated that if the impeachment already stands outside time, then it is invalid and should be thrown away. I'll be praying that you should not look at it as a question of technicality, but a question of substantive justice.
And lastly, I will allow Senator Ben Siengo to seek any clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek clarification from the Council. When he was asking about the clips that were played, and he was asking on the audience, in public meetings, when a speaker is making speech, is it usual to focus on the audience or the speaker? When I looked at Mama Wamutura speaking, she was speaking from her heart, because this is something that is hurting her. And when I see a woman getting emotional...
Senator Beth, your question is made.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to ask the second concern, to raise the second concern. Who runs the governor's bursary fund, and what is the role of the deputy governor on it? Thank you.
The first question is directed to Senior Counsel Katwa. The second is the witness.
It is our argument that the clips were manipulated. They were not products of public participation. If it was a product of public participation, you would definitely see people in the background. Because if it was intended to communicate to this Senate that indeed members of public made contributions to this subject of the impeachment, then surely it should have been possible to see members of public. And honorable senators, I said there are about 7 clips. About 5 of them is a single individual who has nobody in the background. One of the exceptions is the one clip that the honorable member has invited me to, and it has about 2 people. It has nothing more than that, and we still contend that that clip came much after. Lastly, if you look at page 21 to 54 being the public participation report in the county assembly report, there is nowhere where they say the clips were done. The clip came through the letter at page 356 of Mr. Ndegwa's letter, where they introduced the clips much after and outside the public participation. It has no relationship with public participation. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Katwa. Mr. Witness, respond to the second question by Senator Beth Siengo.
Mr. Speaker, there is a special program domiciled in the office of the governor. The question that the honorable senator asked, who is responsible, so it's the office of the governor.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I had directed that I will only allow a maximum of 4 members to seek clarifications. You note that these time-bound proceedings must be prosecuted between now and close of business tomorrow. So I will close at that so that we progress to the next witness. Mr. Ndegwa.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the kind permission only to seek your directions whether it is proper for senior counsel to impute improper motives that I did introduce the clips, well knowing that I'm only executing the functions of an advocate representing a client.
Mr. Ndegwa, remember ruling was made earlier on regarding the objections that both parties had raised with regards to evidence and additional information that could not have been or could have been, and that ruling was read in your presence. Allow the Senate, allow this House to deal with them at an appropriate time. Thank you. You are discharged, Honorable Member. Call upon your next witness so that we also guide with regards to time.
Speaker, sir, our next witness is a lady who goes by the name of Lucy Wahito, the diligent public officer.
As Lucy is brought to the witness stand, how much time do you intend to spend?
Mr. Speaker, will take similar time. 30 minutes will suffice.
So we will take 30 minutes for examine chief. We will do 20 minutes for cross-examination.
You're most obliged. My learned friend, Mr. Mwangi Ndegwa, will take the witness.
And for purposes of time and planning as well, how many more witnesses do you plan to call?
We have 2 more witnesses.
2 more witnesses apart from Lucy?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yeah, you can swear her.
I, Lucy Wahito Wachira, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good evening, Lucy.
Evening to you.
Welcome to this session. Now, Lucy, you sworn an affidavit dated the 8th of March 2024?
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I'm referring the witness to the affidavit at page 263 of the County Assembly Bundle, Volume 1. Page 263, Volume 1 of the County Assembly Bundle. Lucy, where do you work?
Sorry?
Where do you work, Lucy?
I work in Kisii Water Sanitation Company.
What is your designation?
My designation is a Managing Director, Mr. Speaker, sir.
And in brief, what is WASCO for honorable members to understand?
WASCO stands for Kisii Water and Sanitation Company. It is a company that was registered the way back 2006 under the Companies Act. It is jointly owned by Kisii County and Nyamira County, and its mandate is to provide water and sanitation services in both counties.
Are you a member of the board?
Mr. Speaker, sir, yes, I'm a member of the board by virtue of the office that I hold.
What are the functions of the board?
The functions of the board of directors of Kisii Water and Sanitation Company, number 1, is to provide strategic leadership and oversight. Number 2 is to recruit the core management team. They're also supposed to ensure they protect the rights of the shareholders and the stakeholders. They're also supposed to approve the annual budgets and the policies, and being the supreme organ of the company, it is the main decision maker.
Now, in the month of April 2023, the board advertised for 4 positions. What are they for recruitment?
Yes, on 14th April 2023, the board advertised for 4 positions, being commercial manager, internal auditor, human resource manager, and procurement manager, Mr. Speaker, sir.
And you have attached to your affidavit a copy of the advertisement by way of inviting applications.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, do you recall prior to shortlisting what took place?
Yes, prior to shortlisting, Mr. Speaker, sir, I recall I was summoned by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, Mr. Dr. Robert Onsare Monda, and I visited his office. in one of the positions that we advertised in the newspaper for the commercial manager. He had a candidate of preference, and therefore he told me to consider that case.
Did he also mention whom or who did he want your assistance?
Yes, he mentioned the name, the candidate being Mr. Dennis Misati.
And did you also discuss anything else in that meeting where you were summoned?
It was a brief discussion. He told me other matters we shall be able to discuss later.
Now, following the shortlisting, when did you conduct your interviews?
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me start by saying that the adverts were done on 14th April. The applications were supposed to be closed on 28th April. After that, the board hired an independent consultant to do the shortlisting on behalf of the company, and the shortlisting was submitted on 15th of May 2023, and the candidates were invited on 17th May 2023, and the interviews were conducted on 25th and 26th May 2023.
After the 26th of May, after the interviews, what happened on the 28th of April, 28th of May 2023 at 24 minutes past 9 p.m.?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I recall on 28th April, that was on a Sunday in the evening at 21:24 and 13 seconds, I received 100,000 in my M-Pesa line or Safaricom line 0724616288 from His Excellency Mr. Dr. Robert Monda.
How did you know that the money was from Monda?
I have his number in my phone.
And you have attached your M-Pesa statement to that effect?
Yes, I have attached, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable members, I'm referring the witness to page 277 of volume 1 of the County Assembly bundle, page 277. Are you there, Lucy? Is this your M-Pesa statement?
Yes, this is my M-Pesa statement.
You received money from His Excellency Dr. Monda on that date, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
It is his defense that this money was sent to you by error. Before I take you there, what happened after receiving the money? Did you call him immediately, or were you perplexed that you have received the money?
I received the money at 21:24, and at that time I could not do anything, but the following day, on Monday morning, I called His Excellency Dr. Robert Monda, and I inquired what the money was supposed to be for, and he told me that he reminded me the conversations that we had earlier on in regards to the case that he wanted to be considered in the company of assisting one Mr. Dennis Misati.
Is this the conversation you had with His Excellency Dr. Robert Monda in his office when he summoned you?
When he summoned me, he told me other details will follow later.
And so there, what does it mean other details will follow later to you?
When I got the money, I thought, I just connected between the dots, and I thought maybe that is what he meant. Other details will follow later. So when we talked that morning, and I told him if the young man has qualified, he shall be considered, and therefore there's no need of trying to influence. I told him to reverse back the money that he had sent in my phone.
You told him to reverse back on the 29th morning, correct?
Yes, it was on 29th morning.
In your experience, how long does it take to reverse a transaction?
Oftentimes, once you reverse, it will take it's about 24 hours.
And when did His Excellency reverse the transaction?
It was not reversed.
On the 29th after you spoke to him?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so it was not reversed on 29th.
What step did you take following his refusal to reverse the money?
On 30th, I waited for him to reverse. When it didn't happen on 30th at 4, I reversed. I returned that money back.
And why you took that a span of from 29th to 30th to reverse the money? Please tell us why you reversed the money or you returned the money to His Excellency on the 30th and not on 29th.
Mr. Speaker, sir, why I did that, once I expected that if it was erroneously sent, I expected there's a message that we're supposed to send through Safaricom 456, and it's supposed to notify the sender immediately they have initiated the reversal. And that can take long. Therefore, I expected to receive that message from my end, and that is why it took the 24 hours to wait. Again, Mr. Speaker, sir, you realize that that Monday I was on transit. So the time that I reversed that money in the evening, it's after taking the whole day waiting to see whether I'll be able to see the message of reversal.
So it is your evidence that there was a possibility that he could reverse the money while you also send back the money?
Chances were.
Now, I take you to your M-Pesa statement, Lucy. There has been, by the way, Lucy, were you expecting that money?
I was not expecting any money.
I take you to the M-Pesa statement. There has been a pronouncement by Learned Counsel, Senior Counsel, that you actually received the money and utilized the money. On your M-Pesa statement at page 277 of the County Assembly bundle, honorable members, can you kindly explain the transactions following the receipt of the money and until 30th of May when you returned the money to His Excellency, the Deputy Governor?
Mr. Speaker, sir, from my statement, I received money from His Excellency, Mr. Dr. Robert Monda, on 21, 24, 13. That was at night. The following day, on 29th, at 10:48, I have one of my employees, and I sent my employee 5,000. On the same day, that is 11:06, on 29th, I withdrew from my Equity bulk account 5,000 to have the same back in my M-Pesa. On 29th May at 14:18, that was around 2, I withdrew from my cooperative bank 30,000. I was going for a meeting, and I sent the same amount of 28,000. On 29th at 14:18, the same time, I sent to the ticketing company 28,000, and therefore my account will had a balance of 103. The same day when I was on transit, I had a person who I made some transaction to of 6,000, which gave me a balance of 97,299. Seemingly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I didn't utilize the funds that were in my account, and that is why I would get money from my bank statement. On 30th, if you look through that statement, on 30th May 2023, at 6:21, I was in Kenya Airports Authority. I paid 100 shillings for car park very early in the morning because I was taking a flight. And then once I was done with the meeting for the day, later in the evening at 16:15 on 30th May, I returned back that money of the 100,000 shillings. Mr. Speaker, sir, I never spent the money that had been sent on my phone.
So, Lucy, do you also enjoy the services of Fuliza from Safaricom?
Yes, I do. I'm a limit of 5,000, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Did you also top it up to?
Yes, Fuliza is more like money in my account.
Correct. Now, Lucy, the Deputy Governor largely speaks in his Hansard at the County Assembly at page 191 of the County Assembly bundle, the third paragraph. Lucy, are you there? Can you read the paragraph that begins with the word "I confirmed"?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I confirmed to have sent her the money mistakenly and told her that I intended to send money to a different person, Gladys Aminga. She continued to tell me that she was at the airport traveling to attend a meeting in Nairobi. She then inquired if it was possible for me to reverse the money. I told her I would try since I'd never reversed money on an M-Pesa platform. I attempted, but I was not successful. I urged her to reverse it.
Stop at that, Lucy. The deputy governor says I attempted, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Does that mean that he intentionally sent the money to you and deliberately refused to wire back the money or reverse?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, finally, did the candidate that the deputy governor wanted assistance, was he successful?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the candidate was not successful.
What number was he in the interviews?
After the interviews, he became distance 5th.
Honorable members and Speaker, I cede the witness for cross-examination. Lucy, you'll be asked questions by my learned senior. Remain calm and answer the questions.
Good evening, Lucy.
Good evening to you, sir.
Yeah.
Council Katwa.
Now,
Mr. Katwa.
Yes, sir.
Take note of your time. Considering the way the examination in chief has gone, I believe you'll be able to deal with cross-examination in the time that you've been allocated.
I'll try my level best, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, it is your testimony that in the bundle you've produced before this assembly that you, at paragraph 11, honorable members, Senate members, I'm referring to the affidavit at page 263 to 265 and particularly page 264. At page 264 of your affidavit, Lucy, do you have your affidavit?
Mr. Katwa, kindly guide the members on the volume you are making reference to.
My apologies. It is the bundle from the county assembly, and it is volume 1, page 264. Paragraph 11, the last paragraph at page 264. In that paragraph, you said that in the morning of 29th, I called the Deputy Governor, His Excellency Robert Monda, and asked him what the money he had sent was meant for. And from the telephone conversation, he reminded me of his previous request on the assistance in the recruitment of his preferred candidate, one Dennis Mokaya. I declined to be influenced and asked him to reverse the money. That's what you said in that paragraph.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, since this process started, has that always been your position? Has it always been your position that indeed he told you what the money was for?
It has been my position.
Okay. Even as way back as 8th of February?
8th of February, it made a statement which was slightly different from this. I didn't know it would get...
Lucy, just answer my question. My question is the position you've taken at paragraph 11 the same position you've always held as way back as 8th of February?
That has been the position.
Okay. Now let's look at what you said on 8th of February at page 26. Honorable members, I'm referring to the Deputy Governor's report, page 26. At page 26 is your statement, isn't it? Are you there, Madam Lucy? Page 27. No, not this bundle, the other bundle.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm there.
The third paragraph from the top, you said, on the morning of 29th, I called the Deputy Governor. This is the same call you are referring to at paragraph 11 of your affidavit, isn't it?
This is not an affidavit, this was a statement.
Sorry?
This was a statement that I had made, that I saw an affidavit to state the facts.
Which question are you answering?
Page 27.
Yes, so I'm just asking you, at paragraph 11 of your affidavit, you said you made a call on 29th, isn't it?
For the purpose of this Senate,
Just answer my
Mr. Speaker,
question.
sir.
Please just answer my question. At page 264 of the county government bundle, paragraph 11, you said you made a call on the 29th to the governor, isn't it?
Yes, I did.
Is this the same call you are referring to in your statement?
It is the same call.
It's the same call?
Yes.
Okay. And you proceed to say, I called the deputy governor and asked him what the money was for. And what do you say on 8th of February is he answered you?
In that statement, I'd said he kept quiet.
In that statement, you had said he had kept quiet. And you saw the defense that the deputy governor made in the county assembly, isn't it?
Yes.
And you know that he made a big issue of the point that when you called him, he did not say the money was a bribe, rather he kept quiet. You know he took advantage of that point you made in that statement.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to clarify that I have sworn an affidavit, and that is what I'll stick with.
Lucy, we are not competing. I'm asking you questions.
Madam Lucy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I want to guide you, Catherine.
Yes, sir.
I want to guide the witness. Answer the question in the interest of time, as and when you've been asked. If you don't know the answer, say no, yes. Do not entertain arguments.
So Lucy,
thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm saying, Lucy, is you saw that the Speaker took advantage of your point that you said he kept quiet and said the effect of that is that indeed he did not tell you that it had anything to do with employment. You saw that in his defense at the county assembly. Now, you then went back and swore an affidavit on the 8th of March.
Yes.
After the impeachment decision of 29th.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
And in the new affidavit now, you've changed what your conversation, the content of your conversation with the governor has changed, isn't it? The content of your conversation with the governor on 29th has changed.
It did not change.
Did you say on the 8th of March when you are swearing the affidavit that he kept quiet the way you had said on 8th of February? Did you say he kept quiet?
No.
Now you're saying that he told you something?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so you want this assembly to believe which one? The one which you maliciously want to paint the governor negatively at page 264 on 8th of March, or the one you said he kept quiet on 8th of February?
The sworn in affidavit, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Affidavit. But you agree the statement that is at page 27 is your statement, isn't it?
I agree.
Yeah, okay. Now, let's talk about the M-Pesa that you received. You said you received the M-Pesa at, on the 28th, isn't it?
Yes.
It is true that after you received the M-Pesa, you did not call him until the next day?
Yes, it was late at night.
You did not call him the same night, the same day. You did not. How long did it take you to see the M-Pesa? To see the M-Pesa entry?
I saw it immediately.
Sorry, in there?
I saw the M-Pesa said on 28th May 2023 at 21:24.
You saw it just around the time you had sent it?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you call him when you saw it?
That was 21:24. I wouldn't have called His Excellency at that particular time. It was at night.
But he had just sent you the money, isn't it? He had just sent you the money, isn't it?
Yes, he had just sent the money.
But you chose not to call him at that time until the next day, 29th?
Yes, I didn't call that night.
Now, may I ask you, what time did you call him on the 29th?
On 29th, I called him in the morning.
What time?
That can be around 8 or 9.
Around 8 or 9. And according to you, you told him to reverse, isn't it? You suggested to him to reverse the amount.
I inquired what was the purpose of that money.
And then you told him to reverse.
After he reminded me what it was meant for, I requested him to reverse.
You requested
because it
him
was
to reverse. Now, when you are requesting him to reverse, you could also have sent it back, isn't it?
Sorry?
You could have sent back the money also, isn't it? That 29.
Yes, I could have.
You could have, but you didn't. Okay. Now let's look at your M-Pesa at page 277. So you say you called him between 8 and 9. That's what you said?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
It is true that at 10 o'clock you used that money from him, isn't it?
The amount in my M-Pesa statement was 101,459. I spent 5,000 at 10:48.
Yes.
At 11:06, I transferred 5,000 from my
I will ask you
account.
that question again. I'll ask you the question again, Lucy. Is it true that whereas you say you called him between 8 and 9, you actually spent the money that he had sent to you at 10:48?
I can say that I spent the money that he sent to me.
So let's look at it. You received from him 100,000, isn't it, on the 28th?
I agree.
And your balance comes to 101, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you spend the 5,000 at 10 o'clock, your money reduces to 96,000, isn't it?
I have a full-user limit of 5,000, so I can spend.
I will ask you again. It is true that when you spend the money from Dr. Monda at 10 o'clock, your balance came to 96,000 on the face of the M-Pesa report.
Yes, I spent 5,000, but I want to clarify that I have a full-user limit of 5,000.
Well, after you had spent the 5,000, the consequence was that even if you wanted to reverse, it wouldn't have been possible, isn't it? The limit was already below.
Now that I had requested him to reverse, I wouldn't have reversed.
No, I'm saying, so by 10 o'clock, the amount you have on your M-Pesa is less than the 100,000 you're telling him to reverse.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, by 10:48, I had 96,404. 11:06,
Now,
I had 101,404.
Again, I'll remind you, I'm the one asking you questions. It is also true that between 15:28 and 18:15, your balance is less than 100,000, isn't it?
Come again?
Between 18:28 and 18:15, sorry, 15:28 and 18:15, the amount is less than 100,000. The balance in your account is less than 100,000, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
It's true, okay. Now, you said the interviews were conducted on the 15th, isn't it?
The interviews were conducted on 25th May and 26th May, 2023.
Sorry? The interviews were conducted?
On 25th May and 26th May, 2023, Mr.
Could we
Speaker,
look at
sir.
Could you look at page 27 of the Deputy Governor's bundle? Page 27. Are you at page 27 of the Deputy Governor's bundle, honorable members?
27.
Page 27. Page 27. The first paragraph at page 27. You say after receiving application from interested persons, the board shortlisted 7 candidates for the post of commercial manager and invited them for interviews on 15th of May 2023. According to the statement that you wrote on 8th of February, when were the interviews done?
25th and 26th of May 2020.
Is that what you've said in your statement of 8th?
This was invitation. That is when they were sent for messages.
Could you read it yourself, Lucy?
They were invited for interviews.
Just read that first sentence.
After receiving applications from interested persons, the board shortlisted 7 candidates for the post of the commercial manager and invited them for interviews on 15th May 2023.
Invited them for interviews on 15th of May 2023. You are saying that statement that the honorable senators should not understand when you state that invited them for interviews on 15 May 2023, that when you say that, you did not mean that they come for interviews on 15th of May. You want them to understand it that way?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. What do you think of the senators? Now, so you say the interviews were, you now want to change this to say the interviews were done when?
25th and 26th of May 2023.
Okay. Could you show us anywhere where you've adjusted that statement that the interviews are to be held on 15th of May to say they were to be held on 26th and 25th? Is there anywhere, either in the statement at page 27 of the Deputy Governor's bundle or page 264 of the County Assembly bundle, anywhere where you've adjusted the date from 15th to the 25th?
There is nowhere outside.
You have not done that.
Yeah.
It is something that you prepared for in the break to change the date, isn't it?
Not really.
Okay. Now, the interviews are, you said that the entity that you are the CEO in is constituted of a board, isn't it?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And how do you conduct how do you determine the best candidate?
They are ranked, Mr. Speaker, sir.
In actual fact, they are scored by each of the board members individually, isn't it?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. So, for purposes of argument, if it were to be that the interviews were done on 15th of May, or in the alternative, even if we were to say it was done either on the 25th or 26th, it would be the case that the best candidate would be determined by aggregation of the scores by each of the board members, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Council Katwa Kigen,
So, yes.
you have 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. In that scenario, Madam Lucy,
yes,
the situation would be that if Dr. Monda actually wanted, first of all, the board members are appointed by the office of the governor, isn't it?
No, Mr. Speaker, sir.
How are they appointed?
The board of GOSCO has 10 members, 5 who are recruited competitively, and 5 who are ex-officio members by virtue of the positions they hold.
And who determines who is to be in the board?
They are appointed by the shareholders, the independent members.
And the shareholders are Nyamira County and the Kisii County, isn't it?
Exactly.
And the executive of both would be the governors, isn't it?
The CCM, finance and water for both counties.
And ultimately to the governor, isn't it? Ultimately the answerable to the governor, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much. And so if Dr. Monda really wanted the job, the people you would be speaking to would be the board members, isn't it? Who would be scoring?
Yes, the board members.
That would have been more effective. Thank you. Okay. And I would like you to look at page 189 as I close. Page 189 of the county bundle 189. And I'll leave that question. Madam Speaker, if you allow me the remaining about 2 minutes for my colleague to just ask 1 or 2 questions, please.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker and the plenary, for the record, I am Kevin Mishuki. Madam Ohito, I'll ask you 2 questions in relation to the recruitment exercise in question. From your evidence, what role did you undertake in the shortlisting of these candidates?
Madam Speaker, in the shortlisting of the candidate, I never took any role. The board had hired an independent consultant who brought the report to the board.
Who was this independent consultant?
Alfred Consultants.
Alfred Consultancy. Are these independent consultants under the influence or guidance of the Deputy Governor?
Not at all, Madam Speaker.
Was the Deputy Governor aware of these independent recruiters?
I'm not sure.
So, given your evidence that he was trying to influence this recruitment, how would he be certain that Dennis would be shortlisted for the interviews?
He was, Madam Speaker, Dennis was...
So how would the DG be sure that this person would be shortlisted by your independent consultant to end up at the interviews?
By virtue of his qualifications.
By virtue of his qualifications. Okay. You went through the qualifications of all the candidates who applied for the job?
I didn't go through.
Okay, so can you be certain that he had the best qualifications of everyone who had applied?
Out of the list that was submitted by the altered...
No, of everyone who applied before shortlisting.
The document that was submitted to the board had all the list of the candidates who had applied, besides not only the commercial manager, but all the other positions and their qualifications. And he was shortlisted because he had qualified.
By the independent consultants?
Exactly, yes.
Who the DG does not control or influence?
Yes, he doesn't.
Okay, thank you. That is all. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam White.
Thank you, Council. Do we have any re-exam? Council, how many minutes do you need? Can you make the re-exam 5 minutes? Can you condense it?
I will try.
Try and condense it.
Madam Speaker, Ms. Munyoki, and I'm going to re-examine the witness. Madam Lucy, how many statements or affidavits did you make?
I made one affidavit, Madam Speaker, and one statement.
Were you also summoned by EACC?
Yes, I was summoned by EACC and I made an elaborate statement at the EACC.
So what did you submit at EACC? What did you prepare? Was it a statement or affidavit?
A statement at EACC, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we did not go into the issue of EACC, and in your directions for purposes of the hearing, you had said re-examination should limit itself to what was explored in the course of examination, cross-examination rather.
Council, that objection is upheld. Confine yourself to issues that were raised during cross-examination.
Well guided. Could you please clarify on the issue of the statement and affidavits? And the affidavit.
Madam Speaker, I wrote the statements in a hurry, and when I was summoned and asked to come to appear in the Senate, I made an affidavit to clarify the issues.
Is that why? Is it the reason why you have two versions of the story?
Exactly.
Which
Yes.
do you stick to it?
Exactly. Yes, Madam Speaker.
Which one are you sticking to?
Madam Speaker, I stick with the affidavit that I made before Commissioner of Oaths.
Okay. In cross-examination, Counsel Senior Katwa referred on the M-Pesa messages. At what time? The time. My question is, are you a family person?
Madam Speaker, yes, I am a family person.
Could that be the reason why you called?
Madam Speaker,
in the morning.
Madam Speaker, I couldn't call His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, at night. I think those are not official hours, and that is why I talked to him the following day in the morning. And again, that was a weekend, it was a Sunday at night. I called him on Monday in the morning.
To the next question, the use of the money, why you used the 100,000 the next day. You've said that your freezer limit is how many?
Madam Speaker, my freezer limit is 5,000.
Are you an agent of Safaricom?
Sorry?
Are you an agent of Safaricom?
Madam Speaker, I'm not.
So you don't know how reverse works? Reversal works. You don't know how reversal works?
Yes.
So could that be the assumption that you continued using your money, thinking that your freezer is still accruing, like you're still using your credit amount of money?
On 29th, Madam Speaker, you check, I withdrew 30,000 from Cooperative Bank and also withdrew 5,000 from Equity Bank, meaning I was not spending the 100,000 that had been sent in my phone.
On the issue of the interviews, when was the interview?
Madam Speaker, the interviews were done on 25th and 26th of May, 2023.
You said that you guys outsourced a party. Does the board have an influence on who the Alfred, you said it's called?
Alfred Consultants.
Yes. Do you have a direct as the board members?
The board does not have control. That is among the list of the pre-qualified consultants in the company.
Could you please explain to the House how the process happens from the shortlisting to the recruitment?
Madam Speaker, after the applications were submitted to the Office of the Managing Director on 28th, it was closed, and the consultant was given the database to go and look through from the long list and come up with a short list within a period of 7 days. And then that is when he submitted the list to the Board of Directors on 15th of May, 2023.
And at what point do you communicate on the interviews?
Madam Speaker, we communicated on the same date of 15th to 17th. That is when we invited the candidates who had been shortlisted for the interviews. We gave them 7 days notice.
That is all, Madam Speaker.
Just one question, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
With your indulgence. Madam Lucy, was the Deputy Governor bribing for shortlisting or for recruitment?
Madam Speaker, looking at the time that he had approached me, the beginning of May 2023, and the time that he sent the money on 28th, just after the interviews, I could connect the dots. It was supposed to influence the process.
At the time of receipt, had you communicated the outcome?
At the time of receipt, we had not communicated.
That's all, Honorable Speaker.
I believe that is all for this witness, except the clarifications that the senators would want to have. I have a whole list. I have a whole post of about maybe 12 senators or 13 who are interested in interventions. I'll try and balance both sides, but we could do fewer than the 13. So Senator Seki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to the witness, I'll just go direct to the point. What is how can you relate the 15th and the 25th dates that you indicate that the interviews were done? How can you explain these two dates that are coming in your statements and the presentation from the legal counsel?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 15th is when Alfred Consultants submitted the report, and in the short listing at the bottom, the date of 15th is written, 15th of May 2023, and that is why it has caused some confusion because it is already there in the list of shortlisted candidates. It is the day that we received the report from the consultants.
Senator Betty Montet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would want Madam Lucy maybe to tell this House, this job which was being facilitated with that amount of money, what was the gross, or what is the gross salary the successful applicant was expected to get or was to get?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gross salary for that position, and being grade 2 as in the grading structure of the company, the organo structure, that job has a gross salary of about 200,000 shillings.
Senator Karungo Thangwa. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Witness, how long have you been serving with the Kewasco, number one? Number two, when you had a conversation with the Deputy Governor, how long have you known the Deputy Governor? Number three, you said you had a Fulisa, and when M-Pesa came to you, for us, I know you might not be the agent of Safaricom, but for us, when you have taken Fulisa, when I send you money, it automatically deducts the money I have sent you, for example. Does that not mean utilization of the funds? And finally, Madam Speaker, does any of the county government official sit as an ex-officio member of Kisii Water Sanitation and Company, Kawasco, either from Nyamira County Government or from Kisii County Government? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 1. I've been the MD of Kisii Water for the last 1.5 years, having started from 1st September 2022. Number 2, Madam Speaker, on the use of the Fuliza, if you look at the time the money came, my account balance had 1,000. At the time of entry, that is 100,000, I had a balance of 101. The following day, when I sent the 5,000, a difference of less than 20 minutes, I'd already gotten money from my bulk equity account and deposited 5,000. So it doesn't mean utilization of the funds that I'd received. Number 3, in terms of ex-officio, the board members, I said they are comprised of 10 board members, 5 who are independent, Madam Speaker, having been competitively recruited, and 5 who are ex-officio. The 5 who are ex-officio, in this case, we have the CECM, Water, and Finance for both counties. That is Nyamira and Kisii County, meaning that we have 2 from each and every county sitting as board members of the company. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Asige Kegehi, Crystal.
Thank you very much, Speaker. To the witness, my questions are as follows. When was the meeting that you mentioned you had with the DG where he proposed supporting his candidate, his preferred candidate? Next, when were the successful candidates informed in this recruitment process? And to the Council for the Deputy Governor, you mentioned that there might have been an attempt to reverse. Do you have any evidence of the same from Safaricom with the DG's reversal attempts? Also, what you made a point to direct senators to the 8th of February statement by the witness where she spoke of a silence that was had on the phone. What exactly do you want us as honorable senators to interpret the silence as being, noting what silence means in a court of law? Also, the counsel from the DG, lastly, Speaker, spoke of there might have been an error. There might have been an error. I just wanted them to kindly let us know what the phone numbers for Lucy and Gladys were, just so we can see how close the 2 phone numbers are to...
Senator Asige, you are overloading that witness with a bulk of questions. If you could let him answer, I feel it would be reasonable.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, question 1. On when we had the conversation with the Deputy Governor, that was after 28th, the following week. That was on Thursday, around 4th May 2023. Second question, when the communication was supposed to be done of the candidates who were successful, we did that communication on 2nd of June 2023.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha. So, Katwa Kigen, I believe there is a question that was directed at yourself or your colleague.
Honorable Senators, the instructions I have is that ordinarily when you make an attempt at reversal, it doesn't show on your M-Pesa. So in terms of document we can show for the attempt to reverse, we do not have that. On the question of silence as captured in the letter, in the statement of 8th of February, our position that whereas the witness said the deputy governor kept quiet, in our affidavit in response to that contention, we've said indeed the deputy governor did not keep quiet, but informed the witness that that money was meant to have been sent to somebody by the name Gladys Aminga, and that it was a mistake to have been sent to Lucy. It was intended for Gladys, and in our bundle we have shown how we have saved the two names next to each other and which led to that mistake. I hope I have answered the question.
Senator Tabitha. Sifuna, your chance is coming, so hold it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very brief questions. For how long have you known the DG, and how has your work relation been with him since you've been the MD for the last 1.5 years in the institution that you work? And secondly, in both your statement and your affidavit, you have a key word named approached. Would you state before this Senate when you say Robert Monda approached me saying, how was the approach? Was it physical? Was it a phone call? Was it an email? How was the mode of the approach that you stated? When you sent the money back to Mr. Monda, what was his response? And when he approached you for a request of a candidate, what was your response to him? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you. One, I've known His Excellency Dr. Robert Monda from the time they got into office, that is from August 2022. Relationship in the workplace, it has been a positive relationship because he is a stakeholder. The county governments are shareholders, in which we have had good relationships with the county governments, which he serves as the deputy governor. So the relationship and the support that we have been receiving from the company shows that we've been having a positive or a good working relationship. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, in line with the word approach, on 4th May 2023, it was a Thursday, he called me and summoned me to his office, which I visited at Kisii Stadium, went to his office, and that is when he told me he has an interest in one of the adverts that he had seen in the daily newspaper. And after that, I told him if the candidate that he had qualifies, he will surely be able to get the job because it is purely based on merit and qualifications. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Enoch Wambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just 2 questions, quick ones. Madam Lucy, did you have any other cash transactions with the Deputy Governor before 28th? Have you dealt money with him before you received this M-Pesa from his account? And secondly, when you called him on 29th about the money that you received on 28th, did he tell you explicitly that this money was meant to influence your decision on the job in question? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you. When you called, on 29th, when I called the deputy governor, he told me, remember the case that I had told you about in terms of assisting my candidates to get a job as a commercial manager. And I told him there is no need of sending money because the criteria is purely based on merit. Kindly reverse the money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
First question.
Sorry?
Did you answer the first question?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, maybe I didn't
Repeat
catch
it
that.
again for her.
The first question was, did you have any cash transactions, any cash business between yourself and the DG before 28 when you received money through M-Pesa from him?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have never had any cash transaction between me and the Deputy Governor. Not in cash, not in my M-Pesa.
Senator Mulgo, do you still want to raise any question?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have two questions to the witness. One is, what did you see on your message? Did you see 100,000 or did you see a name with it such that you are comfortable overnight with the money and not uncomfortable such that you would, seek as to who is the sender and probably send it back? So what made you comfortable to just have it with you overnight? Then my second question is, what influence do you have over the board such that the Deputy Governor would seek your help to be able to help him position this applicant?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number one. In line with what influence, being a board member, I'm the managing director of the company, I would probably think that he felt that I could be able to influence, because by virtue of the office that I hold as a managing director and I sit in the board, he felt that maybe I could be able to influence. It is by virtue of the position that I hold. Question number two, Madam Speaker, the comfort in which I stayed with the money at night. I've clearly stated, Madam Speaker, the money was sent to me at 21:34. It was a Sunday at night. And this is my boss in the county. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't have called him at that particular time. And the following day was a Monday. That is why I called him during the official working hours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we still have a list I want to give to Senator Sifuna, but I want to request that if a question has already been answered, we don't repeat it again, because you most likely will get the same answer. Senator Sifuna.
Madam Speaker, at the beginning of these proceedings, there were certain admissions that were made by the counsel for the Deputy Governor, most important of which was that, yes, the accept money was received, but it was not for the purposes stated by the prosecution, but that it was for repayment of a debt. Now, Senior Counsel Katwa Kigen, at page 189, where we have excerpts of the Hansard of the proceedings before the County Assembly, isn't it a fact that there was indeed another admission before the County Assembly? You will see the question you put to him there. And did you talk to Lucy about that request about your friend, Mr. Joseph Misati? Isn't it a fact, if the answer is to be believed, that in fact this question of whether the DG spoke to the MD at Guasco on this request or not has already been made? Or is it your position, as you've stated before, that the Hansard has been doctored? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Proceed. Lucy.
Our position is that, no, we do not say that that part of the answer has been doctored. We do not contest that. We do not contest that bit of the answer. We are saying that the money was erroneously sent to Lucy. It was meant to be sent to Gladys. The conversation. It is also true, it is our position that we contest the position taken by Lucy that she was summoned. It is our position that they met casually, and the Deputy Governor said in passing that a friend of mine's son has applied, and that Lucy in response said exactly what she has said now, that if he qualifies, well and good, and nothing else, nothing beyond that casual comment, and that the issue of being someone is untrue. And the Deputy Governor will testify to that tomorrow.
Thank you, Council. Senator Gloria, and I will have to make a decision whether we proceed on or, okay.
Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief, and thank you, Lucy, for keeping calm. I want to ask this question because a lot of, there is some gray areas. You are referencing that you did not make the phone call because it was 9:34 on a Sunday night. And the assumption is that you do not speak to your bosses or anyone within work past certain hours. So my question is, have you never called the Deputy Governor past a certain hour in reference to any other issue other than this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have never spoken with His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, anytime beyond 5. The few times that we have spoken with His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, is during official hours and often morning hours. This would have been a different scenario if I would have called the Deputy Governor at night.
Senator Osotsi, don't repeat the questions, please.
Madam Lucy, this is the third time you are appearing before the Senate. You have appeared before the CPIC committee where I chair as the managing director of Kisii Water. And during those occasions, the committee has given you a number of directives. One is matters bordering on the fight against corruption. Two is matter bordering on the skill set and the competitive recruitment of staff in your company. Are your actions in this particular case motivated by the recommendations of the committee to you?
Madam Speaker, yes, I want to say that in the year 2021, the company had serious governance issues. And we were summoned at the Senate. We have been summoned twice. And I want to say that through the support of this Senate and the recommendations that he has been able to do, that the company took that seriously, the shareholders took that seriously, and put in place the proper governance structures of the company. And through those proper governance structures, the company has really made tremendous steps towards positive progress, improvement, and corporate image of the company has been able to change. And therefore, this process, one, the company, through the board of directors, and even through the shareholders, number one, matters to do with corruption, the company would not have entertained that. Number two, in terms of skill set, the company was set to get the right skills for the right positions so that we can be able to improve the performance of the company. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chute, you take under 1 minute to ask your question, and then maybe at 9:10 we move on to the next witness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this House is House of Records and Facts. Madam Speaker, Madam Lucy, on her statement of 8th February 2024, she indicated very clearly that let me read this part. After receiving applications from interested persons, the board shortlisted candidates for the post of commercial manager and invited them for interviews on 15th May 2023. And she went on and gave time for people like Boyani Ongera, 10 a.m., and also Mercy Vati, 10:30. So, Madam Speaker, what I don't understand is this. In her witness statement, it says she invited these people on 15th. And she went on and said they are supposed to come on 25th and 26th. I want a clarification there. Madam Speaker, I also wanted to know if she can agree with me that she lied on her statement, which she wrote on 8th February 2024. And the same she had an affidavit dated 8th March 2024. On the statement of 8th February, she said the Honorable Deputy Governor kept quiet. How can she forget? In February, she said the Deputy Governor kept quiet. Again, on her affidavit, which is only a month after that, she says, oh, he told me I'm giving you this money because of this and this. I think, Madam Speaker, let her agree with us that she lied on the statement she gave, which is of 8th February 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can you tackle that very quickly, Madam Lucy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't lie. It's only that the statement was not made under the Commissioner of Boards, and that is why I clarified by saying I stick with my affidavit that I saw.
Senator Eric Okongo.
Yes, this is to my learned friend, Senior Kato. At page 26, the money was sent by error to number 0724616288. That's to Lucy Wahito. At E7, money was meant to be sent to Gladys Aminga. Could you kindly supply us with the mobile number for Gladys Aminga?
Council, take that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you look at our bundle, the Deputy Governor's bundle, page 117, Yes, 117B, page 117B. The error was not so much in terms of the number that was picked, it was more in the neighborhood of the names as saved by the Deputy Governor. If you look at that 117B, the Deputy Governor has saved the name of Lucy as CEO Kwasco, and then the one of Gladys as CEO Health Gladys Aminga. And the mistake was therefore in the choice of the person he picked when he was sending the money.
The senator had thought about the number Or is that your response? The mobile number.
The number is in the M-Pesa transactions for Honorable Monda, which is at page, they are at page.
Allow council to respond.
The number is actually in that 117, but I know it's faint. And Dr. Monda's M-Pesa statement runs from page 105. If you could allow us, when we will be adducing evidence tomorrow, to pick out, because it's part of our defense to show how we paid Gladys Aminga shortly after having mistakenly sent, kindly, just because I can't trace the number right away.
That's a response, Senator, and you know that's a response. Whether good or bad, you know what to do when the response does not meet your standard. Senator Beth, and the final person will be Senator George. We will not allow any more. The point of order will pend finalization of this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance. My question goes again to the senior counsel, the counsel for DG. Actually, it's online with what the senior counsel has asked. How would the contacts for Lucy, the name that starts with L, and Gladys, the name that starts with G, be confused, yet phone contacts appear alphabetically?
Is the question directed to council?
And we beyond saying that at page 117 we've shown 117B, we've shown how we have saved the names in a serial order of CEO Gladys, CEO Lucy, and that the name of Lucy and Gladys are next to each other. That is the most we can do in terms of answering the question of how the mistake happened. And I think that is the most I can say. I would like, with your permission, Madam Speaker, to answer the question by Honorable Senior Counsel Mogeni. The number of Gladys Aminga is 0727 455 843. 0727 455 843.
Senator Bugwa, and that's the final question before we leave this witness. You will hold that, Senator Chute, until we finalize what I have given. I have given direction, so you will wait, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. Madam Lucy, I would want a clarification from you. By the time you advertised for this position, were you aware that there was a court order which had declared this position null and void, and they had advised that you stop the recruitment process? I would also want you to tell this Honorable House whether it is true that around the same time, the salary of the managing director was increased from 133,000 to 510,000, whether it is true, and if it is true, what necessitated that FTA increase for that one position? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you. The two statements, Madam Speaker, they are not true. There was no court case that quashed the adverts that had been made on 14th April 2023. Number two, the salary of the managing director was not increased from 100 to 510 within that period. If there was a salary, the managing director was given the salary by the board of directors at the time of appointment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chute, what was your point?
Madam Speaker, the witness has not answered my question. My first question was, in her statement of the 8th of February, the statement was invitation was...
I believe she can remember that question. Lucy, can you clarify in under half a minute that question that was initially asked about your two statements?
Madam Speaker, thank you. The first statement I made in a hurry, and it was not before a commissioner of oaths. And that is why I said I stick with the affidavit that I made before the commissioner of oaths. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So I believe this is all for this witness. Counsel for the county.
Yes.
Do you wish to call another witness or have you dropped them?
Yes, Your Honor. Madam Speaker, also permit me to supply the number of the witness who was just left, Lucy, and this is for purposes of benevolency from the County Assembly. The number is 0724616288. It was sought and never supplied. Madam Speaker, kindly allow us to call the next witness who goes by the number for Lucy is 07.
Lucy is the witness, I believe, who's just finished.
That's correct, Madam Speaker. 0724.
I believe, senators, I believe it's okay. That number is already in the documents. Okay. Senator, Counsel,
thank you.
I believe it may not be too necessary to
I'm well guided.
They have the bundles so they can read through the evidence.
Exactly, at page 334.
So
Madam Speaker, allow us to call our next witness.
How long are you going to take?
She's a very short witness, about 20 minutes.
About?
20 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay.
She goes by the name of Karen Magara.
Proceed.
Mr. Mutuma will take the witness.
Counsel Katwa Kigen, how long will you need for cross-examination?
Could we request for the same time as the evidence in chief, Madam Speaker, please?
20 minutes?
I'll actually do not need to take the entire 20. I reduce mine to 15 or less.
Okay, 15 minutes, that's even better. So Counsel Katwa Kigen, maybe you'll match the 15 minutes. If need be.
My colleague intended to surrender the other minutes to me, but it's okay, I can do 15 minutes.
You can do 15 minutes. Let's proceed.
I, Karen Magara, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good evening, Honorable Karen.
Good evening.
For record purposes, kindly repeat your name. Tell us what you do for a living and where you come from.
My name is Karen Magara. I am a nominated MCA in the Kisii County Assembly, representing special interest.
So being a member of the County Assembly of Kisii, you are aware and familiar with the issue at hand, right?
Yes.
You are also the seconder in the motion for impeachment of the Deputy Governor, correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I want to cross-examine, rather to lead you on two issues. One is on the issue of public participation, and then briefly on your interaction with the witnesses in this matter. So on public participation, did you witness how public participation was conducted within Kisii County?
Honorable Madam Speaker, being a special elect, I had an opportunity not only to go to one ward, but to just do a sampling kind of exercise during the public participation. And indeed, it was a demonstration that what was going on, so many issues came up in that public participation. So I did witness the public participation, on Madam Speaker.
How did the public submit their views? In what form? Was it written? Was it memoranda? How were their views collected and submitted?
The public participation had various forms of giving their views. One, by participation in a group. Others opted to take secret recording because they felt some of their issues were personal. Some wrote a memoranda to the assembly through the clerk, and this was being done on 26th of that, which was on Monday.
Thank you. You've heard from the defense counsel allege that some of those videos were cooked and that they were never recorded at the venue of the public participation. What would you say about that?
Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize the point that when we were at the public participation is being done, it may not necessarily find one person in the ward. Remember, we have different divisions. People can, public participation can be in Tabaka ward, but the person from Tabaka ward could be working in Nyamarambe, for example, which is in Bogetenga ward. So where they were being found was where they were giving their views. It was not restrained to the ward that you come from.
Thank you. The videos that were played today, did you have an occasion to witness any of those recordings being taken?
Some of them, yes, I did, Madam Speaker.
And you point us to one of them that you had at the occasion of being present when it was recorded?
One that was very touching was when I witnessed an old mzee talking about being told to sell a property of land worth 14 acres, and they had a transaction with the deputy, His Excellency the Deputy Governor, and that in the midway, the transaction did not end well, and then the Deputy Governor was asking for a refund. Another one was an old woman, and not really an old woman, but a woman who clearly demonstrated that she is selling, she was selling, I think, motura. And she was asking, if I am selling motura and trying to educate my children, and when the children go through school, then the leaders are going to ask me for 800. Where am I going to raise the 800 from? That, Madam Speaker, touched me.
You've also had an allegation tabled by the defense team that the governor was involved through the use of sub-county admin and ward admin in the public participation process. What would your answer be?
That is absolutely not true. We have separation of powers. Madam Speaker, you are aware that even when we have public participation for the budget appropriation, the executive does its public participation, and the assembly also does its public participation. This particular public participation was originated from the assembly. Madam Speaker, there is no way that the executive could have been allowed to carry this public participation. So it is not true.
And in instances where the event was to take place at the sub-county headquarters, isn't it natural that the sub-county admin would usher in the guest? Is that the position?
Yes, they could usher in because
mostly sometimes when it is done, Madam Speaker, in the headquarters, sometimes we allow, they are told to arrange for the public participation. The arrangement is bring the chairs, allow us to use this facility, then when the public participation ends, that after they have organized where we are, the public participation is, if it is for the assembly, their engagement ends there.
Thank you. To my last limp of this questioning, did you have an opportunity to interact with the allegations in the notice of motion for impeachment and conduct your own investigations on the allegations? And if so, what was the nature of your interaction with?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I had an opportunity to engage and do my own investigations. This is after the Honorable Siocha requested me to second the motion. And voluntarily, because I represent special interest, I decided first of all to familiarize myself with the issues. Is it true that what they are saying is correct? So I went ahead and requested the number of Dennis from Honorable Siocha, and I requested him to be in the company of the wife because I did not want to talk to Dennis alone. They made arrangements and we did meet in town, and they took me through the process of how they struggled to raise this money. And what pained me, Madam Speaker, is that the lady was expectant after struggling for 12 years. Madam Speaker, I'm a woman. I know sometimes what women go through, particularly when you cannot conceive and give children. And the lady sat, Nyaboke sat, narrating how they had even to separate shortly with the husband because she couldn't contain whatever that she was going through. This gave me a motivation, and I thought to myself, being a woman, representing youth, representing people living with disability, I had to rise to the occasion. And I said, I am truly going to take it upon myself to second this motion. Whatever that Dennis went through with the wife, I am standing here as a woman, Madam Speaker, painfully explaining an MCA earns 86,000. And I ask myself, as MCAs were struggling to take our children to school, then somebody asked me to give 800,000. How long, Madam Speaker, will I save to give a bribe of 800,000? That, for me, touched me. Even when I was contributing to this motion in the House, Honorable Madam Speaker, I said I don't want to talk about the law. I want to speak to the morals. Where is our society now, Honorable Madam Speaker? I earn 86,000. Somebody tells me to give 800,000. From where? That pained me, Madam Speaker. And I did voluntarily walk. Promised to walk with them this journey. That justice must be served to this Nyaboke. Justice must be served to Dennis. That is my conviction, and that is why patiently I stand in this Senate, wanting to convince.
What's your point of order, Senator Karungo?
Madam Speaker, you know, it's late. It's almost 10 p.m. If the witness can stick to the issues, we did not come here for preaching and debate. We want to be directed to the issues as submitted. It's not a matter of emotions. We don't vote on emotions. We vote on facts. So can she restrain herself to answering the questions? When it comes to preaching, we'll be ready.
Council, on that point of order, I believe you have filed in documents and statements and affidavits from the witnesses. I am already ruling on the first point of order, and I have not finished. I would request counsel to guide the witness so that we make the process very seamless and we confine ourselves. You confine the witness to the documents that have been produced before the Senate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the guidance. I'm actually on my last question on the issue. I just allowed the witness to give a true account of her own investigations and why she had to support the motion for impeachment. On my last question, Honorable Witness, were the allegations, the 4 allegations against the Deputy Governor of Kisii substantiated to warrant an impeachment? And that would be my last question.
Yes, they were substantiated.
Do they warrant an impeachment?
Yes.
Thank you. That will be all for this witness, Madam Speaker.
Can I say something on that? Just a minute.
Senator Council Keegan.
My colleague, Mr. Ochoki, will do the cross-examination.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. Honorable Karen, I'll just want to clarify a few things from you. And I'll start with whether you are aware of the advertisement that was made by the County Assembly, which is at page 22 of volume 1 of the County Assembly's documents. Are you aware of that?
Page?
Did you see it, the newspaper advert in the Standard of February 24th?
Which page?
2024, page 22.
Yes.
The motion to have public participation was dealt with in the County Assembly on 21st of February. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Because my senior, Mr. Kato, will deal on the funds and all, could you be aware on who funded this advert or from where it was paid for?
The Assembly is supposed to pay for the advert. That has been the practice, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. In the advert, there are venues that are listed in the advert. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Did you visit any of these venues?
Yes, I did.
Which one and which one did you visit?
I went to Tabaka.
Yes.
Where the public participation, there was another one in Nyamarambe and another one in Kitutu.
Okay. You very passionately raised the issue of public participation. Let me refer you to your contribution in the House on 29th of February this year. I believe, Honorable Madam Speaker, same can be found in page let me just your contribution in the House, as I get it, Madam Karen, did you, when you were contributing in the motion, it's at page 158 of volume 1 of the County Assembly's documents, your participation and your contribution, very emotional also because I was there. Look at your contribution that runs from page 158 to 160 of that County Assembly volume, that one.
Yes.
Okay. Is there, in your contribution at the County Assembly, is there any mention of public participation except for reference that you met the boy, Dennis, and his wife?
I didn't speak about it, but the report had already been submitted to the clerk.
Question is, did you make reference to public participation?
I did, because one of the participation I did was to see Dennis.
But the participation that you talk about having gone everywhere, it's not in your contribution in the county assembly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Why did you not bring out or raise that contribution in the county assembly?
In the assembly, Honorable Madam Speaker, we were limited with the time of speaking. So you pick on the very important issues.
But in the Senate, we're not limited for time. Anyway, I was asking you that because we have information that those clips were done after the session. Is that correct?
Not true.
Okay, thank you. Where did you meet Dennis and his wife?
I invited them to come to town, Kisii town.
Okay. You talk of them having made a payment to the deputy governor?
Yes.
Okay, that is what they told you?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Did they tell you when they sold the salon that you very passionately refer to in your affidavit and the statement?
Yes.
Are you?
Madam Speaker, the salon was sold somewhere in April.
Okay. Are you aware that as at the time when the salon was sold, the advert had not, the Dennis had not applied for the job?
I've not been able to reconcile the two,
okay.
Madam Speaker.
You tell the House that Dennis' wife had 12 years of unsuccessful trials to get pregnant?
The second born, yes, Madam Speaker.
Have you brought to the Senate any document of that problem? Any medical document?
No.
Thank you. You claim or say that she's suffering from serious depression. Have you brought any medical document to the Senate?
No.
Let me refer you to the voting and allow me, Madam Speaker, refer the witness to page 158 of the DG.
What?
158 of the document titled DG. Take a look at that, Honorable Karen. In that page 158, confirm that that particular document there, it is your vote at the county assembly, and alongside it is your staff ID, I believe.
Yes, it's mine.
Okay. Is it correct that this photo was sent to the real force or the real sponsor of the motion to impeach the DG to confirm that indeed you voted to impeach the deputy governor?
No, not true.
Why were you taking this photo?
This was for my own record, Madam Speaker. And I don't think there is a law that stops me from. Thank you.
Look at, Madam Speaker, I'm referring the witness to page 158 to 161 of the DG's bundle. Confirm that those other documents annexed thereto are votes and IDs of other members of county assembly.
Others are not clear, Madam Speaker. I've only been able to identify mine.
Madam Karen, if you look at page 159, that is a vote. Do you have a member of county assembly known as Honorable Jim Kenyanya in the Kisii County Assembly?
Yes.
That is his vote at page 159. Page 160, do you have a member of county assembly known as Peter Mokua Okerio? His name is there and ID.
I can't see anything here, Madam Speaker. Nothing. It's plain.
Oh, post.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, apologies. I believe the copy shared didn't have the. Look at that page.
Yes.
Confirm that all those other pages show votes and IDs of all your colleagues?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Is it not true that the members of county assembly voted under duress because they were compelled to show their master, their sponsor, how they voted?
Not true.
What is your explanation for the other members that also took photos alongside their
I cannot be able to, Madam Speaker, I may not be able to answer for other members. I only take answer for my vote and photo.
Thank you. Does the DG have a kitty for bursary?
No.
Are you aware of the provisions of the Kisii County Bursary Fund Act of 2014?
Yes.
Does the deputy governor have any influence with regard to who is awarded bursaries?
No.
Why then could you rely on public participation of, and ordinarily, just for record, are you aware of anyone that has been given a bursary of more than 5,000 shillings in Kisii County?
Yes.
How much has that sum been?
I can confirm that depending on the need of the children, some get 10,000. That I can confirm because I can even give the name if allowed.
Thank you. Could it be in order then for someone to say that he paid 12,000 to be given a bursary of 10,000? Did you believe that? Is that the public participation that led you to impeach the deputy governor or vote and second the motion?
Madam Speaker, I may not be able to answer for His Excellency the Deputy Governor whether he receives money. Whether he receives money, but those who are witnesses or people are testifying. So it is not within my need to answer on behalf of him.
But even as you sit here or stand here, it's not logical for someone to bribe 12,000 to get 10,000. Does that add up, Honorable Karen?
It happens. I have, Madam Speaker, I can say that they have even conversations even in other counties. And there was a conversation which is not
It's
authentic,
okay,
so I cannot be able to answer that.
It's okay, it's okay. My colleague Kato will take you through one or two questions, but let me just seek your answer to this, because I know you are one of those serious supporters of His Excellency the Governor.
Yes.
You will agree with me that most of the people that do not agree with the Governor are either interdicted, sacked, or impeached, like the Deputy Governor. Is that correct?
That is not correct, Madam Speaker.
To the best of your knowledge, there are a lot of disputes with regard to governance. Are you aware that the Deputy Governor was disagreed with the Governor on small issues about governance?
Small issues, Honorable Madam Speaker, they should be able to sort out. That's why they are leaders.
For example, let me just ask you so that you say yes or no. Are you aware that there was a disagreement about how the Governor runs the county from his home at Motonto?
Not true.
Are you aware of the alterations in the budget?
Not true. I sit in the budget committee. Not true.
Are you aware that the EACC is investigating alterations made to the budget?
Yes, I know there is a letter from the COB, but I don't think these are just concerns that come from the COB, which is normal.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. I believe we have 3 or 4 minutes. Allow my senior Katwak again kindly ask a question or two.
Council Katwa Kigen, I think you're winding down your 5 minutes.
Yes, I will be very brief, Madam Speaker. I very kindly request you, good evening, Madam Karen.
Good evening, Council.
Yes. Now, I would like to request you to go to page 21 of the County Assembly Volume 1 bundle, page 24, sorry. Now, your testimony, as you are being led by my learned friend, was basically that you come here to endorse the propriety and the results of the public participation, isn't it? Your point is that proper public participation was done and there's a proper feedback from it, isn't it?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Page 24 to 51, could you confirm that page 24 to 51 is that public participation report?
No, the document is a bit mixed up. There is public participation, there are other things.
Okay, if you could go to page 24, are you at page 24, please?
Yes.
Can you see the heading of all the contents of page 24 to 51? It says, third assembly, third session, report of public views on the removal from office of the deputy governor of Kisii County government by way of impeachment. You can see that?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And then it runs from page 24 to 51.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, just the two sets of questions on that. Could you confirm that that report is not signed anywhere? There's nobody who has taken responsibility for that report?
The 24 page,
Yes.
Madam Speaker, somebody has signed. There is a receipt.
So
and there is a signature, yeah, page
24. The report, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, that is the person receiving. Has anybody signed saying that I am the one who compiled this report?
No, Madam Speaker.
Very much. Number two, from that page 24 to 51, there is no reference anywhere to a video of any video, isn't it?
And so, Kigen, that should be your final question. Wind up on that question. Let her answer you. Your time is up.
It's just one more, Madam Speaker.
Question,
Just one
yes.
more after this one, kindly. No, nobody has. There's no reference to a video, isn't it?
No reference, Madam
Thank you very
Speaker.
much. Now, I would like to take you to page 103. That would be my last question. Page 103 of that bundle. You got it?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to read the last paragraph. Does it say this? Honorable Henry Moracha, leader of majority, rose on standing order number 93 and sought an adjournment for purposes of public participation. You can see that?
Yes, Honorable
Is that correct?
Madam Speaker.
That's correct.
Yes.
Could you confirm that when you adjourned for purposes of going for public participation, you did not provide for funds to do this public participation? Could you confirm that?
You want me to explain because I cannot say yes or no?
Explain. I just want you to say.
No.
You did not.
No, Madam
provide for it.
Speaker, yes.
Thank you very much. Number two, you did not determine who was to collect public views. You did not create a committee or say what administrators or MCS are to collect views. You did not assign anybody that business of collecting views, did you?
No, Madam
Thank you
Speaker.
very much. And I will leave it there, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for the accommodation and the indulgence. And thank you, Madam Karen. And nice seeing you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Do we have any re-exam? How many minutes? 5 minutes on re-exam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not spend 5 minutes. I have two questions for the witness. One, Honorable Karen, who conducted and compiled the public participation report?
Sir?
Who conducted and compiled the public participation report?
This public participation was done by the communication department from the assembly, and they are the people who did the compilement.
Lastly, you have been accused of taking a picture and sending it to the sponsor of this motion. Why did you take a photo of your vote?
Madam Speaker, it is not true, and I was not under any instructions to send my photo. This is for my own reference.
Do you know the source of that photo? If you took it from your phone, and how it ended up at the Senate?
I am not. I can't say, but it is in my phone, Madam Speaker, how it came out, and it was not a secret, Madam Speaker.
Lastly, is it unusual for members of the county assembly to be lobbied and whipped to support a particular motion in the county assembly? Is it unusual?
It is very normal for a county assembly. It's just like what happens in the Senate. Honorable Madam Speaker, sometimes when a governor, the government has a specific motion or policy in the House, the majority leader is expected to lobby. So it is normal to lobby.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mwangi seems to have one question.
Just two questions, Honorable Speaker. Madam Karen, is this the first time the Assembly is conducting a public participation?
No, Madam Speaker.
You've done it before?
Yes.
In regard to public participation for the motion on impeachment, was it presented before the Assembly?
Sorry?
Was the report for public participation presented before the County Assembly?
Yes.
When was it presented?
The same day that we were tabling, the discussions were being made and the subsequent voting. But I remember even Katwa Kigen, the council, asked for the same.
Did you debate on the motion or did you debate on the report for public participation before the impeachment?
No.
That's all.
I see two requests from the Senator. Senator Chute, have you requested? Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems like we are in a Pabashirandula episode here. And I wanted to ask the witness, on page 36 of volume 1, Masimba Ward, there was no member or members of the public which were at the venue when the secretariat arrived. What can she say about that? And then my number 2 question, how many people spoke or those who participated are in support of the deputy governor or against the deputy governor? That is why public participation is required. So can she explain to us? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the report, the Masimba, it is clearly indicated that there were no members, as you realize. The issue of public participation sometimes, when it is not properly advertised or when the lobbying, telling people, not most people read newspapers. So sometimes it is possible that the people of Masimba Ward did not get to see the advert in the newspaper because we were not doing local advertisement from local stations. It is the newspaper that was being there. So I'm making an assumption that it could have been possible that most people were not able to reach out to this advert. Now, the second question, how many and were for the governor and how many were for the impeachment? I will say majority, I will call it 80%, they were for the impeachment, and 20% were of course in defense of the deputy governor.
Senator Karungo Dangwa, have you requested?
Madam Speaker, my question goes to the witness, Honorable Karen Magara. What could have been better? Is it to have you here and comment on support of those who give public opinions, or them to appear here as witnesses? And especially the old man who said that his land was almost taken by the deputy governor. Couldn't it be better to have him as a witness so that we can ask more questions, cross-examine, rather than a video of him just mentioning something and then it is done? And Madam Speaker, as I finish, if you look at the County Assembly Volume 1, the same old man on page 283 signed an agreement with the deputy governor to have that land or to buy that land in July 2022. That was even before he was elected as a deputy governor. So my question is, now that he got back his land, the agreement was cancelled, he owes the deputy governor 350,000. Could we say that he wants to finish that deal, not to pay the deputy governor his money? Because he owes the deputy governor 350,000.
The first question, Madam Speaker, I may not be able to have made a decision on who is supposed to appear in the Senate. Remember, Honorable Senator, we have our lead counsel here. Maybe those are the people that are well placed to say what necessitated picking others and others were left out. Question number 2, about the land, the balance of the deputy governor.
On the land question, maybe it would be better placed, a different person would be better placed to answer that question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator, that could be directed to a different person, maybe the council. Council, you could respond to the second question as opposed to the witness responding to it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will draw the attention of the Senate to page 284 of the bundle of documents by the County Assembly and confirm that the affidavit speaks about a situation of a going concern, speaks about an anticipated event. If you look at the agreement, yes, it is true, it was done in July 2022. The elections were to be conducted on the 9th of August. The agreement was, if I were to be successful, I will employ 6 children for you, subsequent to which you'll give me a set off of 300,000 shillings. This is to confirm the impropriety and the state of the mind of the deputy governor, that he came to the county government with a purpose to enrich himself. Most obliged.
That is the end of this witness statement or evidence, so we can proceed to the next. How many more witnesses do you have? I believe it's 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We wish to announce that we have our last witness for today. His name is Ruben Monda.
How long is he going to take?
At most 20 minutes, Madam Speaker.
So you try and squeeze it to 15 minutes if you can.
Most obliged.
Counsel Katwa Kigen, how long will you take cross-examining this witness?
We will try that 10 minutes also, Madam Speaker.
Okay. So we can proceed.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by my assisting counsel that we may be facing a challenge where the sickly Ruben Monda has gone for his medication. And noting that we still have a witness who was summoned by the Senate, I beg to be guided whether or not we can perhaps wait for him for the next 30 minutes, or how then do we proceed?
Honorable Senators, I request that we do another 30 minutes. We spend those 30 minutes on this witness who is available. so that tomorrow we only have one witness on the prosecuting side. Instead of Monda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I heard counsel correctly, he says he had lined up Mr. Robert Monda, but Mr. Monda has Ruben Monda, sorry. But Ruben Monda seems to have left Parliament to go and take medication. But he says that the Senate summoned another witness whom he wants to
Senator Okongo, I heard him very well.
Yeah, so maybe we can get clarification. Does he have any witness outside waiting, or
Robert Monda is out looking for his medication, but there is one more witness who was summoned by Senate, and I was proposing that we take in.
Madam Speaker, he has walked in.
He's here. Oh, who is this now? Is it Robert Monda?
This is Ruben Monda.
Oh, Ruben Monda. Okay, then we can proceed on with Ruben. He could take a seat if he's not able to stand. He could get a seat. Sergeant at arms, make that witness comfortable. We can proceed if you are ready.
I want to do what? You wish to take a note or information. Information is what? The one you don't lift the Bible, you just lift your hand and... I want to raise the Bible. The Bible is the note. With your right hand. Then you read the whole. Okay, as this. Lift the Bible as you recite the whole. I, Ruben Orangi Monda Matundura, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate is respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Ruben Monda, good evening.
Yes, madam.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We are sorry for having kept you waiting the whole day.
Yes.
Kindly pardon us. Would you kindly introduce yourself to the Senate?
The honorable senators, my name is Ruben Orangi Monda Matundura, the immediate follower of the Deputy Governor, Kisii County, Dr. Robert Monda.
Does that then mean that you are the brother to the Deputy Governor?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm a blood brother the immediate follower. My brother took care of me when I was young.
You say that your brother took care of you when you were young?
Yes.
Do you understand what brings you this evening before the Senate?
Yes, I understand what brings me before the Senate. I've come here to seek for justice for myself. And I've come here because of the harassment and the mistreatment that occurred to me when I am very sick.
Okay. Okay, allow me to perhaps lead you once more.
Yes.
Do you understand that your brother is facing an impeachment motion?
Yes, I understand. My brother is facing an impeachment motion.
Do you understand the consequences of the impeachment if it were to be held by the Senate?
Come again?
Do you understand the consequences of this process if the Senate were to impeach him?
Yes, I understand the consequences.
What are the consequences?
One, in Kisii County, we shall not be having chaos as we are having. We will not be harassed the way we are being harassed.
So you understand that this process will culminate into him losing his seat, yes?
Yes, I understand.
And are you ready to take that path as a brother to the deputy governor?
Yes, I'm ready to take it.
Mr. Ruben Monda, have you come here on your own volition or you've been compelled to appear before the Senate?
No, Madam Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker, I've come on my own volition.
And to that effect, Mr. Ruben Monda, did you swear an affidavit dated the 21st of February?
Yes, I did. I saw an affidavit.
Again, did you swear that affidavit voluntarily or you were compelled?
No, I saw the affidavit voluntarily.
Sorry, Honorable Senators, I think the sugars are going low. That is page 257 of the bundle of document by the County Assembly. I'm so sorry, I beg your pardon.
277.
257, Madam Speaker. You find the affidavit of Ruben Monda Orangi Matundura.
Yes.
I refer you to paragraph 4 of the affidavit where you say that my brother, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, has had a rough relationship with the family since acceding to being the Deputy Executive in the county, including treating our octogenarian father with exceptional contempt. Yes?
Yes.
What exactly do you mean?
I mean, he has handled our father, an old man who is 94 years old, in a very bad way. That made me, because I was at home, to cry and tell my brother that you can treat our father like this.
And are you saying that this is a behavior he has acquired upon assuming office, or he has always been like this?
He changed abruptly after getting that position, and he started mistreating everyone.
Look at paragraph 5 of the said affidavit where you say, I'll assist you in reading, that the Deputy Governor has since then ensured that there are at least 5 county officers stationed at our home, performing not only manual jobs in the farm, including but not limited to digging wells at our compound, feeding dairy cows, an aspect I strongly believe that is not part of their job description, but also spending the night in one of our father's house. Now, I put this question to you. Do you live in the same compound with the deputy governor?
Yes, we live, Madam Speaker, we live in the same communal compound with my brother, the deputy governor.
So while living in that particular communal compound, are you able to see what happens in each other's homestead?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Because I'm sick, I stay at home all the time, more than my brother, the Deputy Speaker. I see what happens day in, day out.
You speak about 5 officers. Are these normal casuals or these are county enforcement officers?
Madam Speaker, these are county security officers.
How are you able to distinguish that they are county enforcement officers or security officers?
Madam Speaker, they come on duty in uniform, a green uniform, every day.
It is your statement, therefore, that the enforcement officers do all the jobs for and on behalf of the deputy governor, yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker, they do that. And I'm an eyewitness.
Would you describe the kind of the jobs they undertake? Other than feeding the dairy cows and digging wells, is there anything else that they do?
Yes, Madam Speaker. There are some who do the lawn mowing. There are those who dug. In fact, they deepened an existing well for our brother when I was sick.
Look at paragraph 6 again of your affidavit. But before we do that, you've said that, but they also spend the night in one of our father's old house, yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Who are these who spend the night there?
The security guards who come during the night. Once they finish, all of us report into the compound. They go and sleep in that house.
Paragraph 6 of your affidavit, Mr. Ruben, states that my brother, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, has made it his business to ensure that our home is an extension of the county, wherein he dictates and in misuse of the county officers has his way. Since he came into office, there has been at least 5 working in his farm. Clear demonstration that the Deputy Governor is misusing the staffs of the county. Do you confirm that he does misuse them?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I confirm. And I can give explanation how it happens.
Please do.
For example, Madam Speaker, on the 20th of December 2023, my brother, without me knowing, because I was splitting some timber where I wanted to plant some more trees, without me knowing, his wife came to where the fundis were splitting the timber and called him and told him that I had cut their trees. And then my brother came without me knowing with about 20 security officers, county security officers,
and about 7 national government askaris to arrest me, which shocked me. I could not believe it. So, 20 county security officers, plus about 7 national askaris from Keumbu police station. Without me knowing, I was shocked. And I was arrested.
Did they tell you the reason why they were arresting you?
He never told me the reason. He just told the askaris because he was the one who was leading them to the shamba. He's the one who was leading them to the shamba.
You mean he was present at that particular time? And
yes, Madam Speaker.
When you say his one was...
He said, we didn't come here to argue with anybody. We came here, Askari, can you do what you came here to do? And the Askaris told me you are under arrest.
Which Askaris told you that you are under arrest? The National Police Service or the county enforcement? Whom was he commandeering?
He commandeered the deputy OCS Keumbu and also the deputy.
I'm asking between the county enforcement officers and the national police officers, whom did he order that you should be arrested?
I repeat, he told the deputy OCS Keumbu and also the deputy, I think he's the deputy for the security officers.
Which security officers?
He told the...
Which security officers in particular?
I think I've said that somewhere.
Yeah, you know we have 2 groups here, Mr. Ruben. We have
that's
20.
what I'm talking about,
Yes.
the 2.
Yes.
I'm differentiating between
Please
the 2.
do.
So I'm saying the deputy
We can assist you to read the paragraph.
Yes. Forgive me, Madam Speaker, because I'm unwell.
But just to refresh your memories, Mr. Ruben.
Yes.
We have 2 groups here.
Yes.
We have 20 county enforcement officers.
Yeah.
Did the deputy governor command them to arrest you?
Yes, he commanded them to arrest me.
Thank you. Now, what transpired therein after?
Council, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm just about to be done.
What happened, Madam Speaker? I was harassed very badly by the Askaris. I was taken to Keumbu, and at Keumbu, I was not given an OB. I was not booked. And then after 3 hours, I was taken to Kisii by the Askaris from Keumbu, because it looks like there were some orders which were coming from Kisii Central Police Station that the Keumbu Askaris rushed me to Kisii. I was rushed to Kisii, and then I met the OCS Kisii, who failed to give me also an booking. I stayed there for almost 5 hours without being booked, but I was put to sit next to the cell on a box, I was told, that contains the ammunition. So I could not understand. At some stage, because I was very sick, I requested to be taken to the hospital. And when I requested, the OCS accepted. But reaching the hospital, Kisii Referral Hospital, I was, again, the OCS commanded the two askaris who took me there to rush me back, that there is a letter he was to write for me, so that he allows me to go to the hospital. When I came there, OCS had left, and when we tried to call him, he put off his phone.
So you ended up not getting treated, yes?
I didn't get any treatment, Madam Speaker.
And have you been charged before any court for that offense?
Madam Speaker, I've never been charged in any court.
Did your brother reach out to you during that particular time?
Madam Speaker, up to now, he has never reached to me.
Do you have any evidence before this court in terms of photos that you'd wish the senators to watch?
Yes, Madam Speaker, there are photos which can be explained.
Can we have the clips, Madam Speaker, played?
Technical team, can you run that?
So we can begin there. What is happening in that particular photo?
That photo is when I was put in the Land Rover for Keumbu. I'm being, that time now, we have reached Keumbu, and now I'm being rushed to Kisii.
When was it?
Central Police. This was after I stayed for 3 hours at Keumbu. Now, orders came that I should be rushed to Kisii.
I can see, excuse me, I can see a person hanging just next to the pickups, I think, door, yes? Can you see that person with a brown shirt?
Brown shirt, yes.
Was he?
I don't know him by name, but if I get him, I can.
Yeah, but what is he one of the enforcement officers or is a police officer?
That one is an enforcement officer.
From the county or from the national government?
From the county security team.
Where are the rest? You spoke about 20 of them. What happened to the rest?
The rest, Madam Speaker, they are the ones who collected 61 pieces of timber from the shamba to a waiting lorry on the road.
Who commanded?
And they are the ones, when we arrived at Kimbu, who have loaded the vehicle which was carrying the timber.
Who ordered them to do so?
It is my brother, the deputy governor, who gave them instruction to do so.
Do you think, in your own opinion, if the Senate does impeach the deputy governor, you'll get yourself free of this intimidation and harassments?
Council, you know your time is up.
This is the last question. If he's stripped of all these powers, will you continue to have the harassment coming from the enforcement mechanisms of the county?
It is my hope and prayer that he will not continue doing it. That's why I came here.
You said there was a video that was being, that was recorded, yes?
Yes.
Could we, Madam Speaker, as the last clip, see and watch the video? And who took these photos and the videos?
Council, how many more minutes?
Only 3 minutes, Madam Speaker. Who took these videos and the photos?
Most of those, my brother came with the media.
Yes.
They are the ones who took that, and they even broadcasted what transpired on the TV, the local TVs in Kisii.
Those are the videos. What is that? Where is that place and what is happening?
That one still, we are on the way to Kisii, Central Police.
Have you been induced by any person to come and testify before the Senate in this matter?
No, Madam Speaker, I came on my own volition.
Finally, should a government officer, state officer, or public officer use his powers in that manner that your brother did?
Madam Speaker, I came because of the harassment and the abuse of office, misuse of power against me by my own brother. That's why I came here. I want to get justice. And the justice that I want, if my brother can be removed from office so that he can come to his senses. And I'm praying for him so that he can even see the kingdom of heaven.
We're sorry about that, Mzee. We're so sorry for the deals.
Is that all for this witness? Is that all for examination in chief?
Yes, Madam Speaker. That's all for the old man.
Does he need time before cross-examination? Or is he able to take the questions in cross-examination?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, he says that he has only one more issue that you want to state. And granted his age, I pray that you may grant him only one more minute, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, since that time, I felt sick. I was brought to Nairobi Coptic Hospital, where I stayed for 3 weeks, and I spent a lot of money. And I am now on injections. Right now, I've done 3 injections. I have a 4th to do. And I have so many drugs to take. I'm seeing my life is in danger. That's why I decided to come. Because he has mistreated me many times, I forgive him. But this time around, I said I must come on my own volition. Thank you, the senators, the honorable senators, thank you.
Mr. Ruben, you'll be asked questions by the counsel for the deputy governor.
Counsel, I'm on the mic.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Where did he fall sick? He said he fell sick.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I felt sick after thinking very hard for almost 1.5 weeks of what transpired. And one of my brothers came home, and he's a doctor. He took my pressure. Me, I was fighting, thinking that it is only my sugars which are bad. And my pressure was reading over 200. And they told me, you are very sick. You have to be rushed to hospital. That's why I was brought to Nairobi. And before, I didn't have such kind of problems. I was not injecting even myself. I was not on these injections. I was not on the many drugs. I was taking just a few tablets to control my sugar and my pressure. But right now, I'm in very bad shape. Even my legs are swollen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruben.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You can have a word with him. Explain to him he's going through cross-examination now.
Mr. Ruben. Madam Speaker, Mr. Ruben, I'm sorry for the ordeals.
Thank you.
God will comfort you, but we are in a trial and the facts must be found by the Senate. You'll therefore be asked several questions by the opposing counsel. I kindly request that you do compose yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel, how many minutes?
As you had indicated, we'll take 15 minutes.
Proceed.
I seek an indulgence from the House If we could have the interpreter availed, we want to refer to a video which is in Gusii language.
Secretariat team, can we get the translator back?
Good evening, Mr. Monda. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
I'll ask you a few questions before we get the interpreter.
Yes.
Your evidence is that since your brother became the deputy governor, he has changed.
Yes.
He has tasted power and changed.
Yes.
Is this the first time your brother has had a position of power?
No.
What previous position has he had?
Member of Parliament.
Since which year?
2007 elections to 2013.
Did he change then?
No.
But it's still your evidence that he changed once he became a deputy governor?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Speaker, we shall be referring to one of the videos that we were supplied by the County Assembly. Maybe I can give the title for the... It's a clip with the name Monda Arrest Brother Over Firewood.
Yes.
Maybe that one can be played?
Yes.
Before we play that, Bwana Ruben, you can confirm that this was recorded after your arrest?
It started in the farm when I was being
No,
arrested.
I'm saying the video we are referring to. Was it?
Yes, it started being recorded when I was in the farm.
Okay.
Monda nigo enyorete ase ensanano enene na mumuro mwabo omukoni bw'omugabana w'ekaunti ya Kisii Daktari Robert Monda nigo enyorete ase ensanano enene na mumuro mwabo Ruben Monda igoro yogotwa kwemete ase ensemo ya kerera.
Mr. Ruben, you will wait until you are asked questions. That's when you respond. But let's have the translator give us a translation of what has happened.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Duncan Abuga, a professional journalist from the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation under Minto FM, and I'm ready for the interpretation. Please, if you can replay that.
Omukoni bw'omugabana w'ekaunti ya Kisii Daktari Robert Monda nigo enyorete ase ensanano enene na mumuro mwabo Ruben Monda igoro yogotwa kwemete ase ensemo ya kerera.
Post that.
It's a narration by a reporter. He says the deputy governor, Robert Monda, is in conflict with his brother on the cutting of trees.
We can proceed? Can translate what you're saying?
Okay. According to Ruben, it says the land doesn't belong to the deputy governor, and they are going to confirm it from their father.
Proceed.
Monda kogenda kuna chimeta sense niyo ase agotebula atabukirite abantu abange abasigari abayiga be serikali nabo igo abasigari be county bagocha kumusagana na kumira bagire paseni yeye paseni kya Kiumbu.
The narrator says Ruben got a surprise for his arrest until when he was taken to the police station. He wasn't aware about the arrest.
We proceed.
Injega the immediate follower, ya deputy governor. Oyo onderete kerona rengo moke. No, dero mambia. Kuna agenda, lati kuna chemete, asina ta ke documente yende, kiagere elira abeke shet, irite kina buya.
Ruben says he admits facts. His brother, the deputy governor, raised him well when he was young. And then on that same day, he went to cut down the trees, which he planted himself.
Can proceed.
Nobody abana ba mito wansi piwa bali baro otora wa mure komi wansi piwa bali lira so busubwane inganki ke gendera teha emeteye ninje na asimegete nka matabile ejere bujirora cyagara kalimiro kare nabo simekeire kwa chiringi eri busita 300
yabula ni yarusimegete meteyo nanigo asimutwe sababu ya murumu yabo ogenda koleta abasigari na kumubwata eliyo kumwira sigata seniki abasigari.
Pause the video.
Pause it.
Yes.
Now Ruben says his brothers will confirm that the land belongs to him and the trees belongs to him, and there's some piece of land where the deputy governor owns and he himself, Ruben, owns the land.
Proceed.
Lakini ngati kuna chile meteye wetani kane abo tumeyanye wano asitumba kaime abuna nare kuna cheme tariyo eriya na muzimekere tunare kuna cha kunare kuna chi yoro moboka yoro aseriya ne eriya ne simekere.
We can stop there.
Now Mr. Ruben confirms he himself planted some trees for the deputy governor, but on that same day the trees he was cutting they were his trees and not for the deputy governor.
Of order, Senator.
Madam Speaker, I have the benefit of understanding the language. I come from Kisii County. And I was just going to request that he translates word for word. Because what he is doing, he's translating his understanding. So if they could play it in small bits, so that he just says that he has said ABCD instead, because what he's doing, he's understanding and then he's giving us his understanding.
Senator Omugeni, I need your comment on
that. I mean, always we appreciate expert witnesses like the one who is on the dock, but I agree with Senator Oroba that there are some words that are missing in the translation. So I'd rather he gives us a direct translation other than it's kind of giving us what he thinks he has captured from the speech. Like I can give you an example. There was a place where it was being alleged, and I'm using the word alleged because that's what was being said, that council askaris and police officers were sent to arrest him. But that did not come out when he was giving us the translation in English.
Expert witness,
it's okay.
You just repeat exactly what he said in the video without transporting your understanding. Don't transport to your understanding. So we play back and get to hear it and cut it shorter so that he's able to capture what needs to be understood.
Madam Speaker, we are actually done with this video, but if you want us to play it back, we can do that.
Council, I have guided you play back, and then he's going to listen, translate the correct version of what is said in the video. Important.
Madam Speaker, I hope this does not eat into our time.
And so I have given direction. Just go back. Your time will be taken care of.
We can play the video.
Gavana wa kaunti ya Kisii Daktari Robert Monda nigo enyorete ase ensanano enene na mumurumu abo Ruben Monda igoro yogotwa kwemete ase.
The narrator says the deputy governor of Kisii County got himself in a conflict between his brother on the issue of cutting trees.
Proceed.
Mr. Ruben is having an argument with the deputy governor, asking him whether the trees belong to him, but he says he's the one who planted the trees.
Proceed.
Mr. Ruben is arguing with his brother, the deputy governor, saying the deputy governor is clearing all the land from, I think, from the road toward the down, and he's saying that they'll know the truth today from their father.
Proceed.
Ruben Monda kogenda kuna chimeta senseme yo ase agotoyabuna atabukirite abantu abange abasigari abayiga beserikali.
Here the narrator says Mr. Ruben said that he went to cut down the trees, and then after cutting the trees he just got a surprise from the police officers who came to arrest him because they were cutting down the trees.
Proceed.
He was arrested on that same day, that same time he was cutting the trees, and he was taken to the police station in Keumbu.
This is the narrator?
Yeah, that's the narrator saying that.
We can proceed.
Yeah, Deputy Governor. Oyo onderete kerona ngomoke.
Mr. Ruben is saying his brother raised him while he was young, and that in the same morning he went. If you can play it again, just continue.
Oyo onderete kerona ngomoke. Wono dero mambia. Kuna agenda lati kuna chemete asinata ke documente yende kiagere iriera abeke shit.
He is confirming that he went to cut the trees in the morning in order to add some more trees on that place.
Can proceed.
Emete ne yane yosi no bori abana ba mitobansi biwa bari baro otora ba mure komi.
He's saying they can confirm from their brothers that the trees belongs to him and he is the one who planted them.
Proceed.
He's still saying he is the one, he's insisting that he's the one who planted the trees.
Metere. Those metere.
Yeah, miti, the trees.
Okay, proceed.
He's now saying there is some part of the land where he planted trees for the deputy governor, and the deputy governor was to pay him the amount of 6,300 for the trees he planted for him.
Proceed.
So the narrator says Mr. Ruben he got a surprise because his brother, the deputy governor, ordered the police to come and arrest him, and yet he was just cutting down the trees he planted.
Proceed.
Lakini ngati kuna chilemete wetani kane ako tumne yaye wano asitubaka ime abuna na kuna chemete taliyo elia na muzimekere na kuna cha.
Mr. Ruben is saying previously the deputy governor has been cutting down the trees for about 4 times, but on that same day Mr. Ruben was cutting down the trees on some little bit of boundary between him and his brother's land.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bwana Ruben, I'll ask you a few questions based on what we've watched so far.
Yes.
Okay. You agree with me that in that clip, you do agree that you planted trees for the DG?
I said I planted the trees in the year 2003, 2005, when I was a manager at the Kiamukamati factory.
Okay. So you agree? My question is, do you agree or don't you agree? It's a yes or no question.
I planted for him. No, because he didn't give me the money.
You did not, because he did not give you the money?
He didn't give me the money, I didn't plant for him.
You planted for him?
I didn't plant for him, I planted for myself because he didn't give me the money.
Do you also confirm that the trees you are cutting, according to your own statement, were at the boundary between your property and the deputy governor's property?
I'm talking about the boundary. He used to dig one side. Sometimes back, I was digging the other side. I was telling him, give me money to go and buy you seedlings. I plant for you this side where you were where you were digging. But he didn't give me the money. I bought the seedlings myself. I came, I planted. Then I told him, give me 6,300. He didn't give me. How did the trees become his?
You planted them on his portion?
I planted the trees on the whole portion where he was digging long time and at that time.
Okay, so you planted on his portion. We can stop there. Now, I'll ask you about this video and the statement that you made. So the video we were watching.
Yes.
Was this recorded before or after you were arrested?
But as Mshika, this is the same day I was arrested. This is at the Keumbu police station where I made this statement.
You are sure of that fact?
Yes.
Okay. Were you... Yes, at Kiumbu police station, this is the same place in your affidavit, you say you felt sick.
I felt very sick. I felt very sick after the audit.
On the same day, while you were outside giving statements?
I said after 1.5 weeks. Because
Mr. I'll take you to your affidavit. Maybe your counsel can show it to you. Or you have a copy. That is even better. Go to paragraph number 9. Paragraph 9. That is where you say at 18:30 hours, the OCS Keumbu denied me bail despite suffering from high blood pressure and diabetes, and I was transferred to Kisii. So you fell ill at Keumbu police station?
I did?
You fell ill at Keumbu police station, according to your affidavit?
Madam Speaker, I said I was sick, but not as sick as after 1.5 weeks. I was using drugs, I said.
Okay.
Tablets only. I said that.
So if we are to believe you, this arrest did not cause you to be sick. You got sick a few weeks later.
I repeat, Madam Speaker, I'm diabetic and I have pressure. But I was not as sick before the ordeal. And I came to realize I became very sick when I started fighting only sugar. But the pressure had gone over 200.
Okay.
I said that.
We can move on to the next issue. You were referred to a video, to a clip, a photo, where you were showing someone in a brown. Yes, before I move on to the video clip, have you provided any medical documents to show how you went to Coptic Hospital? You were admitted after this fact?
I have all the documents.
Do you have them before
but
this
I
house?
don't have them before the house. If given time, I'll be able to avail them.
That is fine. You can avail them at another forum, not today. I'll take you to the photo you were referred to. If the technical team can place that photo up. If they can highlight just the name of that particular photo, the description of the photo, it's described as a still, having been taken out of a video, which I will play shortly. Is that possible from the technical team?
Council, you have to be more specific which photo you are referring.
It's the same photo, the one they had put up. But it's okay, we can move to our video referred as Arrest 001.
Technical team. Try to phrase the question because you saw the video as they look for that video.
Okay. The video has been titled WhatsApp at 13:42:42.
Is it a new video or the old video that was played?
It's part of the videos that was applied. There were two folders. One was for photos, one was for videos. It's the third video.
Because your time is up, so I'll give you 2 minutes to finalize.
It's the second, WhatsApp 13:42. It's the next one, not this one.
Sawa, tunasema hapo na ingine.
Nachukua wazazi wangu, sijachukua ya polisi, sinaona mali na
Yes, we can pause that. Bwana Ruben.
Yes.
You said there were county enforcement officers during your arrest, which is this.
Yes.
The photo you've shown us originated from this. Can you identify those county officers you are referring to in the video from which that still was pulled?
Madam Speaker, the photos is showing here are the ones when I was being rushed by the police to Kisii, and none of the county officers went to Kisii, apart from one who was in a brown shirt. There is another clip where there is one I saw and identified positively as one of the officers from the security. One. But the rest are police officers, the ones we are seeing.
Do you know this officer's name? You can identify him?
Sorry?
You know this officer's name? This person you say you identified as a county enforcement officer.
I know him by appearance. I don't know him by name.
Was he wearing a uniform by any chance? Was he wearing uniform from the county?
Because that one.
No, my question is.
Let me answer. That one is from the revenue department, the one we are seeing there, because the officers came the security guards plus the revenue officers. The one we are seeing there is a revenue officer.
Your story has changed from compliance to revenue officers, but that is fine. Let me ask you the last.
They are county workers. They came about 20.
Kindly, let me ask you the last question. Yes. You've indicated that you live in one communal farm, yourself and your brothers.
I said compound.
One communal compound.
Yes.
Does your brother keep cows, dairy cows?
Yes.
How many dairy cows does he keep?
3.
3 dairy cows.
Yes.
Where exactly does he keep them?
Next to our communal compound.
Next to your communal compound?
Yes.
On his property?
Now, the land where we are living all belong to our father. None of us has been given a piece of land. None of us. Even where we have planted the trees, all the land belongs to our father.
No, I'm asking you to designate. You see, the property is big. Where are these cows being kept? Because if I go to your compound, or this house goes to your compound, they want to see these cows you're referring to.
You come, I show you.
Okay, so these cows, before the governor became the deputy governor of Kisii, were these cows still there?
Mr. Ruben, you must try to answer the questions without proposing a visit to the council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Madam Speaker. What I meant, Madam Speaker, yes, I can show him where they are.
Okay, were the cows there before he became deputy governor, or they came after with the county enforcement?
Sorry?
The cows were there before or after he became deputy governor?
The cows were there even before. Yes.
And before they were still being taken care of?
Sorry?
They were being taken care of before he became?
Yes, they were being taken care of.
He had employees to do this?
Sorry?
He had employees who do this?
He had his own employees, yes.
He still has employees?
Now he's using the...
Does he have employees? That is my question.
I've said no.
You've not said anything. Does he have employees on the property?
Right now, no.
Okay.
Yes.
Council, you are
So he has no one on that property? That is your evidence?
Sorry?
He has no one on the property?
Yes?
No employees on the property?
The employees who are there are the county workers. I have said 5, I see them every day, 5 workers, about 5.
Okay, what do these 5 workers do? And to be more specific.
So I have indulged you.
Madam Speaker, just this last question.
Make that your last question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes.
There are those who man they get, they come in pairs, 2 from morning to around 6 in the evening, and 2 during the night.
So those are 4 officers, 2 during the day, 2 during the night, who man the gates. Yes?
I'm saying 2 2 during the day, 2 during the night.
Those are
the ones who are manning the gate.
Yes.
Then we have 2 who are called gardeners.
Yes. Continue.
Then we have 1 who cooks for the governor, deputy governor. So I'm saying a minimum of 5, at least 5. So they can be more, depending on the day.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had sought just indulgence with one question, because that one was in the middle of being answered. It's a simple question. It just has, it's a yes/no question.
Council, we
Madam Speaker,
ask that one question, and that is it.
I'm most obliged. Bwana Ruben.
Yes.
Have you ever supported your brother politically?
Sorry?
Do you support your brother politically?
Right now, no.
Ever?
No.
Okay.
I will never do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. We can have examination in chief. How many minutes do you need?
5.
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
You can begin now.
Bwana Ruben, good evening. You have been shown a video that you were the one who was speaking in Kisii language, right?
The one who was speaking?
There's a video that has been played.
Yes.
And the video spoke in the Kisii language.
The Kisii?
You spoke in the Kisii language on that video.
Yes, yes.
Do you agree with the interpretation that was given by the gentleman?
Some places he was not doing well.
Would you kindly point out the issues that you spoke to? Did you mention something to do about with 20 enforcement officers on that video?
The 20?
On that video,
Yeah.
Did you mention something to do with 20 enforcement officers?
Yes.
What exactly did you mention?
The 20 and on the clip.
Yes, on the clip. What did you say on the clip about 20 enforcement officers?
Now, I spoke in Kisii, and I was asking my brother, because this clip, the way it has been done, it was done by the media, not me. But if they brought the whole clip the way it was.
But what did you say, Bwana Ruben? Just say
what you
said on the clip.
I said that I was asking my brother, why all this, the police, why all this, the county workers? Because I was surprised. All those could not come for me alone, and I was sick.
Mr. Ruben, just repeat exactly what you said on the clip so that the senators can understand your own version of your translation.
Now, which part of the clip?
Where you mentioned,
to translate?
Where you mentioned 20 enforcement officers.
Where I mentioned 20...
Well, do you mind we play the clip, Honorable Speaker, for just 1 minute?
You know, I was not telling my brother. When I was doing the affidavit, is when I gave the numbers. But when I was talking about that clip, I didn't give the numbers.
Lastly, Mr. Ruben.
Yes.
The trees where you've planted trees, the trees that you were cutting down, on which side of the land were they? The trees that you were cutting down, were they on your side of your land, or were they on the side of the Deputy Governor?
Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear why I'm here.
Mr. Ruben, I want you just to answer my question. My question is very simple. The trees that you cut down, were they on your side of your land that you've been given by your father, or were they on the side of the land that the Deputy Governor has been farming?
I said the land belongs to our dad. It does not belong to me, it does not belong to my brother. We only showed one another. You can be digging this side, I dig this side. So the land belongs to our dad.
Where you farm, Were you cutting trees down from the side of the land where you farm?
Now, we stopped farming. That's I found the land idle and I planted the trees. We stopped farming a long time.
That's all for this witness, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Honorable Senators, I have a list of about 6 senators